Chapter 1041. Xia Ning is innocent. She is worthy of you. Uncle. How can you say that? How can you say that? Uncle! Qin Sun patted his chest, his face full of grief. What kind of character am I? You? At this point, he saw that Xia Shujia's face was not right, and turned to look at Lu Jingya. Auntie, can't you not know? I said making games is for making games. I really designed those two-dimensional characters with fair skin, beautiful appearance, good temperament, and white, long and thin legs for making games. Lu Jingya saw Qin Sun's look of help, and quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, Old Xia, you are already an old man. You should have a basis for what you say and do. How can you just accuse someone? She remembered something, laughed, and said, A year ago, when I was hospitalized in Haicheng, Xiaosun worked part-time as a deliverman for me a few times. Once, he misunderstood that Xia Ning was pregnant and was still pestering him. So he asked my bed and to send a voice message to Xia Ning. She said that he had someone he liked, so that Xia Ning would give up. Everyone can see how beautiful our Xia Ning is. If Qin Sun is really a pervert, would he let me send such a message? Qin Sun puffed out his chest proudly. Xia Shujie had just realized what was going on. He glanced at Xia Ning and felt that his precious daughter was being looked down upon. Qin Sun seemed to be looking down on others. Xia Shujie said, Maybe. He just doesn't like pregnant women. Xia Shujie insisted. He was not a man who cared about others. It was just that Qin Sun became famous at a young age, and Xia Ning was his first girlfriend. He had also been through all the way since his youth, and he knew the tricks in a man's heart. Even if he loves his girlfriend to the core, how can he not take a look at a beautiful woman when he sees one on the road? When he sees a magnificent club on the roadside, he can't help but go in for a look. Taking advantage of the handle he has caught Qin Sun on today, he wants to force Qin Sun to make a lifelong commitment to Xia Ning. Qin Sun sighed, said nothing. Xia Zheng patted the table lightly, said in a deep voice, Ajay, I haven't had lunch yet, and you're so full? Qin Sun just came out of the detention center, and hasn't had a meal yet, and you're yelling here non-stop. Can you order him around now? As he said, he patted the tatami beside him, and said to Qin Sun, Come! Qin Sun, sit next to Grandpa. Let's see who dares to be so presumptuous. Lu Jingya chuckled and rolled her eyes at Xia Shujie. You'll be in trouble. Qin Sun saw that Xia Shujie looked unhappy, and it was not easy to really go forward. So he stood there in a daze. Su Luoluo saw the awkward situation and realized that he seemed to have caused trouble. It's over. Am I really going to be fired? Xia Ning took Qin Sun to Xia Zheng's side, sat with him next to Grandpa, and started drinking tea around a small table. Lu Shaoquan was also at this table. Xia Shujie saw that Qin Sun had several big backers, so he couldn't make trouble anymore. In fact, he didn't have a bad impression of Qin Sun now, but he was used to the previous confrontation with him. Some ordinary words sounded wrong once they came out. He sat back next to Lu Jingya, but was pushed by her. Xia Shujie sighed. Alas, I am not a good person inside or outside. As the chairman of a consortium, do I have to look at the face of a young boy? When Qin Sun and Xia Ning get married, I will go to toast him. Everyone drank tea quietly for a while, waiting for dinner. Xia Zheng picked up the cup to drink tea, raised his eyes, and glanced at Qin Sun, put down the cup, and said half-jokingly, Qin Sun, you are still young, and I can understand some things. You are indeed at the age of full of vigor and vitality, and you have some strange thoughts in your mind. This is also normal. He reached out and patted Qin Sun's shoulder. It's okay. Lu Shaoquan had been holding back a lot of words for a long time, and immediately took up the conversation and said, Qin Sun, even if you have some tricks, we can't say anything to you. He turned his head and looked at his three sons, and continued, After all, many people here have been having affairs since junior high school. They have never been worrying about men and women. Which one of them hasn't dated a few people? You are now at the age of thinking too much. But our Xia Ning is innocent, and she is worthy of you. Just calm down. Qin Sun was a little confused. Come again? Xia Shujie can't order me around. You two come in person? And join forces? You both suspect that I have something to hide, and you judge others by your own standards? It seems that you were all playboys when you were young. Qin Sun explained. Grandpa, Master, you really misunderstood. I designed those two-dimensional beautiful girls just to make money. The characters I just mentioned each of them can make a lot of money. In fact, designing a fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged character is also an art. Xiaozheng let out a heavy breath, said in a deep voice, "Your uncle Xia Shuheo claimed to be a poet. In the end, he used the limericks he bought to pick up girls every day, and got several people pregnant. You are still doing art?" Xia Shujie felt relieved immediately. After all, he is Xia Ning's grandfather. How could he not protect Xia Ning? Qin Sun was not going to make any excuses. If he said too much, he would appear hypocritical, and he would be both a shrewd and arrogant person. He sighed and said, Grandpa, I know." Under the table, Xia Ning gently clenched Qin Sun's hand. Xiaozheng saw that Qin Sun was a little unhappy, and realized that what he said just now was too harsh, took a sip of tea, coughed, and asked, "Qin Sun, you were already working on the game just now?" Qin Sun, "Yes." Xiaozheng laughed and said loudly, "How long will it take to be launched on the market? When the time comes, I'll give you a big red envelope for the opening." Qin Sun heard this laugh, and felt that the big red envelope should be worth tens of millions, so he said happily, "Thank you, Grandpa. If it's fast, it can be released in 2 or 3 months." Xiaozheng was stunned. Qin Sun just acquired the company last month, and the game will be released in 2 or 3 months. Then the production of the entire game only took 3 or 4 months. At the beginning, Xia Shujie invested 500 million yuan and spent several years, and the final turnover was a few million. The game Qin Sun made in the past 3 or 4 months. Why does it feel like a scam, like a pop-up web game on a computer? So it all depends on my big opening bonus to make money? Xia Ning smiled bitterly and asked casually, "In addition to the 10 million bonus I gave you, how much money do you estimate this game can make?" Qin Sun heard 10 million, raised his teacup with both hands and gestured to Xiaozheng to drink it all. He put down the teacup and proudly stretched out 2 fingers. The noise of the conversation here attracted the people around, and they all looked over. Xia Shuheo saw Qin Sun's smug face, proudly stretching out 2 fingers, and felt a little funny. The Xia family was truly expanded from a nouveau riche to the prototype of a large consortium under the old man's hands. "What are you talking about? A young boy? Why are you keeping it a secret? What are you pretending to be?" Chapter 1042. It's not easy to make money. Yes, it's not easy. Xiaozheng saw Qin Sun holding up 2 fingers, and he became interested and said, 20 million. My red envelope is 10 million, old Lu's red envelope is 10 million, exactly 20 million. Lu Xiaoquan glanced at Xiaozheng, somewhat annoyed. "I was planning to find a reason to give the red envelope, but now you say it, doesn't it become that you gave it? This bastard is still so cunning even when he is old. Despicable." Qin Sun smiled and shook his head. "Guess again," Lu Xiaoquan said hesitantly. 200 million? As soon as he said it, he found it funny. Earning 300 million in 3 or 4 months. He had never encountered such a good market in his life. Either it was a burst of luck, or he had planned it in advance for a long time. 2 or 3 months. Impossible. Seeing that Qin Sun was still shaking his head, Lu Xiaoquan said with a smile, "You don't just want to make 2 million, do you?" Qin Sun was still shaking his head, and the smile on his face became brighter and brighter, revealing a little bit of arrogance. Xia Shujie stood up and walked over to sit down, trying to ease the relationship with Qin Sun, and spoke. "Good boy, you are ambitious. You want to make 2 billion in 3 or 4 months. You have some of my temper when I was young. I almost made 2 billion in half a year, and finally made 1.6 billion, which is not bad. Now I can laugh every time I think about it. Ha ha ha." He patted Qin Sun's shoulder hard. "Okay, I will give you a red envelope of moderate size when the time comes. I wish your game will sell well." Qin Sun raised 2 fingers, said with a harmless smile on his face, "Thank you, Uncle Jia. But I want to make 20 billion. Make 20 billion within 3 years of the game's release. And then I'll have enough money to marry a wife." His voice was not loud, but his tone was firm. After the release of Genshin Impact on Earth, it took less than 3 years to generate nearly 30 billion in revenue. And it should be able to do well on Blue Star. Then give me a discount, and say 20 billion. Be low-key. Qin Sun was very low-key, but others thought he was crazy. The hall fell silent again. Everyone was silent. 20 billion. 3 or 4 months to develop a game that can earn 20 billion? And earn it within 3 years? An average of 500 to 600 million per month. Bullshit. Xia Shujie was broken, and could no longer laugh. He recalled the humiliating history of investing 500 million and spending 3 years to create a game, but ended up earning a few million. Xia Shujie said with a somewhat aggressive voice. Qin Sun, it's not easy to make games. I invested 500 million to make games, and the final revenue was just tens of millions. It's easy to lose 500 million, but how much cost and time do you have to invest to earn 500 million? According to the income of our group, to earn 500 million. As he spoke, his voice became softer, thinking of the glorious deeds of Qin Sun that Lu Jingyao had boasted to him before. Qin Sun is known as a self-propelled money-printing machine, and his main goal is to get something for free. Marketing is all ideas in his head, and the materials consumed are provided by the client, and he doesn't pay a cent. Singing, composing, writing lyrics are all by himself. Filming, script, editing, soundtrack, he is the male lead, and the female lead is exchanged for songs, and the photography team also borrows songs from other directors. It seems that the cost of making money is really not high, just a few bowls of rice. Suddenly, Xia Shujie felt that he had just raised the bar, and felt that he was riding a tiger, and it was difficult to get off. He sighed, and said embarrassedly, in short, it's not easy to make money. Xia Ning saw his father's embarrassment, and immediately agreed. It's really not easy. Xia Zheng, it's still hard to make the first few 100 million, it'll be easy later. Lu Xiaoquan, how much is too much? I just hope my unpromising children don't squander my family fortune. Times have changed. Money is not as easy to make as before. Qin Sun hesitated and said, well, yes, it's unacceptable. Xia Shujie looked at Qin Sun and wanted to swear. You might as well not agree with me. Although your eyes are clear and sincere, I always feel that you are mocking me from the bottom of your heart. When you fall into trouble one day and borrow money from me, I will charge a high interest rate. Xia Shujie nodded expressionlessly, and said to Qin Sun in a fatherly tone, the profit margins of a small company and a large company are different. Large companies seek stability, while small companies dare to gamble and take a chance. So the profit margins of small companies are sometimes surprisingly high. You don't have enough money now, so you feel relaxed, and you can do whatever you want. When you control a large group like me, you will know how to seek stability, and you will be walking on thin ice step by step. Qin Sun looked like he was willing to learn. Uncle Jia, you've worked hard. Xia Zheng tooted impatiently. Ajay, did you make the money? It wasn't your grandfather's. I'll expand the territory. And you'll just keep it. Xia Shujie's old face turned red for the first time. And he stuttered when he spoke. Dad, I'm educating the younger generation. You're. Alas, it's really a generation gap. Lu Jingyao laughed. And the others laughed for a while, dissolving the awkward atmosphere. Lu Jingyao praised. Xiao Sun is still very ambitious. He started with 20 billion. No matter what the result is, I think this momentum is very good. Then, others gave some unintentional praise. Not bad, not bad. Good job, Qin Sun is good. You are young if you are not frivolous. Qin Sun is at the age of arrogance. I will wait for my brother-in-law to make 20 billion, and give me a red envelope of 100 million. Xia Ning heard these praises. Although she knew they had no ill intentions, her face was still a little hot. It was embarrassing. She saw Qin Sun still holding up 2 fingers proudly, and reached out to press Qin Sun's hand down, whispering, that's enough. Qin Sun put down his hand, with a smile on his face, and silently complained in his heart. You don't believe it. Right? Now you think I'm an idiot. I'll go to Hamiyu to watch them catch up with the progress when I get back. Wait until Genshin Impact is released, and see who is the idiot. Lunch. There is no such big table in the B&B. Everyone is divided into 3 tables and a hall to eat, mainly divided by age and gender. Qin Sun sat at the main table, Xia Ning and her grandmother sat at the same table. After 3 rounds of drinking, Xia Zheng, who was drunk, started to treat Qin Sun as a brother again, and talked about his romantic history when he was young. In particular, he talked about a story where he recited a poem to say goodbye to a girl outside her window. Xia Zheng put his arm around Qin Sun's shoulders, and asked Qin Sun to write a song for him. Qin Sun started to write. Tonight, I came to your window again. How lovely your shadow is on the curtain. I have loved you quietly for so many years. I will leave tomorrow. The room became quiet. Everyone looked at Qin Sun, with a look of surprise on their faces. Grandma Xia Ning stared at Xia Zheng with a smile on her face. Chapter 1043, very explicit, all you like to watch. Xiaozheng had a smile on his face. He shook his head while listening, picked up the chopsticks, and tapped the wine glass for accompaniment. Qin Sun sang more emotionally. Goodbye, my beloved dream girl. I will go far away to find the future. If I return home one day, I will come to your window to tell you my feelings. One song. Xiaozheng clapped his hands vigorously, half closed his eyes, said with a big tongue. Good. Good, very good. It touched my heart right away. That's how I felt at the time. Goodbye, my beloved dream girl. I will go far away. Hee hee. Qin Sun's cheeks were red from drunkenness, and he clapped along, clapping, clapping, clapping. He realized something was wrong. Why don't others cheer? Why are you so unsupportive? Grandma Xiaoning stood up, walked behind Xiaozheng, and gently helped him up, said, Old man, you are drunk. Go back and rest for a while. Xiaozheng shouted. I'm not drunk, but staggered out of the room with Grandma Xiaoning. After a while, several scoldings were faintly heard outside the door. Tell me, who is your beloved? Who is your beloved? Speak. Qin Sun was startled, seeing that everyone was looking at him and shaking their heads and sighing. He knew that he had made trouble. Kong Yang, didn't the old man say goodbye to Grandma? Then how dare you ask me to write a song? You are so brave. It's none of my business. Qin Sun muttered. Oh, I feel dizzy. He slumped down on the table, pretending to be asleep. 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Qin Sun, Xiaoning, Su Luoluo, Qiao Lele, and the other 4 sat in the pavilion outside the B&B for a meeting. Qin Sun didn't care about many things in the company, and always let Xiaoning take care of them. But Xiaoning thought Qin Sun should also know the general situation. She didn't report to Qin Sun because every time she couldn't finish her talk, Qin Sun would make a move. Not serious at all. Su Luoluo reported the situation. Boss Qin, the company's trainees are all signed according to Sister Xiaoning's contract. After the internship period, they will sign a new one. That one has a high penalty. Qin Sun nodded, knowing that this is a common practice of the entertainment company. Recruiting trainees under the banner of Star Dreams and signing contracts with huge penalty fees is to prevent them from jumping jobs that will after becoming famous. However, some unscrupulous companies will force artists to terminate their contracts and then make money by collecting penalty fees. Su Luoluo continued. Mao Qianni and Gao Man have secretly contacted us, saying that the company has given up on them and they want to switch to our company. I wonder if there is any chance for cooperation. Qin Sun smiled helplessly. Mao Qianni's rape of the director is just a rumor in the public. But it is not impossible to clear her name. Her acting skills are good, and she may be useful in the future. But Gao Man has been detained for soliciting prostitution. What can she do at our company? Qiao Lele interrupted. At that time, Gao Man learned that our company was asking trainees to cosplay, and sent us a few of her own cosplay photos. She begged us to give her a meal. She may think you have the ability to revive the dead. Qiao Lele was full of emotion. In the past, it was difficult for her to ask them for autographs. But now they are flattering and trying to please her. In order to make a living, big stars have sent me cosplay photos showing their chests, waists and legs. The world is changing too fast. Everyone knows that Master Qin is a popular person, and those who are close to him are rich. I am a woman who used to work as a plowman, and I haven't read many books. After meeting Master Qin, I have become more successful than those college students in the village. Qin Sun thought about it and shook his head. Forget it. Gao Man is of no value, unless she is willing to change her nationality. I can make a few erotic films for her. Let her become the queen of erotic films. The best wife. Xiaoning coughed and said, That's not necessary. If you do something wrong, you have to accept the punishment. There is no need for us to save her. She wants to make an erotic film. Do you want to be the male lead? Qin Sun? I didn't say that. Su Luoluo smiled secretly and continued. The assistant general manager of Yozu Company was recruited a few days ago. It's someone you know. Mr. Qin. She paused and called out a name briskly. Zhao Shahan. Qin Sun thought about it, but didn't remember. I know him. Su Luoluo's smile froze, and she was somewhat glad that Zhao Shahan was not here. Otherwise, she would be so sad and upset to hear that Mr. Qin didn't remember her. She explained. Mr. Qin. Zhao Shahan is Sun Yangshu's assistant. Qin Sun immediately remembered. He had originally made an announcement with Super Chef to be a guest on stage and show off his skills to the contestants. As a result, on the day of the announcement, He happened to be at Jingcheng University and had a bad reputation for slacking off. So Sun Yanshu called and hinted that he didn't have to fulfill the contract. He was happy to have free time and didn't go on the show. Anyway, the promotion of Fatal Identity has been helped by Mystery K's Deep Eyes. So there is no need to go on the show for exposure. Qin Sun smiled. Is it the girl who looks good when she smiles? Is white? And is a little thin? Su Luoluo said with a hum. Yes. Sister won her interview for us. She didn't use any backdoors and won the position of assistant to the general manager of the grapefruit company with a crushing advantage. Qin Sun nodded. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun with a smile and said, You don't remember her name, but only remember that she looks good when she smiles. Is white. And has a slim figure? Qin Sun. For a moment, he felt the same as old man Xia Zheng and just wanted to sing. The woman down the mountain is a tiger. You must avoid her if you meet her. Qin Sun ignored this and said unhappily, I already have an assistant. Why are you hiring another one for me? Su Luoluo is a little silly. A little dumb. A little stupid. But at least she is diligent. Which is good. Su Luoluo was stunned. Is this what is called praise first, and then criticize? 3 shortcomings set off 1 advantage? This compliment sounds weird. Suddenly, she changed her mind and let it go. Stupid. 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 In fact, it is a shortcoming, which is equal to the advantage of diligence. Xia Ning still smiled and asked, Qin Sun, who is the general manager of Yuzi Film and Television Company? Qin Sun thought about it and slapped his forehead. Boss Xia. I'm sorry. I'm presumptuous. The general manager is you. Xia Ning snorted coldly. Su Luoluo watched the two of them bickering, and his eyes smiled into crescents. This is too good to be true. Su Luoluo continued to report. Boss Qin should be able to return to China in a few days. I just learned from Qin Fanshu that there will be a large-scale anime exhibition nearby tomorrow. And there will be many deadly cosplayers. Sister Lele and I want to learn and teach our trainees when we go back. Boss Qin, do you want to come with us? Qin Sun suspected that Su Luoluo just wanted to eat and drink at public expense, and was hesitant. Xia Ning spoke. Qin Sun, let's go! I've seen the comic exhibition in J Country before. It's very interesting. Qin Sun asked. How is it interesting? Xia Ning, it's very explicit. It's all what you like to see. Qin Sun? Chapter 1044. It's working time now. You should be serious. The next day. Although World War III happened last night, Qin Sun and Xia Ning still got up early, because they were going to a nearby comic exhibition today. After getting Qin Sun's consent yesterday, Su Luoluo used public funds to buy 4 tickets from scalpers at a high price. When Xia Jing learned that they were going to the comic exhibition, she insisted on going, but Xia Ning said that J Country prohibits minors from entering. Qin Sun immediately understood. The comic exhibition in J Country is really big. Yoshi, we must examine them with a critical eye today. In the B&B restaurant, Qin Sun, Xia Ning, Su Luoluo, Qiao Lele are eating at a small square table. Xia Jing showed half of her face behind the wall behind the door, staring at them expressionlessly. That resentment can feed 10 Chu beauties. Qin Fanshu stood by in a kimono and served, coming over from time to change the bone dishes, pour tea, and clean up the residue. Suddenly, Xia Ning took out a red cloth and handed it to Qin Sun and said, This is the red cloth that Grandma gave you. When you go out, tie it on your arm to ward off evil spirits and disasters. She's worried that you'll run into bad luck again when you go out today. Qin Sun took the red cloth that was 2 fingers wide and more than a foot long, and said with a smile, Grandma and my mom must have a lot of topics in common. Xia Ning thought of the 3 red shorts that Ma Shogui gave her, smiled, and lowered her head to continue eating. Qin Sun picked up the red cloth and gestured on his arm, feeling a bit like the discipline committee member of the elementary school student union who was responsible for class hygiene and didn't want to wear it, so he put it in his pocket. I'll put it in my pocket. I've always been a low-key person. I'm afraid of the public's gaze. I don't want to be so conspicuous. As soon as the voice fell, there was a soft sneer. Qin Sun raised his head and looked at Qin Fanshu. Do you have any objections? Qin Fanshu smiled and answered, No. Xia Ning didn't want Qin Sun and Qin Fanshu to quarrel. Sometimes messy feelings will spark in messy quarrels. She said quickly, Put it in your pocket. Eat well. Qin Sun nodded. The few of them ate in silence for a while. Qin Fanshu came over to pour tea. Qin Sun saw her and Xia Ning look at each other and smiled, and suddenly became unhappy, and looked at Xia Ning across the table, and asked, Ning Ning, you smell so good today, did you put on perfume? He knew that Xia Ning didn't have the habit of putting on perfume, and said so deliberately, and was ready to say something after Xia Ning denied it. No! That's your body odor. Deliberately showing affection, asserting sovereignty. Xia Ning swallowed the vegetable leaves in her mouth, and said, No. Just as the voice fell, Qin Sun hadn't spoken yet, Qin Fanshu spoke first. It's the perfume on me. Qin Sun, your nose is so sensitive. The perfume I chose is almost invisible, I just sprayed it twice on my neck. You can't smell it unless you are within 30 centimeters of me. Qin Fanshu poured the tea, and stepped aside with a smile. Qin Sun complained in his heart. You are the only one who talks too much. 30 centimeters? At such a close distance, a big dick can make you pregnant directly with just a little effort. Qin Sun looked at Qin Fanshu with dissatisfaction, turned his head to look at Xia Ning. Xia Ning smiled lightly, put down her chopsticks. I'm full. She stood up and walked to the door, grabbed Xia Jing's mushroom head, and dragged her away. Qin Sun. It was a bad start. Qin Sun and his friends finished their meal quickly. He went upstairs to call Xia Ning, and got into a business car with Su Luoluo and Xiao Lele, preparing to drive to the comic exhibition. This was the car they rented, and the driver was a part-time bodyguard of Xia Zheng. Just after getting in the car, Qin Sun saw Qin Fanshu coming over with a big backpack through the car window. Knocked on the car window, and shouted, I want to go out too. Give me a ride. Qin Sun smiled brightly at Qin Fanshu. And after Qin Fanshu also smiled, he said loudly, Master, drive quickly. Quick! Boom! The car started and drove away. Qin Fanshu's curses could be heard faintly behind him. But they were not very powerful, and were all weak words such as stingy guy, little man, and shameless. Qin Sun saw Qin Fanshu's angry look through the rearview mirror and laughed. Suddenly, Xia Ning's voice with a smile came. Is it fun? Are you happy? Qin Sun turned around, and saw Xia Ning's half-smile on his face. He felt a little overwhelmed and explained. I wanted to praise you when we were eating. Before she finished speaking, Xia Ning smiled and said, No need to explain. I know. She reached out, and patted Qin Sun's shoulder. I believe you. Qin Sun breathed a sigh of relief, laughed, and went to pull Xia Ning's hand. Xia Ning dodged and said, We don't go to the comic exhibition to have fun, but to learn cosplay skills when we promote your game in the future. It's working hours now. You should be serious. Qin Sun? In the middle row of cars, Su Luoluo and Xiao Lele looked at each other, and closed their eyes, and pretended to sleep. The driver looked through the central rearview mirror, feeling a little helpless. He couldn't pretend to sleep while driving. Qin Sun knew Xia Ning was angry, and he could understand. If a man said in front of him that Xia Ning could smell the perfume in his armpits, while others couldn't smell it, he would definitely crush the man's balls on the spot. The car drove along. It was a little quiet in the car. Xia Ning turned her head to look at the scenery outside the window, waiting for Qin Sun to grab her hand again. This time, she would not dodge. She was a woman who would be hypocritical occasionally, but she only allowed herself to be hypocritical once, because she was a strong woman. After a while, she heard Qin Sun's serious voice, asked, Boss Xia, I have never been to a comic convention. I have only seen cosplayers a few times in the school square before. What is a real comic convention like? How can we learn when we go to a comic convention? Xia Ning's heart sank. Boss Xia? Oh, what an official title. You suddenly love your job so much? Inyang me? Xia Ning turned around, smiled at Qin Sun, and explained in a very serious tone with a broadcasting tone. First, let me explain to you what a comic exhibition is. A comic exhibition is an exhibition activity with themes such as animation, games, and culture, integrating exhibition, communication, shopping, and entertainment. The main participants of comic exhibitions include posers, tourists, and photography enthusiasts. At comic exhibitions, participants can fully express themselves and play their favorite characters. Comic exhibitions usually include the sale of anime and game peripherals, competitions, cosplay performances, game activities, stage live performances, guest autographs, etc. Some large-scale events will also invite well-known posers, singers, dancers, etc. as guests of the event to improve the quality of the exhibition. She spoke more and more officially, Like a news anchor. Comic exhibitions not only meet the needs of anime fans, but also promote the development of the animation industry and the dissemination of culture. They are an important part of the development of the animation culture industry. Xia Ning paused, stared into Qin Sun's eyes, and asked with a smile, "Do you understand?" Chapter 1045 Odd Changes. Even remains unchanged. Are you two exchanging secret codes? Qin Sun nodded in astonishment. In fact, he didn't quite understand what singing and dancing meant. A person who sings and dances particularly cheaply? However, when a woman gets angry for no reason, the safest way is to go along with her and keep saying, "Ah, yes, 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 just fine." Xia Ning still had a smile on her face, and continued to explain. As for how you want to learn at the comic exhibition, it's very simple. You just need to look around casually, and if you see a coer who is full of charm and suits your taste, you can take out your phone and take a photo. Qin Sun nodded. Oh, I understand. Xia Ning was startled. She didn't expect that she would only get a 3-word answer after talking for so long. She said in a slightly cold voice, "Qin Sun, let me tell you something. Although those cosplayers are all fair-skinned, beautiful, with good temperament, big breasts, thin waists and long legs, you should be especially careful when you look at others. Just take a look. Don't keep staring. In fact, women are particularly sensitive to men's gazes, especially those that fall on private parts. Don't get yourself into trouble." Qin Sun? He frowned, leaned back on the table and chair, and closed his eyes. Who are you looking down on? My chest muscles are bigger than many girls. How could I possibly stare at someone else's? They're staring at me. Isn't that right? Seeing Qin Sun ignoring her, Xia Ning snorted coldly, turned his head, and looked out the window. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. The car made a sharp turn, and everyone in the car swayed slightly. Xia Ning's right hand stretched to the side, intentionally or unintentionally pressing on the back of Qin Sun's hand, and just as he was about to take it away, Qin Sun grabbed it. She struggled slightly, but failed to break free, and sighed, "Forget it. Who made me weak?" Qin Sun and Xia Ning both leaned back in their chairs with their eyes closed, and their hands gently clasped together. More than an hour later, the car arrived outside a stadium and stopped on the side of the road. Qin Sun and his group got off the car. He looked around and saw that there were already hundreds of people in the square outside the stadium. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, chattering, or they gathered around the stalls selling figurines, lucky bags, and anime peripherals to look at things. Many people had their hair dyed in various colors, but their clothes were all casual clothes. Qin Sun was a little confused. Isn't it a comic exhibition? Is there a special channel for cosplayers? Xia Ning explained. There is a special channel for cosplayers, but there should be many cosplayers here, because comic exhibitions in Country J generally require regular clothes to enter. They have to change clothes after entering. Qin Sun thought of the comic exhibitions in Country C before, and the cosplayers dressed up in costumes on the subway, and guessed that Country C should not have this requirement. He asked, "Why don't you change outside? Wouldn't it save a lot of time and space for changing clothes?" Xia Ning was not sure either, said, "Maybe it's because their cosplayers are too explicit? Is it immoral to change clothes outside and take the subway all the way here?" When Qin Sun heard this, his eyes lit up, like the sun at noon. Is it so explicit? When will this bad social atmosphere reach Country C? Xia Ning noticed the change in Qin Sun's eyes, snorted coldly, took Su Luoluo and Xiao Lele by the hand, and said, "I'll take them to see where they can buy 2 bottles of water. You stay here and don't move." Qin Sun saw Xia Ning was about to leave, realizing that he had just shown his true feelings a little too much, asked, "Is there no water for sale in the venue?" Xia Ning didn't look back. "It's expensive inside." Qin Sun, you are really good at saving money today. Xia Ning and the others left. Qin Sun put his hands in his pockets, and his right hand was holding the piece of red cloth in his trouser pocket. "I'm worried about my love life today. I hope it can really ward off evil and drive away evil." Qin Sun looked left and right to kill time. In less than 5 minutes, several cute girls came to greet him and wanted his contact information. However, he could not understand the Jade language, so he could only smile and say Kong and Ijiwa. The girls gestured with their right hands, chattered, and took out their phones to translate into different languages for Qin Sun to see. Qin Sun was a criminal, and vowed to keep his chastity. He only said Kong and Ijiwa all the time. In the end, the girls could only sigh and leave, leaving behind a sentence full of regret. What a pity. This handsome guy has a communication disorder. Suddenly, Chin Sun heard a female voice behind him saying, "Hey." He turned his head and said habitually, "What the hell?" As soon as he turned around, he saw Qin Fanshu and said unhappily, "Why are you here?" Qin Fanshu was wearing a sports suit, with a camera hanging around his neck and a large black backpack on his back. He was panting. He didn't know if it was because he had just run for a while or was angry. She glanced at Qin Sun with disdain and said, "Do you think you are the only one with a car in the world? My uncle doesn't have a car?" Qin Sun said lightly. "Oh, you are so awesome. What are you doing here?" Qin Fanshu sneered. "You bought your tickets from me, you can come. But I can't." Qin Sun realized that Qin Fanshu was the scalper, and suddenly felt sorry for the money. It would be better to buy a few bags of dog food to feed the dog. He stretched out his hand and said, "Geneva, return the money." Qin Fanshu glared at Qin Sun, walked aside, and was not going to pay attention to him anymore. Qin Sun looked at her back, and suddenly thought of his fate with her. Bah! Hack fate. He had met her too many times, and she did not follow him. It seemed that there was a strange power in the dark. Qin Sun felt uneasy, and suspected that she was really the incarnation of his system. He quickly stepped forward, patted Qin Fanshu on the shoulder, and said, "Wait a minute." Qin Fanshu turned his head and frowned at Qin Sun. "Are you sick?" Qin Sun looked around and asked in a low voice. "Odd numbers change, but even numbers do not change." Qin Fanshu was startled, with a puzzled look on his face, and said hesitantly, "Symbols look at the quadrant?" Qin Sun was shocked. "You really know?" Qin Fanshu saw Qin Sun's exaggerated expression, rolled his eyes at him, and said, "Although I am a liberal arts student, mathematics is a required course. Everyone who has been to high school knows it." Qin Sun was stunned. "Shit. I am in a parallel world. Not an ancient world. There are many people in this world who know this code. This doesn't count." Qin Sun hesitated for a moment, cleared his throat, and imitated the cold mechanical sound of the system. Ding! Qin Fanshu? Qin Sun saw that she was stunned, and thought there was a chance. So he imitated the system sound louder. Ding! Qin Fanshu waved his hands impatiently like he was chasing a dog. "Damn! Idiot!" She turned and left. Qin Sun looked at her back as she walked away, messy in the wind. Suddenly, he heard a sound behind him. Ding! Qin Sun's heart trembled. His heart beat violently, and he turned around immediately. His face fell. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun with a cup of milk tea in each hand, and asked with a smile, "Are you making secret signals with Qin Fanshu?" Qin Sun was overwhelmed. "Drive away evil spirits. Red robe save me." Chapter 1046, Indecent, Indecent. "No. No." Qin Sun smiled awkwardly but politely, and answered with a lack of confidence. Xia Ning glanced behind him. Qin Fanshu's figure had disappeared, and turned her eyes back to Qin Sun's face, and asked, "What are you talking about with her?" Her voice was not loud, with a smile on her face. Qin Sun felt great pressure, and said hesitantly, well, cosplaying." Xia Ning, "Ah? Artist, what else are you going to cosplay today?" She stared into Qin Sun's eyes, wanting to see what nonsense he could come up with. Qin Sun hesitated for a moment, and sighed, "I'm cosplaying as an idiot." Xia Ning was slightly startled, smiled faintly, and handed over a cup of milk tea. "It looks like it." Qin Sun, "How presumptuous. Time is up, you can enter." Su Lulu asked Qin Fanshu for VIP tickets, and they could enter through the VIP channel. And they walked into the venue. Qin Sun looked around, and found that it was a huge venue. There were some stages built in various places in the venue, and some booths were surrounded by a lot of peripherals, and even tall puppets and mechas. Some game booths prepared game experience areas for tourists to play. In the open space around the scattered booths, many cosplayers found their own positions, and posed in various ways to attract the audience, especially photographers and reporters. Many of them were unknown cosplayers, enthusiasts, and different from those who could make money at the booths. Their main point was to spend their own money for love. Qin Sun wandered around casually under Xia Ning's guidance, looking here and there, as more and more visitors came in. The venue became noisy. The booths were getting louder and louder. using all kinds of tricks to attract visitors. Some stages had hosts mumbling something. Some stages had cosplayers performing. Some stages had singers singing. Some stages had girls dancing. They were young and beautiful. And very lively. Chin-sun sipped milk tea and wandered in the crowd, looking around. And he was almost too busy. The cosplay in Japan is really very explicit. Some show their legs. Some show their breasts. Some wear bikinis. Some wear semi-transparent clothes. Some pretend to accidentally expose their nipples to make the audience scream. The cosplayers are very hardworking. And the photographers are also very perverted. When they see a good-looking girl, who is explicit enough, they will surround her and take photos non-stop. Some people stand on tiptoes and take photos of the girl's cleavage from top to bottom. Some people lie on the ground and take photos of the girl's skirt from bottom to top. In addition to the female cosplayers showing off their charm, there are also many male cosplayers showing off their coolness. I don't know if they are wearing wigs or dyeing their hair, but the big boys are always posing in character costumes. The most popular male cosplayers are those who are shirtless, showing off their muscular bodies, and posing in various cool poses. These people always make the female tourists around scream. Some of the brave ones go up to take photos, and their hands are not honest enough to rub the washboard-like abdominal muscles. Chin-sun shook his head and complained. Why don't men like this just sell ditch goods? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Xia Ning stabbing him. Are you jealous that he is tall, handsome, white, a perfect girl harvester? Chin-sun was startled, and turned to look at Xia Ning. No wonder she was so quiet today, and didn't take the initiative to introduce me. It turns out that she is still angry about the secret code between Qin Fa Shu and me? I didn't expect that she is also a cosplayer and cosplayed a stingy guy. Chin-sun was not convinced and said, that man is all dead muscles. There is no sense of strength to spray. If I take off my clothes, let this group of girls see my figure. You will know what is the real girl harvester in the scream. Xia Ning didn't look at Chin-sun, drink milk tea, said it's salty or not. Oh, then you take off? Chin-sun was stunned. Don't pleasure. I don't take off. I want to get rid of you. He held back and didn't say it. Drink a large mouthful of milk tea. Keep strolling. As Chin-sun was walking, he suddenly saw 3 cosplayers, 2 men and 1 woman, performing a situational drama not far away. The woman was wearing a black hip skirt, and her long legs were more upright than Chin-sun's. She pushed a man, shouting Yamidi. Beside the couple, there was a man sighing. Chin-sun was stunned, and turned to Xia Ning. Incompetent husband, indulgent boss, rebellious wife. Can you cosplay this? You don't want your husband to know about performing in public, right? Isn't this illegal? Xia Ning glanced over there, and shook her head. I don't know. She was telling the truth, but Chin-sun felt that she didn't want to pay attention to him. Chin-sun snorted coldly, decided not to put up with the cold but he walked in front, no longer deliberately accommodating the pace of the 3 women, walking around and looking around, but found that they could always keep up. Xia Ning had a blank expression, looking here and there. Su Luoluo and Xiao Lele kept taking out their mobile phones to take pictures here and there, and then whispered to each other, making a burst of obscene laughter like silver bells. Su Luoluo often took advantage of Chin-sun's pause to squeeze into the crowded place to take pictures. These scalper tickets were not cheap. In order to get them reimbursed smoothly, she decided to take 1,000 pictures today to avoid being suspected of embezzling company money to satisfy her own desires. Chin-sun walked forward while drinking milk tea. He looked at a place where a female cosplayer was dancing with a sword. Her dancing was not pretty, but her skirt often fluttered, which also attracted a group of people to cheer. Chin-sun shook his head and complained. I dare not look at this. I dare not look at this. It is immoral. It is immoral. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. This. Chin-sun looked at another place, and saw a female cosplayer, who looked evil and dirty. The girl's facial expression was distorted. She stuck out her tongue. She kept baring her teeth and claws, and a humming sound came out of her throat. Chin-sun felt sick. What is this cosplay? I really want to slap her, but I'm afraid she will enjoy it more and more. Chin-sun had been walking around for more than an hour, and was a little tired of the aesthetics. He found that there was nothing to see. The really good cosplayers were performing on the stage. There were some talented wild cosplayers off the stage, but not many. Most of them were those who relied on their cleavage to attract attention. If it weren't for the legal restrictions, some people would definitely run naked in the venue. The huge venue was full of hormones. Qin Sun turned to look at Xia Ning, and saw that she had no expression on her face, so he looked at Su Luoluo and Xiao Lele, and asked, Su Lele, I heard that the cosplayer circle is very chaotic. How chaotic is it? Chapter 1047 How can a man give up his dignity for money? Su Luoluo did not answer, but pursed her lips. She didn't know if the cosplay circle was chaotic or not. For a moment, she felt that she was not a good enough assistant, and she didn't do a background check before coming. There was a whole night. Xiao Lele had done many part-time jobs, and had more experience, and helped Su Luoluo out, and said in a low voice, Master Qin, cosers often say that it is the people who are chaotic, not the circle, and they use this sentence to whitewash themselves. But this sentence is like being untainted in the entertainment industry, and not many people actually believe it. This circle is indeed quite chaotic. Qin Sun became interested, stepped forward and said, Tell me more about it. Xiao Lele quietly pointed to a short man not far away. He was holding a camera that looked very expensive, instructing a girl to pose in various ways, and taking pictures non-stop. Master Qin, did you see that short guy? He doesn't look good, right? But he can trick many girls into sleeping with the camera in his hand. Actually, it's not a lie. People like them usually speak very nicely, and take pictures professionally. I will definitely add the girl's contact information later, and send it to the girl after editing the pictures. That's the bait. The girl liked the pictures very much, posted them on social platforms, and was sought after by fans. And her vanity was satisfied. When she wants to take pictures again, she will contact the photographer. But private photos are very expensive. After a few times, she will pay for it with her body. Qin Sun looked at the short man, and found that he really took out his phone and added the girl, and then walked to the next place. Cast a wide net, catch more fish. The king of cannonballs in Japan. Qin Sun took a sip of milk tea and sighed. Alas, I chose the wrong major. Xia Ning had been listening with her ears perked up beside her, and she listened with great interest. When she heard Qin Sun say this, a mouthful of milk tea choked in her throat. She coughed a few times, turned her head to look at Qin Sun, and snorted. Huh? Su Luoluo was shocked, and covered her mouth with both hands. Xiao Lele didn't dare to speak. Qin Sun was indifferent, and grinned at Xia Ning. Can you still abuse me in public today? Hearing the word domestic violence, Xia Ning remembered the domestic violence wedding photos she and Qin Sun took in the photo studio. She felt a little warm in her heart, and didn't bother with him. Qin Sun looked at Xiao Lele, and said with a smile, Lele, you know a lot. Xiao Lele saw Su Luoluo handling various affairs of the company these days, collecting materials with the computer, making tables, and doing all kinds of PTT very skillfully. She was very envious, and felt even more inferior. At this time, she felt a little embarrassed when she was praised by Qin Sun. I haven't read any books. Qin Sun consoled. Knowledge of the world is learning. And understanding of human nature is writing. Your life experience is enough to write several books. Besides, who doesn't forget most of the knowledge learned in school books 2 or 3 years after graduation? Whatever you learn, it doesn't matter. At this point, he thought of a famous person on Earth, who had poor academic performance in the first year of high school, and was held back for a year, and ended up failing 7 courses. He simply dropped out of school. His highest level of education was only junior high school. Later, he wrote a best-selling book and became famous at a young age. A few years later, he became a racing champion, and the only annual champion in the history of professional racing in Country C in both track and rally. A few years later, he became a director with a box office of 6 billion. He even released 2 song albums secretly. If he was hung up and tortured one day, he would say that he had a system. Cheating starts from dropping out of school, and no one would doubt it. Xiao Lele was comforted by Qin Sun, and felt that he was not so unbearable in front of Su Luoluo. She was happy, and continued to talk about the chaos in the cosplay circle. Master Qin, I also know that there are many cases of paid dating in the cosplay circle. And there are even special pimps, who introduce business to cosplayers. They will also add the cosplayer's contact information at the comic exhibition, and pull them into the water openly or secretly. They will have a price list, and clearly mark the price for each cosplayer. Not only women, but also men. Especially those men with good figures will be favored by rich women, such as the girl harvester that Sister Xia Ning mentioned just now. He may not want to harvest girls. He may want to harvest rich women. Jin Sun thought of Xia Ning's praise for the male cosplayer's tall, handsome and fair appearance, and said with a look of contempt on his face, "How despicable. How can a man give up his dignity for money? I, Qin, would never sell my body even if I starved to death, or even if I did somersaults in the toilet. Men should be strong." Xia Ning glanced at Jin Sun and said, "Don't be so confident." Jin Sun snorted. "TSK." Xia Ning was stunned. "TSK." Jin Sun hit back. "TSK." Xia Ning was not convinced. "TSK." The two of them went back and forth. "TSK. TSK. TSK." Xiao Lele and Su Luoluo looked at each other, and both smiled secretly. Jin Sun and Xia Ning argued for a while, and finally Xia Ning shut up and fought back. Xia Ning was speechless, a little unconvinced, and moved his lips twice, but did not speak. Too childish. Jin Sun was very proud, and subconsciously picked up the milk tea to drink. He took a breath of air and realized that he had finished such a big cup of milk tea. He looked at the milk tea cup in Xia Ning's hand, and only drank 1/5 of it. Suddenly, he felt his bladder was slightly swollen, and he had to urinate. So he said, "I'm going to the toilet. Does anyone want to go with me?" Xia Ning half squinted his eyes, and spoke in a bad tone. "You, a grown man, invite a bunch of girls to the bathroom? Is this appropriate? You want to go to the ladies' room?" Jin Sun handed the cup of milk tea to Su Luoluo. "Don't move, wait for me here." He looked around and saw the route sign, turned around and left, saying something with his back to Xia Ning. "TSK. Xia Ning? I fuck." Jin Sun followed the sign and walked through the crowd, seeing the passage to the bathroom not far away, quickened his pace. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a message on his cell phone ringing several times in a row, and took out his cell phone to check. It was a WeChat message from Xia Ning. "TSK. TSK. TSK." Jin Sun smiled, and lowered his head to reply. "TSK. TSK. TSK." Xia Ning immediately replied. "TSK." The two of them exchanged messages, and never tired of it. Jin Sun lowered his head, and competed with Xia Ning in hand speed. He kept an eye on the road conditions, walked into the aisle, saw a person in front of him, and looked up. He found the back of a male cosplayer wearing Chinese shrouds, actually cosplaying a zombie from Country C, and secretly praised him. Tasteful. When he looked up, Jin Sun heard the constant sound of WeChat messages on his phone, and cursed himself in his heart. How can you be distracted when fighting? You're getting bullied. He lowered his head, and replied to the messages frantically, and followed the zombie's footsteps with the corner of his eyes, as he walked towards the toilet. After a while, they entered the toilet one after the other. Women's toilet. Chapter 1048. In the women's restroom. Jin Sun lowered his head, and typed frantically. The battle was so intense that he even forgot to go to the restroom. He stood there, devoting himself to the battle. I don't know how long it took. The sound of flushing water, and the sound of the door opening distracted him. Jin Sun felt the urge to pee. He typed back with his left hand, his right hand reached for his crotch and unzipped it, glancing at the restroom from the corner of his eye, trying to find a urinal to take out his dick and shoot. The result? What a crappy restroom, there's not even a urinal. This comic exhibition is so unprofessional, there's not even a urinal installed. Which can save space to a great extent. Jin Sun wanted to go into the cubicle to pee, just raised his head, and met a pair of panicked eyes. It's Qin Fangshu again. Qin Fangshu's eyes were covered with thick dark circles, his face was painted white, she was wearing Chinese shrouds, and a hat on her head, playing like a zombie. She stared at Jin Sun in shock, and her eyes slowly moved down, and landed on Jin Sun's hand holding the zipper of his pants. Jin Sun felt the back of his hand getting hot, and was stunned for a moment. Quiet. Quiet. So quiet. Only the WeChat message notification sound kept ringing. Xia Ning took advantage of the situation to launch a fierce attack. Jin Sun pulled the zipper up suddenly, and said, Qin Fangshu, are you a pervert? Why do you, a girl, want to dress up as a male zombie? And you're staring at other people's crotches? Qin Fangshu saw that he was the first to complain, and didn't tolerate him. It's not illegal for me, a woman, to dress up as a zombie, but it's illegal for you, a man, to go into the women's restroom. You, a big shot, don't love yourself so much? You like to follow people around, like to peep? Jin Sun was speechless, and had a headache. It doesn't matter if it's a big star or not. But strictly speaking, Before the judicial process is completed, I am now a criminal. If I enter the women's restroom when my identity is sensitive, if someone calls the police, I will most likely be locked up again. If I cause any trouble, it really causes pressure from both Country C and Country J to let some criminal investigation experts in. That would be a big problem again. Chin-sun heard a burst of girls' laughter at the door of the restroom, and knew that a group of people were coming in. He glared at Chin Fanshu. Don't talk nonsense. Chin Fanshu? What the hell is your attitude? Chin-sun ignored her, went into the cubicle, locked the door, and prepared to quietly leave after the group of girls finished using the restroom. In the cubicle, Chin-sun heard the girls talking and laughing outside, and took a look at his phone, and found that his WeChat account had been flooded with messages from Xiaoning. He didn't want to reply, and stood there, and heard the voices outside still, and sighed. Since it's here, let's make the best of it. He lifted the toilet seat, and prepared to pee, and put his hand on the zipper on his crotch and hesitated again. The sound of peeing while standing is different from that of peeing while squatting. Will I be exposed? Chin-sun hesitated for 3 seconds, and made up his mind. Fuck you. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. Show yourself. Baby! He suddenly unzipped his pants, took out his dick and shot. After Chin-sun finished peeing, he turned to the door, and listened to the noise outside. He heard the girls outside chatting, and Chin Fanshu's voice was among them. Although she spoke in J language, Chin-sun knew it was the voice of this slutty woman. The voice was full of superiority. Did this woman not leave yet? Waiting outside the door to see her make a fool of herself? Chin-sun listened for a while, and simply sat on the toilet and waited. Suddenly, he saw a mess of sentences written in marker on the door of the toilet. It should be something like "I was here" left by a cosplayer. It was almost entirely in Japanese, with only one sentence in English. You can kill me, but cannot F*** me. At the end of this sentence, there was a small signature. QFS. Chin-sun guessed that these 3 letters were the abbreviation of Chin Fanshu. He had added Chin Fanshu's WeChat before, when he directed the graduation party. He took out his phone, and sent Chin Fanshu a message. You're not leaving yet? Soon. Chin Fanshu replied. You followed me to the toilet. I haven't settled the score with you yet. How are you going? Chin-sun frowned, slapped the English sentence on the door panel, and sent it to her, preparing to threaten her. You are a university teacher. Why would you leave such a dirty sentence like "a man can be killed, but not allowed to enter here"? Outside the door, Chin Fanshu was chatting with 4 or 5 other cosplayers, while looking at her phone, and was startled when she saw the message from Chin-sun. A man can be killed, but not allowed to enter? It's quite appropriate, and even faithful, expressive and elegant. Chin Fanshu replied. Not written by me. Soon, she received a reply from Chin-sun. QFS is not Chin Fanshu. Is it to cure rheumatism or to be coquettish? Chin Fanshu's face turned cold. She put away her phone, and said to the other cosplayers in J language. Sisters, everyone calm down slowly. I just saw a very strange person in this cubicle. I don't know what he is cosplaying. Maybe he is also an alternative cosplayer. However, she is always reluctant to come out. Seems to be a little afraid of people. Let's go outside, wait for her to come out, and then jump in to catch her. Then we will have a competition with her. The other girls became excited. It is exciting to meet a perverted cosplay. They cooperated well, chatting while walking out. Hide behind the wall behind the door. After a while, the sound of the door opening was heard in the toilet. A plump girl took the lead, jumped out from behind the wall, and rushed into the toilet, excitedly yelling at Chin-sun. Chin-sun stepped back, avoiding the impact of a flesh bomb, and was stunned. Fuck, I fell into the trap. This damn Chin Fanshu. Then, Chin-sun saw Chin Fanshu and 4 or 5 girls in cosplay costumes walking in quickly. They stared at each other. The toilet was quiet for a moment, and then, there were bursts of screams. Chin-sun's eardrums were hurt by the shock, and he frowned and looked at the group of people opposite. Bo Gang had a look of fear on his face. His hands were tightly clasped in front of his chest, squeezing out a large piece of his chest that was wrapped in clothes, trembling whitely, and mumbling something in his mouth. Chin Fanshu translated on the side, saying, She said you were a peeping Tom. Chin-sun glanced at Bo Gang's greasy chest. Peeping? If you don't squeeze me, I can't see so much. I think you are an exhibitionist. What's there to see when you are fat and greasy? The big breasts of skinny people are art, and the big breasts of fat people are just containers. Suddenly, another skinny girl in a short skirt covered her face with her hands, thighs were clamped together, and her legs were splayed outward and kept moving backwards, and she was mumbling something. Chin-sun felt that it sounded familiar, like the lines in some short movies. Qin Fangshu translated. She said, "You are so perverted, she is so scared. Please don't be rough with her in the bathroom." Chapter 1049 The Wrong Man. The excited woman. The melon-eating zombie Chin-sun looked at the girl, who was covering her face and walking backwards with her back turned, and frowned. Covering her face and squeezing her legs together? She was cosplaying Shuang here. "Can I still see your panties when I stand?" Just now, someone was lying on the ground in the exhibition hall and took a camera to shoot your skirts. And you didn't even scream. Now you are pretending to be innocent here? Bullying me for not bringing a camera. And being violent? Can I feed you shit in the toilet? In the toilet. The girl screamed back and forth for a while, and gradually quieted down. The chubby girl walked up to Chin-sun, pointed at his nose, and asked loudly. Qin Fangshu translated with a smile. She said, "Why did you follow us into the women's restroom with a lecherous look?" Chin-sun looked at the girls staring at him, with angry or scared expressions on their faces, as if each of them was a victim of indecent assault. He said helplessly, "I came in first. Sisters, I came in first. Can we have a first come, first served basis?" The 5 girls looked at Qin Fangshu, and after she translated Chin-sun's words, the chubby girl said something else. Several girls giggled for a while. Qin Fangshu laughed a few times, translated. She said, "Why did you go to the women's room? Did you want to peek? Did you not want to take secret photos? Did you hide a pinhole camera? Do you have a fetish, and want to steal the sanitary napkins of these sweet girls, or steal our used toilet paper?" Chin-sun was stunned. Is this what a person can say? Bloody sanitary napkins, used toilet paper, why would I steal them? Use sanitary napkins to make mouthshuang? Frame the used toilet paper and hang it in the living room, to open the eyes of the guests? Chin-sun glanced at everyone, said coldly, "You can kill me, but cannot f*** me. This is a simple English sentence. Anyone with a junior high school level can understand it." The girls present heard it clearly, but they could not understand exactly what Chin-sun meant. Qin Fangshu was stunned. She did not expect him to answer in his own words. She translated it to the other girls in Jade language. The general meaning was, "This peeping Tom said that you can call the police directly, but you cannot slander him as a super pervert." After hearing this, the girls burst into laughter. Many of them often hang out in nightclubs, and were not surprised by a man appearing in the women's restroom. Nor were they afraid. However, they always had to be hypocritical in front of outsiders. Who is not a weak woman who is afraid of perversion? Chin-sun lowered his head slightly, and walked forward, ready to leave this place of trouble. But Redundant opened his fat arms to block him. Redundant mumbled something. The other girls also lined up, blocking Chin-sun's way. As they came in large numbers, they became bolder. They had come to the venue to play, and it was so interesting to meet a handsome pervert in the restroom. How could they let him go so easily? They could tease him from the moral high ground. What if he was willing to pay with their bodies? The girls looked at Chin-sun unscrupulously, seeing that he was handsome. Some unrealistic fantasies emerged in their heads. Qin Fangshu stepped forward and translated what Redundant had said. She said, "Do you think this is a men's restroom? Come when you want. Leave when you want." Chin-sun knew he was in the wrong, and he couldn't say anything back. His heart sank. Damn it! It will be on the hot search again tomorrow. See country's super popular idol Chin-sun raided the women's restroom, and was thrown to the ground by the Devil Bow gang. This is more serious than killing people. Many netizens can accept idol's reputation being ruined in the bathing city, but they can't accept it being ruined in the women's restroom. This is a perverted pervert engraved in the bones. Disgusting. It's really fucking disgusting. Chin-sun didn't say anything. Redundant stepped forward, took out his mobile phone, and said something with a smile. Qin Fangshu translated. She said, "Are you going to invite us, the victims, to the coffee shop to apologize, or are you going to talk to the police?" Chin-sun heard. Call the police, his brows furrowed even deeper. At this critical moment, even if the house collapsed, it would be fine. But calling the police is absolutely not an option. If the house collapsed, I could go behind the scenes, or even stop making money in the entertainment industry. But if I go to jail again, I might have to uncover the truth about Kato Mizukin's death. To avoid decades of imprisonment, I can only hope that the system will allow me to break the void and become the master of Blue Star. Qin Fangshu saw that Qin Sun didn't say anything, and said with a smile, Qin Sun, you have a good relationship with women. They seem to be very greedy for your body. Invite them to drink a few cups of coffee, and let them touch your chest muscles a few times, and you will definitely get a piece of meat. Qin Sun frowned and stared at Qin Fangshu, and said, a gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. Qin Fangshu gave a thumbs up. You have guts. 6. Qin Sun asked coldly. Do you know what Tony's mother's name is? Qin Fangshu. What's her name? Qin Sun. Tony's mom. Qin Fangshu. Wait for death. She took a step back, folded her hands in front of her chest, looked at Qin Sun coldly, prepared to be a zombie who watched the fun and didn't mind the trouble. Suddenly, Qin Sun saw a person with silver hair and a fancy cosplay costume walk into the toilet. When this man came in and saw many people surrounding Qin Sun, he exclaimed, what? He had heavy makeup on his face, but it couldn't hide his manliness. Not to mention that he had a walnut-sized Adam's apple on his neck. This was a little boy with little talent. He squeezed into the toilet. Qin Sun was stunned to see the girls make way for the boy, watching him enter the cubicle to urinate, and then leave the toilet openly. He suddenly realized that he seemed to be too cautious just now. People here are very open-minded. No one really lies on the toilet partition to peek at other people's buttocks. Who would call the police? Even if they saw it, they would not necessarily call the police, unless they reached out and touched someone's butthole. I should just leave. My good habit of obeying the law and not running red lights when crossing the road since I was a child has ruined me. It's not easy to get away now. Qin Sun took a step forward tentatively, but saw the fat girl took a step forward, and her huge chest almost hit him. The other girls also opened their hands to stop him. Qin Sun looked embarrassed, in a dilemma. Damn, is it because I didn't tie the red rope given by Xia Ning's grandmother on my arm that I encountered such a weird thing? The wrong man, the excited woman, the zombie eating melons. Qin Sun's eyes swept across the faces of the girls and asked, why can that man just go to the toilet and leave here, but I can't? The girls turned to look at Qin Fangshu. After Qin Fangshu finished translating, Ridden Dun said something in a gibberish, and the other girls smiled and nodded. Qin Sun looked at Qin Fangshu. Qin Fangshu snorted coldly, translated. They said, the guy just now is a cosplayer and is one of us, so what's wrong with him using the restroom? They often go to the men's restroom. And you're just a tourist. How can you be compared with that male cosplayer just now? Chapter 1050. Who is not a cosplayer? Cosplayers are okay? I am not. We are all men. But just because he is a little bit feminine, you treat him differently? Qin Sun looked at many girls, and 1,000 horses ran through his mind. Qin Fangshu saw Qin Sun didn't say anything, knowing that his patience was running out, and didn't dare to force him. She saw Qin Sun raise a black bear, and hit someone with her own eyes, suggested. Qin Sun, how about, you make some perverted and obscene expressions, say you are cosplaying a peeping Tom, they will let you go. After all, just now you were there, when I went to the toilet. If I don't call the police, what does it have to do with them? You stick out your tongue and cosplay a pervert, I will let you go. Qin Sun stared at Qin Fangshu, without saying a word. Qin Fangshu felt bad, and gave in again. Then you should at least apologize for what you said to me just now. And say sorry. Otherwise, I will be unwilling to let you go like this. She saw Qin Sun's lips move slightly, guessed that he was going to apologize, and felt that it was too easy to let him go. So she spoke first. Qin Sun, you must sincerely say, Sister Qin Fangshu. I'm sorry. I will never dare to follow you or spy on you again. Qin Sun closed his slightly open mouth. His eyes became cold, and said, you can kill me, but cannot F*** me? This sentence can also be translated like this. You can ride on my neck and shit, but you can't ask me for paper. Qin Fangshu was stunned. He translated this sentence into a flower. One moment, a gentleman can be killed, but not penetrated. The next moment, you can ride on my neck and shit, but you can't ask for paper. As expected of a poet, it is appreciated by both the refined and the popular. Qin Sun stared at Qin Fangshu's eyes in silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Qin Fangshu was afraid that Qin Sun would hit her, so she quietly stepped aside and made a gap, which meant that you could leave. Qin Sun did not appreciate it, and said in a deep voice, I broke into the women's restroom by myself, and I have to get out by my own ability. He slowly reached into his pocket and took out a red cloth strip, slowly covered his eyes, and wrapped it around his head. Then, he took off his shirt and threw it on the ground, revealing a body as perfect as a sculpture, with smooth lines of muscles. Who is not a cosplayer? A girl screamed in the restroom. They were all excited. Their eyes were unscrupulously scanning Chin Sun's chest muscles, abdominal muscles, and biceps. If their eyes could have warmth, Chin Sun would probably be roasted by them. The girls' eyes finally fell on Chin Sun's waistband. Their eyes were full of expectation, as if they wanted to see the world. Chin Fanshu looked at Chin Sun blankly, turned his head away, and said with a hot face, "Chin Sun, what are you doing? I'm not stopping you from leaving. Why did you suddenly take off your clothes?" Chin Sun's eyes were covered with a red cloth, which was not too thick, so he could vaguely see the surroundings. "I am also a cosplayer now. Can I leave now?" Chin Fanshu was startled, turned her head, and looked Chin Sun up and down, and asked, "What did you cosplay?" Although she was not a hardcore player in the cosplay circle, she was familiar with various characters. She had never seen a character like Chin Sun with a red cloth covering his eyes and bare arms. Chin Sun said coldly, "Blind monk." "Chin Fanshu? Blind monk?" Her eyes fell on the top of Chin Sun's head, looking at his thick black hair that seemed to never go bald, and asked, "Blind monk should be a monk, right?" Chin Sun raised his hand to stroke his hair. "Flower monk. Chin Fanshu?" Chin Sun looked at Chin Fanshu and spoke a line clearly. "Blindness does not affect my pursuit of the enemy at all, because I can smell the stench on you." He walked out of the toilet with his weak vision. After walking 2 steps, he saw the girl who was blocking the way in front of him shyly making way. So he quickened his pace and walked out. Chin Sun walked briskly, vaguely saw some people coming towards him in the corridor, and also flexibly dodged, causing them to exclaim. He thought about going outside quickly to blend into the crowd, and then taking off the cloth strip and leaving this place of trouble. Horrible. So terrible. The woman at the foot of the mountain is a tiger. You must avoid her if you meet her. Chin Sun walked for a while, heard a burst of hurried footsteps and discussions behind him, and looked back. Vaguely, he saw a large group of people following him. Ro Dun Dun was talking in front. Chin Fanshu's voice came. "Chin Sun," she said, "she had never seen a cosplayer like you, suspected you were pretending to be a cosplayer, and wanted to follow you to see your performance. If she is not satisfied with your performance, she will still call the police." Chin Sun paused, took a deep breath, turned around and walked out quickly. After a while, they walked into the venue. Chin Sun heard Redundant and a few girls chattering. Cosplayers, photographers, and tourists nearby were attracted and slowly gathered around. Chin Sun noticed that some male cores were standing in the front, blocking him intentionally or unintentionally, and there was some provocation in their actions. His steps became slower and slower. Seeing that there was no way around, he clenched his fists tightly. Chin Fanshu's voice came from behind. "It's none of my business. Don't hit me. It's this plump girl who keeps calling others to come and see you. She was praising you just now. She said that you have full sexual tension and overflowing hormones. And you are a C country who came all the way to participate in this comic exhibition, just to crush the J country male cosplayers. Tell them who is the strongest man on the blue planet." Chin Sun stopped, turned his head to look at Redundant, and she was so scared that she raised her phone and shouted something, as if she was threatening to call the police. He took a deep breath and cursed in his heart. "I am so lucky. No wonder people say ugly people are weird. This devil Bo gang even knows how to flatter me. He even used such a childish term as the strongest man on the blue planet. He is indeed a fan of the second dimension. I am afraid I can't leave if I don't show my skills today." Chin Sun stood in place, slowly raised his hands and spread them out, suddenly made a Bajiquan starting posture, and said in a deep voice, "I will use my hands to make your dream come true." He has a muscular body, handsome martial arts posture, and a deep and magnetic voice. This move immediately caused a burst of screams from girls and sneers from men. They were mumbling their opinions. Chin Fanshu translated. "Most girls praised you for being handsome, good-looking, sexy, and wanted you. Most men called you pretentious, showy, a slut, and disgusting." Chin Sun ignored them and prepared to run away after finishing a set of boxing. Without saying a word, He started to practice Bajiquan. Each move was fierce. Bajiquan is a boxing style that emphasizes practicality rather than being ornamental. It doesn't look graceful, but everyone can see the power of Qin Sun's punches and kicks. The crowd surrounding Qin Sun immediately retreated, fearing that they would be accidentally injured. The human circle became larger and larger. Qin Sun said a few lines from time to time in between punching. Control yourself. Control the enemy. If violence is not for killing, it will be meaningless. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turn back now. Amitabha. I will save the donor now. Qin Sun's boxing skills are fierce, and he dances with the wind, like a galloping beast. There are waves of cheers and scolding around. Photographers, tourists, and cosplayers all took photos of Qin Sun. Not far away, Xia Ning waited for Qin Sun for a long time, but never saw him. Suddenly, she saw people gathered in a big circle a few dozen meters away, as if they were watching a wonderful performance. She sent a WeChat message to Qin Sun. We are not here anymore. We are going to watch the performance. It is the one with the most people watching. You will definitely see it when you come out. We will meet there. Chapter 1051. What's the matter? You want to be on the list of must-eats for rich women in Country J? Xia Ning took Su Luoluo and Xiao Lele to the crowd. Find a place with few people and look inside. For a moment, the three of them were stunned, and their jaws dropped. In the middle of the crowd, Qin Sun was blindfolded, shirtless, and punching vigorously. He was like the most popular duck in the White Horse Club, causing the girls around him to scream again and again. Xia Ning's face turned cold. No wonder you didn't reply to my WeChat. You came here to play cosplay? Boxing? Wrapping your eyes with a red cloth, and wearing bare chest. Who said that men can't give up their dignity for money? Who said that they would rather starve to death, or jump off a mountain, than sell their bodies? Who said that men should be strong? You turned around, and took off all your clothes, showing off in front of a group of women? No wonder you told us not to move. You were worried that we would find you here. What? You want to be on the must-eat list of rich women in J Country? Su Luoluo looked at Qin Sun with her mouth wide open. After she realized what was going on, she squeezed forward, took out her phone, and filmed him. In the camera, Qin Sun threw a punch, and said a line in a deep voice. It's my duty. Su Luoluo nodded like pecking rice. Yes. Yes. Yes, I am Mr. Qin's assistant. It is indeed my duty to record Mr. Qin's highlights. Xiao Lele quietly took out his mobile phone, and raised it high to shoot Qin Sun. Suddenly he saw Xia Ning turned his head to look at him, and then quietly put away the phone, revealing an awkward smile. I'm used to chasing stars. Actually, Master Qin is quite handsome. Professional habit, professional habit. Xia Ning had no expression on his face, and was a little helpless. Except for me. All the other girls present should be very happy. Right? I didn't spend a penny, and I saw everything. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, and saw that his muscular lines were fully displayed with his boxing movements, showing the sunshine beauty of a man. A trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes. This is shameful to watch. This is immoral. This is outrageous. Xia Ning was too lazy to watch it anymore, and turned to see the reactions of the onlookers. Almost everyone present was taking pictures with their mobile phones. The girls' eyes were full of peach blossoms, and some people were so excited that they stamped their feet. The male cosplayer had a complicated expression, with envy and jealousy in his eyes. The discussion kept pouring into Xia Ning's ears. She had never felt that the J language was so harsh before. Wow, this cosplayer is so handsome, and has a great body. He seems to be really good at kung fu. I really want to be abused by him. It must be so cool. He looks very strong, and his core strength is very strong. I wonder who he used all his strength on. Excellent, excellent. Xia Ning frowned slightly, and heard the other girls around her discussing. This person seems to be Qin Sun? Qin Sun? Is he the suspect who was reported in the news a few days ago for the brutal murder of Kato Mizukin? Is he so handsome? He is even more handsome in person than in the photo. Ah, I love him so much. Before, I was speaking up for Kato Mizukin online. Now it seems, I have wronged Qin Sun. He must be innocent. Ah! 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 I really want to have a relationship with him. How can someone be so handsome? Xia Ning let out a deep breath and cursed in her heart. A bunch of nymphomaniacs whose values are determined by their appearance. While scolding them, she seemed to have forgotten that she was the one who had been running around and preparing various means to exonerate Qin Sun. It is a virtue to sacrifice one's relatives for the sake of justice. But she couldn't do it. Xia Ning turned her head and looked around, and saw a male cosplayer, who was also shirtless, and full of huge tendon meat rudely squeezed into the crowd. He looked for a while, and said to the onlookers beside him, "This man's muscles seem very strong to you, but in the eyes of us professionals, he is just a little chicken that can be lifted up at will." He stretched out his hand and pressed on the shoulder of a big boy next to him, slightly exerting force, making him scream in pain. "Feel my strength? I'll go in and make him look bad, and let you know what muscle is." Xia Ning frowned when she heard this. "Qin Sun. She can scold him. Others can't." At this moment, the big boy whose shoulder he was holding said, Okay. You must go up later. This man is the murder suspect in the news a few days ago. The fierce man who smashed someone's chest with one shoulder and stomped someone's head into the ground with one foot. The extremely fierce orc Qin Sun rumored on the internet. Please teach him a lesson." The strong man was startled, and the hand holding the big boy loosened. He stepped back and looked at Qin Sun in the crowd vigilantly. Qin Sun was just finishing his practice, and he shouted a line. "Gods forbid you to go inside Daxia." The strong man ran away. "You can pretend, but you can't lose your life." In the crowd, Qin Sun took off the cloth on his eyes, put it in his pocket, and bowed to thank the people around him. There was a burst of applause, screams, and cheers. Many girls screamed and rushed to take pictures with Qin Sun, pouting, opening their eyes wide, making head gestures, and being as cute as possible. Ro Dundun and his group of girls also took pictures together, and they didn't forget to compliment him in Jade language. "You are the best cosplayer I have ever seen." Seeing that Qin Sun did not understand, she spoke in broken sea language again. "Nyo air bai." Qin Sun showed an awkward but polite smile on his face, looking at the camera of Ro Dundun's phone. Suddenly, he saw Ro Dundun stretch his hand towards his abdominal muscles, stepping back suddenly, and yelling, "Yamadi!" Ro Dundun put his hand down awkwardly, and a burst of laughter broke out around him. A group of girls came to line up for photos in an orderly manner, and soon, the crowd began to disperse gradually. Qin Sun breathed a sigh of relief, looking down at his bare upper body, felt somewhat relieved. Luckily, it was at a comic convention, so being shirtless was not too eye-catching. Qin Sun stretched his body, and saw Qin Fangshu not far away with her hands raised horizontally, and he was furious, and walked over quickly. He walked in front of Qin Fangshu, stared at her hatefully, and shouted, "You bastard!" Qin Fangshu was startled, jumped and changed direction, extended her arms forward with her nails pointed at Qin Sun, and asked, "What do you want to do?" Qin Sun said coldly, "Go to the toilet and pick up my clothes." Qin Fangshu jumped twice, and the talisman on his forehead swayed. "No! Didn't your mother teach you to do things on your own?" Qin Sun half closed his eyes, and compared a boxing stance. He said in a deep voice with a line, "The magic of love. Spin in circles." Qin Fangshu was startled, and thought that this song was the background music of Kato Daiki being swung by Qin Sun's legs and spinning in circles. And he turned around and ran away in fear. He disappeared in a flash. Qin Sun spat. "Despicable. Wait until we get back to the B&B and see how I deal with you." Suddenly, there was a round of applause behind him, and Xia Ning's voice, with a hint of mockery and laughter sounded. "Wonderful. Wonderful. Qin Sun. Is it fun to strip in public and sell your body?" Qin Sun. Chapter 1052. Be more polite. I'll ask you to be more polite. Hearing Xia Ning's voice, Qin Sun's body froze, turned slowly, looking at Xia Ning with an awkward smile on his face. "You just saw everything?" Xia Ning's eyes were cold and indifferent. "I saw it. I'm not blind. I can't act like a lewd person in public, nor can I say those inexplicable middle school lines." Her eyes fell on Qin Sun's exposed chest, asked coldly, "You, a public figure in Country C, are taking off your clothes at a comic exhibition in Country J, and letting people watch? I can't bear to watch." Qin Sun suddenly felt a little ashamed, and wanted to raise his hands to cover the 2 points on his chest. He sighed and said, "But Ningning, life is a wilderness." Xia Ning didn't expect him to suddenly say such literary words. He was slightly startled and asked, "What do you mean?" Qin Sun explained seriously. Life should be free and full of infinite possibilities. It should not be restricted to a set track. You should try more different things. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Xia Ning. "You don't need to explain to me what the wilderness is. My reading comprehension is okay. I mean, when did you add another goal in life? To become a trap for rich women? Qin Sun listened to these sour words, and could understand Xia Ning. Putting himself in her shoes, if Xia Ning played Thor, and pulled out a knife from his chest at the comic exhibition today, causing a group of perverts to howl, he wouldn't be able to stand it. What's more, the reactions of those girls just now were indeed a little too unrestrained. Each of them looked like they wanted to go to Egypt to pull weeds. Qin Sun sighed, decided to confess and be lenient, said, "Things are a bit complicated, let me explain slowly." As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Ning turned and left. No need. I don't want to hear it, and I don't care. Qin Sun had no choice but to stand there and sigh about his bad luck, picked up the red rope and tied it around his arm. Before, he thought it was too ostentatious and too childish, but now he felt it didn't matter. Compared to boxing naked in front of dozens of people, tying a red rope was nothing. Suddenly, Qin Sun saw Xia Ning walking back to him, and said coldly, "Explain. Give me an explanation." "Qin Sun? Ha, woman! You clearly have bad ideas in your heart, but you are very stubborn." Qin Sun began to tell the story, telling in detail how he entered the women's restroom, how he was forced into the cubicle, and how he pretended to be a cosplayer to escape. After listening, Xia Ning, with a look of doubt, turned to look at Su Luoluo and Xiao Lele, and asked. He took off his clothes, and pretended to be a cosplayer to escape in order to prevent others from calling the police. Do you two believe his story? Xiao Lele shook his head like a rattle. Su Luoluo nodded like pecking rice, and kept shouting. I believe it, it's reasonable. Very reasonable. As she said that, she quietly stepped on Xiao Lele's instep. Xiao Lele understood and began to nod, nodding harder than Su Luoluo, as if atonement. Seeing the two of them like this, Xia Ning wanted to laugh a little, turned her head to look at Qin Sun, and her face became cold again. Qin Sun said, "Ning Ning, no wonder I'm overly cautious. I've heard a story. A bad guy did something bad. I don't remember whether it was rape or assault. But it was always a vicious thing. The incident happened more than 10 years later. But the statute of limitations had already passed by then. And the criminal was very proud of himself. Later, after the advice of an expert, it was found that the bad guy had run a red light or drunk driving a few years ago. As a result, the statute of limitations would start from that time. Then the criminal was arrested and sentenced. My case has not been completed yet, and I don't want to cause trouble for myself." After hearing this, Xia Ning was no longer angry. She was a little scared, feeling that she was a little too hypocritical and shouldn't have held Qin Sun naked to punch. Now it was most important that he could return home safely. Xia Ning took a step forward, grabbed Qin Sun's hand, and walked out of the exhibition hall to leave this place of trouble. Qin Sun held Xia Ning's hand tightly, after some effort, finally interlocked their fingers. After walking for a distance, Xia Ning found that almost every passerby she met would look at Qin Sun. She couldn't stand the passersby staring at Qin Sun, so she grabbed Qin Sun's hand hard and asked in a low voice, "Where are your clothes? Why aren't you wearing them? Are you addicted to being naked?" Qin Sun said, "I took off my clothes in the women's restroom." "Xia Ning, why don't you hold them in your hands?" Qin Sun explained. "Ning Ning, think about it, who wouldn't be a cosplayer after I said that? I covered my eyes very handsomely, and took off my clothes very domineeringly, and threw them on the ground. You can still bend down to pick them up? How obscene is it to pick up clothes in the restroom?" Xia Ning's voice was a little cold. "Is being cool so important?" Qin Sun said confidently. "Being cool is a lifelong thing." Xia Ning paused, her voice deep and powerful. "I can't wait to." She turned her head and looked at the 2 points on Qin Sun's upper body, gritting her teeth. "I can't wait to put 2 nipple stickers on you." Qin Sun was startled, and thought of the sex toy called Blood Dropper. He frowned and said, "You can kill me, but you can't F*** me." Xia Ning raised her hand, and gently tapped Qin Sun's forehead. "Be more polite." Qin Sun laughed, feeling a little proud. "My girlfriend is really a treasure. Qin Fanshu, this bastard, likes to be different," and scribbled dirty words on the toilet door. But Ning Ning is very well behaved, and doesn't say dirty words very often. She also doesn't let me say dirty words. Xia Ning saw Qin Sun laughing for no reason, and thought he was so stupid, and cursed in a low voice. "Stupid. Bitch." The words were clear and loud. "Qin Sun?" he said unhappily. "Be more polite." Several people left the exhibition hall, and got on the business car to rush to the B&B. In the car, Xia Ning found a thin blanket to wrap Qin Sun's upper body, and even wrapped his neck tightly. Qin Sun looked down at his weird outfit, like a weak woman in a TV show who was abused, and pulled a rag to cover her shame. Is this necessary? Xia Ning, yes. Qin Sun spread his hands. If you say yes, then yes. Xia Ning saw the blanket slipping off him, and reached out to tuck it up. Wrap it up. You are now a super popular idol, and you can't expose your body at will. I wonder how your fans will look at you when the video of you boxing is sent back to China, and what kind of shock it will cause. Qin Sun leaned back in his chair, and said casually, who cares what they look at? Can you look at me while you're doing it? As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Ning's fists rained down like raindrops. Be more polite. Be more polite. I'll tell you to be more polite. Qin Sun was knocked down on the chair, shouting, Master, speed up. Go back and get help before I get beaten to death. Chapter 1053 4 days, you didn't come to see me once? I'm angry. The car arrived at the parking lot of the B&B. Xia Ning took Su Luoluo and Xiao Lele out of the car, and did not allow Qin Sun to get out of the car. She went upstairs to get a t-shirt for Qin Sun to wear, and then the two of them walked into the B&B one after the other. In the lobby, they ran into Lu Jingyao. Lu Jingyao was holding Xia Tian in her arms. Noticing that Xia Ning's face was not very good, asked, Ning, are you and Qin Sun unhappy to go out today? Xia Ning immediately smiled, for fear that Qin Sun would complain. Qin Sun is now a first-class protected animal of the Xia and Lu families. No one can provoke him. Not even her. She quickly took Qin Sun's hand and said, No. Today, Qin Sun performed a set of Bajiquan at the comic exhibition, and won a full house of applause. It was very interesting. I'm just tired from playing, and want to sleep for a while. She turned her head, smiled at Qin Sun, and said, You said so? Qin Sun smiled and nodded. Yes. As she said that, she looked at Lu Jingyao. Auntie, Ning also did a set of boxing today. Lu Jingyao's eyes lit up, and she said with a smile, It's the way it should be for a husband to sing, and his wife to follow. It's the way it should be. Didn't she learn Taekwondo? What kind of boxing did she do? Xia Ning thought of the scene of beating Qin Sun in the car, and a slightly embarrassed smile appeared on her face. She held Qin Sun's hand tightly, and walked upstairs. Mom, let's not talk about it for now. Let's go to rest first. The two went upstairs. Xia Ning immediately let go of Qin Sun's hand. Qin Sun sighed, and walked towards his room, but heard a quiet sound of footsteps behind him. He looked back and saw Xia Ning following him like a ghost with an expressionless face. Xia Ning whispered, You still dare to complain secretly? Qin Sun ran away. Xia Ning chased after him. The two rushed into the room one after the other, and closed the door. Then, the sound of the door being locked was heard. Xia Ning's suppressed cry. What are you doing? Let me go! You want you. Woo, let go. You are breaking the law. Do you know that? After a series of lovemaking, the two reconciled. When certain aspects are particularly harmonious, many conflicts in life can be easily resolved. The room at the other end. Xiao Lele and Su Luoluo live together, not because there is not enough room, but because they want to live together. Su Luoluo sat at the computer desk to sort out today's photos, selected some excellent photos and videos, and sent them to the trainees of the domestic Yozu company by email. Then, she started to make a PPT again, and wrote the title. Thoughts after watching the J Country comic exhibition. There was a dash below, and a line of small words after it. On the cosplayer's estimated gains from the promotion of Genshin Impact. After writing the title, she frowned and thought. Boss Qin's goal is 20 billion. What kind of PPT should I write to match this goal? Xiao Lele stood behind her, watching her doing something as advanced as PPT again, said with some envy, Lolo, you are amazing. You still have to write a PTT after watching the comic exhibition. Su Luoluo did not correct her pronunciation error, turned her head, and smiled awkwardly. I just want to get the ticket money reimbursed smoothly. So I want to make a PPT that looks impressive. Mr. Qin must have an idea about how to promote Genshin Impact. I am just showing off my skills now. But these 4 tickets are really expensive. I must get them. As she said, she gritted her teeth in hatred. This Qin Fan Shu is really black-hearted. She even cheated her own people's money. Xiao Lele said. She is not one of us. Master Qin doesn't like her at all, We won't play with her in the future. Su Luoluo made it strong. Yes, we won't play with her. In the evening, Jin Sun and his group had dinner and drank a lot of wine. At the dinner table, Xiaojun said with a smile, Jin Sun, don't be busy with your round game these 2 days, take a break. You can make money anytime. I got a batch of wild game, and it will be delivered in a few days, including black bears, tigers, and wild geese. You can cook a meal for everyone then. It would be a waste if those ingredients were given to other chefs. Qin Sun agreed with a smile. His eyes were always on Qin Fanshu, prepared to teach her a lesson. She and several waiters were wearing kimonos, walking around the hall serving tea and water. After waiting for a long time, she came to add tea. The hot tea was poured into the cup. Qin Sun reached out and touched it, saying unhappily, Hot? I don't drink hot things. Qin Fanshu knew that he was trying to find fault. So he took the initiative and whispered, What's wrong? You have a cold uterus? Qin Sun? He looked at Xia Ning and whispered, Ning, go and complain to the boss about her later and deduct her salary. Xia Ning saw Qin Fanshu looking at her with wide eyes, and was a little embarrassed for a moment. After hesitating for half a second, she nodded. Okay. Qin Fanshu? Damn it! Being a waiter is not a job for humans. All kinds of monsters and ghosts can eat at the table. Sluts and bitches. In the next few days, Qin Sun and Xia Ning did not go out to play. Qin Sun stayed in the room, playing with his phone most of the time. Xia Ning was embarrassed to be with him all the time, and occasionally went for a walk around the B&B. Qin Fanshu disappeared from the B&B after being complained about. I don't know if she resigned or was fired by her uncle, or went to play somewhere else. Although Qin Fanshu was not a noisy person, but when she was away, Qin Sun and Xia Ning felt that the whole world was quiet. However, they both agreed that this inexplicable woman would appear at an inappropriate time. She was always so disappointing. Time passed day by day. 3 days later at noon, it was almost time for lunch. Qin Sun and Xia Ning walked out of the room and heard a wailing from downstairs. It was Xia Shuheo's voice. You didn't come to see me once, and let me go to jail alone. You didn't come to see me once. Qin Sun heard the resentment in his voice, and whispered to Xia Ning. This is really a bit too much. Xia Ning was speechless. She even ignored the fact that her uncle was in prison. After all, she was used to it. Xia Shuheo's voice came again. Single room, no one to chat with, no TV to watch. Even the prison guards ignored me. Do you know how I have been these days? Not even one visit to me. Qin Sun sighed. Ning, being in a single room in prison is really pitiful, like being in solitary confinement. Most people can't stand it. You are doing it wrong. Xia Ning glanced at Qin Sun, no words. Downstairs, Xia Shuheo's singing voice came. I admit that I have low self-esteem. I am really afraid of the dark. I always feel miserable when the night comes. Xia Ning was startled and asked Qin Sun. Did you teach him? Qin Sun nodded. Uncle Hao has some singing talent. Listen to the emotions in this song. It seems that he is really hurt. This time, you really disappointed him. You should go and have a look. Xia Ning was mocked by Qin Sun several times in a row and said unhappily, Why don't you go? Qin Sun answered, Why would he care about me going? The two chatted as they walked downstairs and walked to the hall. As soon as Qin Sun walked into the hall, he saw Xia Shuheo, who was sitting in the corner of the hall, suddenly stand up and sing loudly. I haven't been the eldest brother for many years. I don't like the cold edge of the bed. Don't force me to miss you. Don't force me to cry. I will turn against you. After singing, Xia Shuheo raised his hand and pointed at Qin Sun, shouting loudly, Qin Sun, I went to jail to accompany you. Why didn't you come to see me once after you got out? I waited for you for 4 days. 4 days? And you didn't come to see me once? I still have so many bathing experiences that I haven't passed on to you. I'm going to turn against you now. Qin Sun? Damn. It's really coming for me. Chapter 1054. A man's knees are made of gold. You apologize so quickly? Qin Sun was stunned at the entrance of the hall. Seeing everyone looking at him, he understood why he became the focus of the whole audience. It was all because of Xia Shuheo's words. I still have so many bathing experiences that I haven't passed on to you. Damn. It's just that Xia Shuheo went to prison to accompany me. I was a little embarrassed, so I took the initiative to discuss his expertise, to let him show off. Unexpectedly, I got backlash today. Qin Sun's face quickly returned to normal, walked quickly into the hall, sat next to Xia Shuheo, held his hands tightly with both hands, said, "Uncle, how can you say that? How can you say that, Uncle? I don't really want to know about the unpopular knowledge of bathing. You just said it when you were bored, so I just listened to it casually." He winked wildly. Xia Shuheo understood, and suddenly pulled his hand away, not going to follow Qin Sun's words. These days, he really felt like he was living a year and a day, and he dreamed that Qin Sun would come to see him at night. In the dream, the two of them went to the club together. In the end, he waited in vain. At this time, he looked at Qin Sun with a look of a heartless man and said, "You just listened casually? You just listened casually. Why do you want to ask about it? What is soft style? What is a full set? What is a half set? Why do you want to ask how to tell whether a bath center is formal at a glance?" He stretched out a finger and pressed it against Qin Sun's chest. "What are you thinking? How can I not know? We are all men, fuck you." The hall fell silent. Qin Sun was speechless. Looking around, he saw that everyone was looking at him. He showed a shy smile on his face and cursed in his heart. "Fuck, I'm not allowed to prostitute, but I'm not allowed to ask around to satisfy my craving? Damn it!" However, after Qin Sun looked around, he found that the way people looked at him didn't seem to be so contemptuous. It seemed that it was very normal for a man to go to a bath center. That's right. Most people here are not short of money, and they must have enjoyed everything they could. Not to mention men, even women may have been to the club. I was just asking around. Which was considered pure and innocent. Xia Shuheo pointed his finger at Qin Sun's chest and said loudly, "I've been waiting for you for so many days, and you never came to see me. If you don't apologize to me today, I'll turn against you." As he said that, he sang, "Don't force me to miss you. Don't force me to cry, I'll turn against you." Qin Sun saw him going crazy, restrained his smile, and said sincerely, "Uncle Hao, I'm sorry." Xia Shuheo was stunned. He had never seen any man apologize so quickly, so straightforwardly, so unpretentiously. Although Qin Sun looked sincere, he could not feel any sincerity. Xia Shuheo said angrily, You, a man's knees are made of gold. Why are you apologizing so quickly? Are you still sincere? Do you believe I will turn against you?" As he said that, he clenched his fists and sang again, "Don't force me to miss you, don't force me to cry. I will turn against you." Qin Sun saw him singing again, and almost laughed like a pig. Xia Zheng was annoyed and said, "That's enough. You keep singing endlessly. Why are you entangled like a woman?" His face was stern, and he slapped the table heavily and said, "I told everyone not to go see you. You have any grievances? Come to me. What's the big deal about bullying a junior? Qin Sun is Xia Ning's fiancé, and also old Lu's apprentice. How can you, Xia Shuheo, control him at will?" When Qin Sun heard the word fiancé, he turned his head to look at Xia Ning and raised his eyebrows. Xia Ning turned her head away, looking out the window. Her ears felt a little hot. Xia Shuheo was so angry that he almost got cystitis. He roared to the sky and sang, "I admit that I am inferior. I am really afraid of the dark. Every time the night comes, I am always in a mess." He is a contestant who grew up in Shanghai. He has good singing skills. At this time, he sang with a lot of grievances, and his singing was quite moving. Xia Ning's grandmother said with distress, "Xiao Hao, stop crying. You are so old. Why are you acting like a child?" She stood up and walked to Xia Shuheo, sitting down and holding his hand, looking left and right, and holding back tears, said, "You seem to have suffered a lot of injustice from singing, even though you have gained some weight. At least 2 pounds. Is the food in the detention center so good?" Xia Shuheo calmed down, holding his mother's hand, said, "The food is okay. Mikami Yudo always brings me roast duck, salt-baked duck. Each one is so fat and big that it's impossible not to gain weight." He looked at Qin Sun and said coldly, "Mikami Yudo said that when you were in jail, Qin Sun, you asked him to bake you a duck. But he didn't. He was very sorry, and felt very sorry for you. So he made up for it on me. You made me fat." As soon as the words fell, the hall fell silent. Qin Sun was startled, and looked around, and saw that except for Xia Jing and Grandma Xia Ning, everyone else looked at him with a playful look. It seemed that they all understood what baked duck meant. Damn! As expected of a wealthy family, they have a wide range of knowledge. Qin Sun was on pins and needles, said, "Uncle Hao, The old man ordered a batch of game a few days ago, and it was delivered this morning, just waiting for you to come out and have a reunion dinner together. He has a sharp tongue but a soft heart, you all. He didn't dare to talk too much about the elder's affairs, and could only stop talking about it. He stood up and said, Uncle Hal, I will personally cook a meal for you today, as an apology to you. You are a great man, and don't care about the mistakes of a small man. Xia Shuheo glanced at Xia Zheng. The father and son looked at each other, and snorted at the same time. Xia Shuheo suddenly smiled, sat on the tatami with his body tilted, looked at Qin Sun, and said, What do you cook? Your fans praise you for your delicious cooking. Do you really think you are a chef? He sat up, leaned forward towards Qin Sun, and said with a smile, Well, your Uncle Hao can sing well. Isn't it popular to have uncle idols recently? If you make me the first old fresh meat in sea country, I will forgive you. Qin Sun heard this unreasonable request, and would rather be baked like a duck by Yudo Mikami. He said with a look of embarrassment, Uncle, the entertainment industry is a big dive at. At this point, he found that this set of rhetoric was useless to Xia Shuheo, because he himself was both black and yellow, and entering the entertainment industry did not necessarily pollute anyone. Qin Sun changed his words. Uncle, you have been uninhibited and free all your life. If you become a star, your fans will hold you to the standards of a moral saint. Your life will not be so pleasant. Xia Shujia rarely spoke up to agree with Qin Sun. How, Qin Sun makes you famous today, and you fall tomorrow. Why should we let him work in vain? Chapter 1055. This person is so mean, I really want to punch her head off. A burst of laughter rang out in the hall. Xia Shuheo also laughed. Damn it, they say that brothers fight together. He pointed at Xia Shujia. Can you two fight a father-son team? A son-in-law is also half a son. His voice suddenly rose several degrees. But he and Xia Ning haven't married yet. Xia Shuheo sang again. Don't force me to miss you. Don't force me to cry, I will turn against you. Qin Sun was so tired. I regretted teaching Xia Shuheo to sing in the detention center. I don't know how many times he sang in there. Why are you talking so fast now? Xia Zheng couldn't listen anymore and coughed. Xia Shuheo stopped immediately, and looked at Qin Sun, with a face full of resentment. Qin Sun smiled bitterly, and was speechless. After a while, the food was served, and everyone started eating. Xia Shuheo ate very quickly, and kept picking vegetables to eat, and didn't touch the meat at all, and said, I've been eating too much greasy food these days. I'll eat some vegetarian food to get rid of the grease. After more than 40 minutes, everyone finished their meal, and started chatting. Qin Sun noticed that Xia Shuheo kept staring at him with a burp, and his eyes were still full of resentment, and he felt uncomfortable all over, and said, Uncle Hao, the game we're going to eat tonight requires time to prepare. I'll go to the kitchen to prepare it first. I'll give you a surprise tonight, and make amends to you. Xia Shuheo saw that he was going to run away without even pouring himself a cup of tea. How could he bear it, he mocked. Hey! You kid! I eat all over the world. And you still want to embarrass yourself in front of me? Is it because your fans on the internet praised you for being a good cook that you are so proud of yourself? They have an idol filter for you. Even if you pull your trouser pockets, they will ask what dish smells so good. Qin Sun smiled but said nothing. Xia Ning stepped forward to explain. Uncle, Qin Sun is really good at cooking. Xia Shuheo looked at Xia Ning and snorted coldly. You have a husband filter for Qin Sun, so don't take your words seriously. I saw a video of the crew eating the big pot dishes made by Qin Sun on the internet. It's fake, too exaggerated. What about licking fingers? It fell on the table, and he picked it up and stuffed it into his mouth. For a sea cucumber, the two of them played rock paper scissors to decide who won, and finally fought. I know that's all a script. It's okay to fool a child, but if you can fool me, I'll learn to bark like a dog all night. Xia Shuheo glared at Qin Sun. You treat me like a dog. I will turn against you. Qin Sun was speechless, put his hands together, and bowed to Xia Shuheo to show his apology, and turned to the kitchen. Facts speak louder than words. I must make you learn to bark like a dog today. Behind him, Xia Shuheo's voice came. Don't make me miss you, don't make me cry. I will turn against you. Qin Sun walked into the kitchen under the guidance of a waiter. He took a glance and found that this kitchen was not small. Equivalent to the back kitchen of a medium-sized restaurant, with all kinds of facilities. There are even high-fire stoves and woks. People in Japan generally don't eat stir-fried food, and most families don't have woks. However, This B&B may mainly entertain domestic tourists, so it has all the equipment for making Chinese food. At this time, 5 or 6 kitchen workers were busy, washing dishes. They were all very diligent, only one female worker in work clothes, with a slim figure, paced in the kitchen. She looked here, there, like a little leader. Qin Sun saw the man's face clearly, and found that it was Qin Fanshu, so he immediately stepped forward and asked in a cold voice, "Qin Fanshu, why are you in the kitchen? You bastard?" Qin Fanshu frowned, took off his hat, and threw it on the ground. "How dare you ask me? If you hadn't asked Xia Ning to complain about me, my uncle would have thought I wasn't suitable for the front hall, and transferred me to the back office. Can I suffer like this here?" She pointed to a small red pimple on her chin and said, "Do you know how much damage the smoke can do to a girl's skin?" Qin Fanshu walked to a stove, pointed to a large stainless steel barrel on the stove, and said, "You also gave us a recipe, and asked us to make a big pot of soup according to the recipe. I have been making it since this morning. I didn't even get my beauty sleep." Qin Sun felt that Qin Fanshu's words were a bit dense, and said, "It's none of my business. Women are not human beings. How can they be so delicate?" He walked to the stove and questioned, "Don't you have professional chefs here? You were asked to make soup? Can you make it? You just make it? Can the soup you make still be used? Not even dogs will eat it." Qin Fanshu crossed his arms, and said coldly, "Just tell me whether you need it or not." Qin Sun opened the lid, and looked at the slightly boiling broth in the pot. When he saw the speed of the broth flowing, he knew that the gelatinous texture had been boiled out. Generally speaking, if it can be boiled to this state, it's not too bad. Unless Qin Fanshu, that bastard, puts gelatin in it. Qin Sun closed the lid and saw a hint of pride between Qin Fanshu's eyebrows, said unhappily, "You have been in the kitchen these days. You didn't add anything to our food. Did you? Spit, for example?" Qin Fanshu was startled, said sarcastically, "You wish. Qin Sun? What a sharp-tongued little bitch." Qin Fanshu heard him call her a bitch, and picked up a bone-cutting knife on the stove and chopped at Qin Sun. A startled voice sounded all around. Qin Fanshu's knife stopped a foot away from Qin Sun's face, and asked, "Why don't you hide?" Qin Sun's face was normal. "Because I'm not afraid." Qin Fanshu, "Why not?" Qin Sun, "I'm not afraid. That's all." Qin Fanshu put down the knife, and turned and left. "Idiot!" Qin Sun looked at her back, raised his head to look at the ceiling, and found that there were surveillance cameras all around, and said loudly, "Please call the police. You just broke the law, and you will be sentenced to at least 5 days. Qin Fanshu paused, turned around and smiled. "Ha ha ha. I was just kidding. I was possessed by a ghost just now. Please don't call the police." Qin Fanshu saw that Qin Sun was indifferent, covered his chest with one hand, bowed 90 degrees, and said very sincerely, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Qin Sun didn't expect her to apologize faster than him. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. After holding it in for a long time, he finally said something. "Get lost." Qin Fanshu stood up and said with a smile, "Okay. Get lost now." As she said that, she walked towards the door in circles, like a ballerina, with graceful movements. When she reached the door, she said again, "But I'll come back later. I still have to work. My family is very poor, and my mother has told me to make more money since I was a child." Qin Sun? Fuck, this person is so mean. I really want to punch her brains out. Qin Sun was busy in the kitchen all afternoon, dealing with bear paws, tigers, sika deer, geese, raccoons, etc. During this time, Xia Ning ran in to help, but was driven out by Qin Sun. How can a girl enter the kitchen? Be careful of getting acne on your face, and not getting a good night's sleep. Get out. Get out. Get out quickly. This is not a place for a woman. Not far away. Qin Fanshu was sitting on a small stool picking vegetables. When she heard what Qin Sun said, she kicked over the basket in anger. Then, she picked up the vegetables silently. Seeing this, Xia Ning was confused. What happened? Jealous? No. Why should she be jealous? Chapter 1056, Gentlemen can't even eat farts. Seeing Qin Fanshu who disappeared for a few days. Undercover. In the kitchen, Xia Ning did not listen to Qin Sun's words, and insisted on staying in the kitchen to watch him cook. Almost all the pots and stoves in the kitchen were used. Qin Sun was in charge of the whole scene, and cooked several big dishes at the same time. They were all hard dishes, which required the right amount of heat. An afternoon passed quickly. The kitchen was filled with fragrance. Qin Fanshu and a group of kitchen staff watched Qin Sun cook, and were amazed at Qin Sun's skillful techniques from time to time. This is not cooking. It's just acrobatics. Qin Fanshu looked at the goose stewed in the pot, swallowed quietly, walked behind Xia Ning, bumped her with her shoulder, and said, "Hey, Xia Ning, this goose stewed in the iron pot looks delicious. Whoever sees it can have a share." Xia Ning looked back at her, hesitated, and shook her head. "I don't have the final say." Qin Sun stood in front of the stove, said without turning his head, "Eat shit." Qin Fanshu was startled, looked at Qin Sun's back, hesitated, and finally snorted coldly, turned around and left. How can a person give up his dignity for a bite of food? Do it yourself, and you will have enough food and clothing. Who doesn't know how to cook? Geese are domesticated wild geese, and stewing geese is the same. An hour later, Qin Sun first put a small pot of each game aside, and said to Xia Ning, "This is for classmates Su and Xiao Lele. I'm offering you something you don't mind." "Right," Xia Ning said with a smile. "Of course. I asked them to eat with us just now, but they refused. It's better to serve some separately, so they can eat more easily." Behind the two, Qin Fanshu tilted his head and looked at the couple. His brows were tightly furrowed. "Who said that what he said didn't count just now?" "Ah? Now you say what you said doesn't count? Am I Qin Fanshu not a human being? Am I a human being? Am I not worthy of eating?" Qin Sun put the dishes in the pot on a plate, ordered the kitchen staff to bring the dishes to the table, took off his apron and hat, and left the kitchen with Xia Ning. They went upstairs to take a bath to get rid of the smell of oil smoke. When Qin Fanshu saw them leave, he took out a large iron basin, added a few spoonfuls of rice, picked up the chopsticks, and started to clean up. The other kitchen staff were horrified, and tried to stop them. "Yamidi, Yamidi, Yamidi." 10 minutes later, in the kitchen, Qin Fanshu sat on a chair, holding a large bowl, with rice at the bottom and some greasy meat on top. Her mouth was full of grease. Looking up and seeing many kitchen workers watching her, she said in J country, "There is an old saying in C country, the bold will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. On such a large table of dishes, with a few pieces of meat, who can tell except a perverted detail control? Just now I asked you to eat but you didn't, and now you are watching me eat again, really?" An ant said, "We can wait until they finish eating, and then have a taste while we clean up the dishes." Qin Fanshu shook her head. How can a person give up his dignity for a bite of food? She scooped a mouthful of gravy and rice into her mouth, as happy as a flower, and said, "There will be no leftovers on this table." Qin Fanshu looked at the ant and said, "Please cook another pot of rice. Today is different from the past. This pot of rice is not enough." 5 minutes later, Qin Sun walked to a large private room downstairs. There is a big round table in this box, enough to seat everyone. Qin Sun was welcomed with warm applause as soon as he entered the room. Everyone praised him. "Yes, your big table of dishes looks like it was made by a professional chef. The color and aroma are very good. I haven't tasted it yet. The old man won't let me use my chopsticks until you are at the table. Qin Sun, hurry up and sit down. I can't wait. I didn't expect you to be such a cooking expert." "What a talent," Xia Shuheo snorted coldly said. "Boy, I've already told you that I want to eat some vegetarian food to burn fat. What do you mean by cooking a big table of meat? I'm telling you, if any of the dishes are not tasty, I will be angry with you." As he said that, he started singing again. "Don't force me to miss you. Don't force me to cry. I will be angry with you." Qin Sun had a smile on his face, but in his heart, he wanted to punch Xia Shuheo in the throat from his mouth. "Don't you get tired of singing the same song all the time?" He glanced at the table, and found that the dishes were already on the table. Orchid bear paw. 3 immortals of the earth. Wild geese stewed in an iron pot. Flying dragon stewed with hazel mushrooms. Roasted deer tail. Flying dragon with snow plum. In addition to these game, he also made more than 20 dishes, filling up the table, and now the turntable slowly turned. Qin Sun glanced at the dishes, and found something wrong, and cursed in his heart. "Damn! This damn Qin Fanshu touched my dishes. She even dared to steal a piece of such delicately presented dishes as orchid bear paw? Complain must complain. Let her be punished from the kitchen to the toilet again." In the corner, Xia Jing closed her eyes, resisting her saliva from flowing out, silently reciting the spell that Qin Sun used when he cooked at their house during the Chinese New Year. Add the fragrant chili powder from the Qin family. Pour the cool red oil and stir it. Soul juice, pour it on. Suddenly, she heard Xia Zheng say, "Everyone, don't be polite, and start eating." Xia Jing suddenly opened her eyes, picked up the chopsticks, and didn't pick and choose, and directly reached for the dish of roasted deer tail closest to her. She picked up a piece, and put it in her mouth and chewed it carefully. The adults were still shy. But she, a little kid, was so quick, which was particularly eye-catching. Xia Shujia said unhappily. Jingjing, Grandpa hasn't even picked up the chopsticks yet. You've already put it in your mouth? When did you become so unruly? Xia Jing's cheeks were bulging with food. Without saying a word, she picked up another piece of mushroom and passed it to Xia Shujia's mouth. Shaking it, Xia Shujia looked puzzled, opened his mouth and took it in. His eyes immediately lit up, turned his head to look at Qin Sun, and couldn't help but say, "Damn, you really know how to cook?" Qin Sun showed a shy smile and waved his hand. I know a little. Lu Jingyao coughed lightly. Old Xia, the younger and elders are here. Why are you swearing? You have no manners at all. As soon as the voice fell, a piece of stewed wild goose was handed to her by Xia Shujia. Lu Jingyao hesitated for a moment, opened her mouth and ate it, and clapped her hands on the table excitedly, said vaguely, No wonder you. Delicious. Xia Zheng laughed loudly at this and said loudly, You've known Qin Sun for so long, but you've never eaten his food? I ate a whole table of his food during the Chinese New Year. He looked at Lu Shaoquan and said proudly, We have a good relationship. Lu Shaoquan glanced at him and wanted to swear. Xia Zheng picked up the chopsticks. Let's eat. What are the rules? As he said that, he picked up a large piece of bear paw from the plate with his chopsticks and put it in the bowl, and then he picked up a piece of tiger meat with his chopsticks and put it in the bowl, and then he picked up the food with his chopsticks again. Lu Shaoquan was stunned and said sarcastically, You are so old, how can you not be polite at all? Xia Zheng sneered. A polite person can't even eat farts. Lu Shaoquan. He picked up the chopsticks, gently picked up a plate of stir-fried vegetables in front of him, and put it into his mouth to chew. It tasted very good, just a hint of vegetable flavor. It gave people a very refreshing feeling. It was delicious, but was it that bad? Lu Shaoquan picked up a small piece of bear paw and put it into his mouth, slightly startled. It was that bad. Absolutely that bad. He chewed and swallowed it carefully, and when he wanted to pick up another piece, he found that the turntable had turned the bear paw away, and it was taken away by one person with one chopstick, and it was almost finished. Lu Shaoquan was anxious, glancing at the large piece of bear paw in Xia Zheng's bowl. He stretched out his chopsticks to pick up half of it. Xia Zheng said angrily, You are so old, how can you not be polite at all? Lu Shaoquan laughed. A polite person can't even eat farts. Chapter 1057, She is not happy, I am happy, Uncle will marry you. A burst of laughter rang out in the room. Everyone buried their heads in eating, for a while. There was only the sound of eating in the room, and there was no atmosphere of chatting and laughing in the past. Now, if you talk one more sentence, you will have to eat one less bite. No one is stupid. After eating for a few minutes, everyone got used to the delicious impact brought by Qin Sun, then they gradually started to chat. Lu Jingyao looked at Qin Sun and said angrily, Xiao Sun, you hide it too well. The cooking is so delicious. Why don't you show us your skills earlier? As soon as the voice fell, Lu Shaoquan wiped the oil off his mouth with a tissue, looked at Qin Sun calmly, and sighed. Qin Sun, I am also old, and I don't have many years left to live. You have such good cooking skills. Old man Xia has eaten it. And I? A chef. Just know it. You sigh. Xia Jing's mouth was full of oil, nodding frantically. Yeah. I haven't seen you cook for so many days. And you only cook when Grandpa invites you. You are so arrogant. Qin Sun smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Seeing Qin Sun being besieged, Xia Ning was unhappy, put down her chopsticks, and said loudly, Grandpa, Mom, I said before that Qin Sun's cooking skills are very good, and I wanted him to cook for you. But you all said, she said in the tone of an elder, he hasn't married you yet. How can we let him cook for us in our house? Will he laugh if it gets out? Will he think we are bullying him? Lu Jingyao saw that her daughter had rebelled, and laughed. Is Qin Sun your husband? Just say whether Qin Sun is your husband? Can't he cook in our house? Xiaoning blushed. Lu Shaoquan held up the wine glass and extended it to Qin Sun. He took a sip and said, "You are my apprentice, not an outsider. You can enter my kitchen whenever you want. When you come to see me in the future, just cook 2 side dishes. Let's drink together." Qin Sun held a glass with both hands and drank it all. "Okay, master." Xia Shuheo saw that others were attracted by Lu Shichuan's words and looked over. He took the opportunity to eat. He quickly picked up a piece of meat, but accidentally dropped it on the table. He picked it up without hesitation and put it in his mouth. "It's not clean. But you won't get sick if you eat it." He usually doesn't eat game, because most game has a fishy smell, which can be detected by people with sensitive taste buds. However, Qin Sun's cooking suppressed the fishy smell, and instead exuded a strange fragrance. It was very beautiful. Very beautiful. Those videos of people fighting over a sea cucumber must not be fake. Xia Shuheo ate half full, slapped his chopsticks on the table, and a pop sound was heard. He stared at Qin Sun without blinking. Qin Sun thought of what Xia Shuheo had said before, that he would get angry if a dish was not tasty. And he asked hesitantly, "Uncle Hao, is there any dish that does not suit your taste?" Xia Shuheo shook his head and said loudly, "No, every dish suits my taste, even the bitter melon tastes good to me. But what should I do tomorrow after I eat today? What should I do the day after tomorrow? Will I still eat? Either you cook for me, or teach me." Qin Sun said with an awkward smile on his face. "Uncle Hao, I'm not pretending. But I really can't teach anyone my cooking skills. Even if the techniques seem the same, there are actually subtle differences, which will also affect the taste and texture. I can teach a talented person to cook to 70% or 80%, or even 90%, but I can't get full marks. There's actually a big difference between dishes that get 80% or 90% and dishes that get full marks." Xia Shuheo frowned. "What should I do in the future?" As he said that, he sang again, "Don't force me to miss you. Don't force me to cry. I'll turn against you." I turned against you. Suddenly, Xia Shuheo had an idea. Looked at Qin Sun and then at Xiaoning, smiled a little obscenely, and said, "Then you should get married quickly and settle down in Shanghai. I will often go to my niece's house for dinner." Qin Sun didn't hesitate for a second. "Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoning stepped hard on his instep under the table. Qin Sun felt pain and looked at Xiaoning. "Why did you step on me? Are you not happy?" Xiaoning was stunned. She didn't expect him to say it in front of everyone. She lowered her head and blushed. Xia Shuheo patted his chest and shouted loudly, "Qin Sun, she is not happy. But I am happy. Uncle will marry you. A good son-in-law like you. Can our Xia family let you go?" There was a burst of laughter in the room. Xiaoning's ears turned even redder. No wonder his father said that he fought with his uncle almost every day when he was a child. His uncle really deserved a beating. Qin Sun followed with a laugh and said, "Uncle Hao, even if I don't get married so soon, I actually have the idea of settling in Shanghai. It won't be difficult for you to get a free meal in the future. Now the marketing company, film company, and game company that Xiaoning and I have are all growing and developing. Grandpa also said that the Gooden pills will be ready for mass production by the end of the year. By then, there will be another pharmaceutical company. Haicheng is not big after all. We still need to move our headquarters to Shanghai or Beijing." This is what Xiaoning mentioned to Qin Sun before. He said that when a company grows to a certain size, it generally has to move to a big city. Economic activities are frequent in big cities, which can provide more business opportunities and cooperation resources for enterprises. Moreover, big cities often enjoy more policy benefits, such as tax incentives, land supply, etc., which helps to reduce the operating costs of enterprises. In addition, transportation is convenient and talent resources are abundant. Therefore, companies generally go to big cities if they want to become bigger and stronger. This can also be regarded as the siphon effect of big cities. Xia Shujie heard Qin Sun talking about his career, and he was talking about his and Xiaoning's company. He was happy and smiled. "Qin Sun, you have a lot of businesses. I'm afraid you need to rent an office building." Qin Sun nodded. "I'll rent one first, and then I'll buy one after the game is released and I make money." Xia Shujie rarely praised him. "Good boy. You have ambition. Just like me when I was young. Most large companies tend to buy their own headquarters buildings, rather than renting them. Because buying properties can better control assets and long-term costs, avoiding the uncertainty caused by the expiration of lease contracts or rent increases. At the same time, buying a building can also enhance the company's image and status, and show the company's strength and stability. Qin Sun smiled and continued. However, it is too expensive to buy a building in Shanghai. It would be great if we could build one ourselves, which would save us a lot of money. And building a building can be designed according to the company's corporate culture, which can better demonstrate the temperament of our company. As soon as the voice fell, the room was a little quiet, and everyone looked at Qin Sun in surprise, not knowing what to say. Xia Shuheo sneered and cursed. A young boy wants to build a building in Shanghai. It's really a fantasy. It's better to find a virgin in a club. Xia Zheng slammed the table and cursed. So many delicious foods can't stop your mouth? Say this in public? Xia Shuheo hurriedly buried his head in his food, so as not to be kicked out and miss this big table of delicious food. Xia Shujia heard Qin Sun's ambitions. Although he felt it was childish, he did not ridicule him. Instead, he showed a satisfied smile. He said in a gentle voice, "Generally, large enterprises have preferential policies for acquiring land in Shanghai, but it refers to large enterprises, which need to meet the annual tax payment quota. It's often tens of billions, hundreds of billions. You are just starting out, don't be too ambitious. When you can pay so much tax, the government may even take the initiative to let you build a building." He raised the wine glass to Qin Sun and said, "If your Qin group can really take off in the future, your uncle, will personally supervise and build a building for you." Qin Sun quickly filled the glass with wine and raised the glass, said, "I will go back to China in a few days. I will work hard to support another superstar. At the same time, I will urge Hamiyu Company to make the game and strive to become a major taxpayer as soon as possible." He paused and said, "However, the company's name is not Qin Group. I can't manage a company worth tens of billions. I have to let Xiaoning do all the hard work. Don't look at me as strong as I am. I can't do it. The company group should be called Suning Group." As soon as the voice fell, the room became quiet. Everyone put down their chopsticks and looked at Qin Sun. Xiaoning stared at Qin Sun blankly, his eyes flickering. Chapter 1058. You still don't understand me. Come to the detention center to see me. Time flies. The judicial procedures of Qin Sun's case were completed. The next day after he signed, the whole family took a private plane back to China and landed in Shanghai. At the airport, everyone said goodbye. Xia Zheng patted Qin Sun's shoulder vigorously and said, "After returning to Haicheng, you should work hard to move the company to Shanghai as soon as possible. I will find a way to get you a piece of land to build a building. I will also give you a red envelope for starting work." Qin Sun thanked. "Thank you, Grandpa." Lu Shaoquan and his wife walked up to Qin Sun, and Xiaoning's grandmother took Qin Sun's hand and said, "Shao Sun, don't just focus on work. Come to Beijing to see your master when you have time." When he was young, he delayed his boxing skills in order to make money. When he got old, he couldn't pick it up again. Now he is full of you. You must pass on Majiquan." Qin Sun promised seriously. Of course. I should fly to Beijing frequently for work in the future. And I will visit you every time I go." Lu Jingyao came over to look at Qin Sun, looking left and right. And she was satisfied. She couldn't help laughing a few times, but said nothing. Xia Shujia came over, with a rare gentle smile on his face. "Qin Sun, I had some misunderstandings about you in the past, and had an unpleasant experience, but fortunately the misunderstandings are resolved now. I have to admit that you are no worse than I was back then." Lu Jingyao laughed. "Shameless." Xia Shujia laughed twice, and patted Qin Sun's shoulder hard. "When you said that the Suning Group building was to be built, you didn't have to pay a penny. From buying the land to building, and then to decoration, I took care of everything. Just consider it as a shareholding in Xiaoning." Lu Jingyao added, "It's also a dowry." Qin Sun smiled happily. Xiaoning walked to the corner, outside the crowd with a red face, but secretly watched from the corner of her eyes. Xia Shuheo walked in front of Qin Sun, looked at him silently for a few seconds, suddenly opened his hands and hugged him tightly in his arms, and sang loudly, "I haven't been a big brother for many years. I don't like the cold edge of the bed. Don't force me to miss you. Don't force me to cry. I will turn against you." He let go of Qin Sun and said loudly, "You have to come to see me often in the future. Otherwise I will turn against you. Really turn against you. Damn it!" Chin Sun had a black line on his face, and asked hesitantly. That? Uncle Hao, I heard that you basically fly around the country, without a fixed residence. Where can I go to see you? Xia Shuheo snorted coldly. You still don't understand me. Of course, I'll go to the detention center. Chin Sun was stunned, and laughed. Xia Shuheo laughed loudly. The air was filled with a happy atmosphere. Everyone said goodbye reluctantly, and went back to their own homes and mothers. Su Luoluo and Xiao Lele flew back to Haicheng, and Chin Sun took Xia Ning to Shiren. Just when he got home, he hadn't even had a meal, and his ears were calloused by his mother's nagging. You are the only one who can do this. Ah! You still want to resist when they have a gun in their hands? Ah! You still want to chase them when they have already run away. Do you think you are a good fighter? Ah! If you want to die, you should give birth to a child with Xia Ning before you die, and leave some incense for the Qin family. Ah! Xia Ning stood aside, with a red face. After Chin Sun's grandparents, father, and aunts and uncles were scolded by his mother to their heart's content, they took turns to talk to him for a long time, and chattered for more than an hour. From when he was a child, stealing cucumbers from others, tearing up his own summer homework in elementary school, kicking a girl into a puddle in junior high school, and scolding him all the way until he graduated from college. The next day, Ma Xiaogui dragged Chin Sun to a famous temple nearby to exorcise evil spirits. After donating 300,000 in incense money, the abbot came out to consecrate Chin Sun. The abbot performed a set of fancy rituals, saying that it could pray, bless, purify. Afterwards, Chin Sun was dragged by Ma Xiaogui to kneel on the cushion in the Buddhist hall. According to the old monk, he needed to kneel until the sun went down. Xia Ning found a futon and placed it beside Chin Sun, and knelt down, being particularly pious. 3 hours later, Chin Sun knelt on the futon and yawned, his body swaying, and Ma Xiaogui glared at him several times. 4 hours later, Chin Sun couldn't stand it anymore, so he lay on the ground, using the futon as a pillow, and fell asleep. Ma Xiaogui's eyes widened, and she was about to pull Chin Sun's ears, but Xia Ning stopped her. Xia Ning smiled and said, Auntie, let him sleep for a while. It's the same if I kneel for him. At most, I'll kneel for a while longer. Ma Xiaogui saw Chin Sun sleeping soundly, and her heart softened. She sighed and continued to worship Buddha. 2 hours later, the sun set. Chin Sun was still sleeping. Ma Xiaogui felt her knees were sore and numb, and said, Ning Ning, it's okay. We can go home. Xia Ning opened her eyes, looked up at the Buddha, and said, Auntie, I'll kneel for a while longer. Sincerity is the key to success. Ma Xiaogui hesitated and closed her eyes. This kneeling lasted more than an hour. Ma Xiaogui couldn't bear it anymore, sat down on the ground, and gently pushed Xia Ning. Ning Ning, it's okay. As the master said, the Buddha is in your heart, and you don't have to stick to the form. Xia Ning opened her eyes and bowed to the Buddha. Ma Xiaogui stood up shakily with both hands, and kicked Chin Sun in the buttocks. Get up, Chin Sun shouted, and suddenly jumped up, and saw that it was dark outside the door. The three of them went down the mountain. Ma Xiaogui and Xia Ning's legs were stiff and numb, and they walked slowly. Chin Sun carried his mother and his wife on his back, and took turns carrying them down the mountain. He heard the two women chatting along the way, talking about business stories and bargaining skills in the vegetable market, and thought to himself, they should have a good relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in the future. Right. 7 days later, Chin Sun and Xia Ning flew back to Haicheng and returned to the villa. They are going to take a day off and start working hard at the company tomorrow to build a large conglomerate that can pay billions of taxes annually as soon as possible. Start with creating a super idol, Yuzu film and television company. In the practice room, 5 young and beautiful girls, 3 handsome and sunny boys, a total of 8 people wearing dance practice clothes, are practicing dancing. The practice room has air conditioning, but everyone is sweating, hair sticking to the forehead, and the practice clothes are also soaked with sweat. The company does not have a dance teacher yet, so they can only practice by themselves, but they are all professionally trained and can dance and sing, so they feel more comfortable to play freely. Suddenly, they saw Xiao Lele standing outside the glass wall, dancing even harder. They tried their best to impress the instructor. The girls did splits, bent their waists, and did backflips. Some boys did hip-hop dance, all of which were difficult moves such as bicycle, giant loop, and Windmill. They were all interns at UZ Film and Television Company, and their monthly salary was only 8,000 yuan, not very high but not low either. However, they did not join UZ Company for the 10,000 yuan. Once they become permanent employees, they will become artists of UZ Film and Television Company, and their goal is to become the next superstar under Qin Sun's ability to create stars. Xiao Lei stood outside the door and looked through the glass wall for a while, pushed the door open, and walked in slowly. The 8 men and women immediately stopped their actions and greeted them enthusiastically. Sister Lu. Hello. Sister Lu. Sister Lu, you are here. Sister Lu, you look very good today. Sister Lu, when will President Qin come back? I can't wait. Chapter 1059, The Chest Muscles of Female Trainees? Do I need to peek? Hello everyone. Xiao Lei showed a somewhat reserved smile on her face, nodding and greeting everyone, and deliberately speaking in a low voice, to appear more solemn. She looked at this group of handsome men and beautiful women, and felt emotional. When I was setting up a store before, such good-looking men and women would not look at me straight in the eye. But now, they all showed the flattering smiles I showed to the directors at that time. Thanks to Master Qin, I have become a small figure now. At the beginning, I was just a part-time worker he hired for 53 yuan, and now I have become a well-known big intestine guru. After a while, the trainees stood in a row respectfully. Xiao Lei stood in front of everyone with a stern face. She swept her eyes across the faces that were faintly nervous, and said, I came here to tell you a good news. Tomorrow morning, Qin. She paused, thinking whether to say Master Qin or Boss Qin. She hesitated for a moment. And in order to show that she and Qin Sun had a special relationship and satisfy her own vanity, she continued, Master Qin will return to the company tomorrow morning to conduct a talent assessment on you. Make preparations. As soon as the voice fell, the training room was quiet for a moment. Then, the trainees showed excitement on their faces, and began to shout, applaud, and roar. Yeah! Boss Qin is finally back. So nervous, so nervous. What should I do? My heart is beating so fast. I can't breathe. Ah, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Xiao Lei saw their seemingly exaggerated expressions, their seemingly exaggerated words, smiled slightly, and knew that it was not exaggerated at all. She was once a person who struggled in a vertical store and daydreamed, and she could understand the feeling of having an opportunity right in front of her. Xiao Lei waited quietly for the trainees to finish shouting, and said with a serious face, I have little education. I don't know how to say some unpleasant words in a nice way. But I hope you can remember the following advice. Hearing this, everyone in the practice room was shocked, and immediately perked up. Xiao Lei said, I know you are all art students, you know about some messed up things in the entertainment industry, and you may also think that these things also exist in our company. However, I can tell you responsibly that President Qin is not as philandering and lustful as the rumors on the internet. Tomorrow you must not dress too seductively, be more normal, and don't show too much. She meant not to show too much, not to show. Because for art students, showing a little cleavage, showing a little leg, showing a little waist, is not exposure at all. This is a normal display of body beauty. These days, when they come to the company, they are dressed better than each other. In addition, art students are more aware of the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry. They still decide to enter the industry even when they know there are these dark sides, which shows that they accept everything. Some people even think of getting promoted by this means. Thinking of getting promoted by sleeping with Qin Sun, this is terrible. How could Xiao Ning let them go? Xiao Lei saw that they were looking at her seriously, thinking that they had listened. She continued, I want to emphasize one point. Master Qin must not be offended, but the boss lady must not be offended even more. Sister Xiao Ning is very beautiful, much prettier than the pictures you see on the internet. I especially remind the 3 big boys, don't look at anything you shouldn't look at. Master Qin has sharp eyes. The 3 big boys shouted immediately. No! Don't dare! Thank you for reminding me. Sister Lu. They shouted loudly, as if they were afraid that others would not know their determination. You must be kidding. The fact that Qin Sun killed 2 people for his beloved in Country J had long been a hot topic in Country C. Who dared to spy on his girlfriend? You're really going to die. Xiao Lei nodded with satisfaction, slowly left the practice room, closed the door, walked to a deserted place in the corridor, leaned against the wall. His face fell, and kept patting his chest. I was scared to death. I was scared to death. Speaking in public is different from performing in public. You have little education. So you have little education. What I said today was a bit messy. Next time. Let Su Luoluo write a draft for me. I will memorize it and then speak. I said the lines are first class. In the practice room. After everyone confirmed that Xiao Lele had gone far away, the boys and girls sat in different corners and started to discuss tomorrow's talent test. The boys were discussing what to perform tomorrow, whether it was a free show or a proposition performance. The 5 girls were discussing very lively, but they did not discuss the content of the test at all. Sister Lu said, "We can't wear anything too glamorous tomorrow. What are you wearing?" "White t-shirt and jeans. My most conservative outfit is a black vest, a floral shirt on the outside, and seamless pants on the bottom, but it's too figure-flattering. Won't it look too glamorous?" "You're very scheming. Aren't you afraid that the boss lady will be angry? Then I can't wrap myself up like a mummy. Right? Will the boss lady be so stingy? Jealous? Be careful with your words. Have you forgotten what Sister Lu said? The person you can't offend the most is the boss lady." I slapped her in the face. Slap. "Don't tell anyone. I'll treat you to milk tea." "Milk tea? Who dares to drink it? Don't care about your figure? Before I pass the probation period, I won't drink a sip of milk tea or eat a bite of dessert." Knowing that Mr. Qin will be back these days, I started dieting a few days ago. I must pass the probation period. There must be someone among us who passed the internship period. Right? Once you become a regular employee, you should be very popular before the end of the year. If you become rich, don't forget me. Sisters. After get off work, they went home. The boys didn't have too many bad thoughts, just shaved once more at night, and did an extra armpit treatment. The 5 girls were busy all the time. Buying new clothes, trying them one after another. Taking milk baths, applying essential oils, applying body lotion. Doing hair, facial care, getting water light injections. Each of them dressed up carefully with a battle-prepared attitude, trying to make themselves into exquisite porcelain dolls, so that Qin Sun could see their star potential at a glance. These girls were busy and happy, and threw Xiao Lele's advice to the wind. They all think Xiao Lele is a rustic girl who doesn't look good, and can't feel Qin Sun's ambiguous gaze, so they think he is a serious man. She can't do it, so can they? They have grown up with the praise of licking dogs since their physical development. They have extraordinary confidence in their own charm. Besides, which entertainment company's boss has slept with almost all the company's artists? How can a cat not cheat? Although Qin Sun's girlfriend is very beautiful, but which beautiful woman doesn't have a man who makes her want to vomit behind her? Xia Ning is very beautiful, but they have a fatal freshness to Qin Sun. I must leave a good impression on Qin Sun when I meet him for the first time. Tonight's efforts will be worth it if he looks at me more tomorrow. On the 3rd day, early in the morning, Qin Sun was awakened by Xia Ning in his sleep. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xia Ning's exquisite makeup, and was a little surprised, and asked, "Where are you going today? Put on such beautiful makeup." Xia Ning replied, "Aren't you going to test the trainees' talents today? I'll go and see too." Qin Sun frowned slightly. "You're going to see? You put on such beautiful makeup, aren't you going to let others see you? 3 of the 8 trainees are men." Xia Ning was worried that the female trainees would play tricks on Qin Sun today, so she put on some makeup, wanted to outshine the others, and make them behave. However, she couldn't say this. Xia Ning turned the tables, and said coldly, "I'm going to monitor you, and see if you will peek at the female trainee's chest muscles." Qin Sun used his fingers to open Xia Ning's collar, and glanced at her chest. "Do I need to peek?" Chapter 1060. So, you are here for the money? You dare to hook this finger anywhere, then I will have to watch you even more. Xia Ning reached out, and held Qin Sun's finger, pulled it back, making him grimace in pain. Young girls nowadays are very ruthless. If they misunderstand your look, I'm afraid you won't have a peaceful night. Qin Sun pulled out his finger with force, watched it become red and swollen, said unhappily, "Holding everything so tightly will only hurt you." Xia Ning? Hold. This is clearly a grip. Qin Sun and Xia Ning went to the office building. First went to Oak Marketing Company for a tour, and then went to the Pomelo Film and Television Company upstairs. This floor of the office building was reserved by them. After exiting the elevator, go left to the office area, and go right to the practice room. There are few people in the company now, and it looks very empty. As soon as he got out of the elevator, Qin Sun saw Su Luoluo and a thin girl standing at the door. That girl was Zhao Xiaohan. She was wearing a black professional skirt, which fit her figure very well, and her waist seemed slightly thicker than that of an elementary school student. This girl's frame was naturally smaller than others, but fortunately she was just thin, not short. Overall, she looked like a slender bamboo pole, but she had a kind of feminine beauty. Qin Sun felt that he could kick her in two. Zhao Xiaohan smiled and bowed slightly. Hello. President Xia. Hello. President Qin. Su Luoluo greeted them happily. Good morning. Zhao Xiaohan waited for Xia Ning and the others to greet her, then said, President Xia, President Qin, the trainees arrived very early today. Sister Liz asked the trainees to gather in the practice room. Do you want to go over and take a look now? Su Luoluo glanced at Zhao Xiaohan secretly, thinking that she was so ignorant and didn't understand President Qin's work rhythm at all. President Qin hasn't played games yet. How can he start working right after taking a nap? Qin Sun was about to speak when Xia Ning spoke up. No hurry. Let's go check the company first. Qin Sun and Xia Ning inspected the office area under the guidance of Zhao Xiaohan. They were surprised to find that the cleanliness and neatness of the office seemed better than before. Perhaps it was because Zhao Xiaohan, the assistant to the general manager, was in charge of the company every day, which put some pressure on the employees. Several people walked into the general manager's office. Xia Ning sat down in the general manager's seat without saying a word. Qin Sun had no choice but to sit on the sofa. Su Luoluo sat on the sofa as usual, but seeing Zhao Xiaohan standing straight, she quietly stood up again. Zhao Xiaohan stood in front of the desk and began to report to Xia Ning. Boss Xia, the box office of Fatal Identity has exceeded 1.5 billion, and the total box office is expected to exceed 2 billion. Boss Niu and Director Wu went on a trip to celebrate, and will return to the company in a week. Xiaoying Gongzai ran to the company every few days, and kept emphasizing to the trainees that she was the #1 contracted artist of Yuzi Film and Television Company, and their senior sister. She also said that Boss Qin promised her to be favored for half her life. But I didn't find her contract. Xia Ning smiled helplessly. How afraid is Song that the company will sign with someone else first, and lose the status of the top artist? Is she claiming sovereignty? Zhao Xiaohan picked up a document, opened it, and put it on the table. Gently pushed it in front of Xia Ning, and said, Boss Xia, during the time you were in Country J, Yuzu Film and Television Company began to recruit interns, which made many people think that we were going to expand our business on a large scale. Many companies have submitted letters of intent for cooperation. The following is an overview of the business cooperation intentions that the company has received recently that I have compiled for you. Among them, there are those who seek cooperation in script creation from Boss Qin, and there are those who actively submit scripts to Boss Qin to seek cooperation opportunities. There are also advertisers who hope to place products in our subsequent movies, and job applications from agents of other companies. Take a look. See if there are any matters that need further follow-up or response. Xia Ning glanced down, closed the folder, and raised his head and said with a smile, Very good, concise content, clear logic. As expected of a gold medal assistant who has worked in a big TV station, with you joining, I will be much more relaxed. Zhao Xiaohan bowed slightly. Thank you for the compliment. President Xia, I will work harder. Hearing this, Su Luoluo stood straighter, pursed her lips slightly, and her face was a little hot. Zhao Xiaohan's salary is not as high as mine, but she does better than me, and she has to work harder? Then am I finished? It's okay. I am a life assistant, mainly providing emotional value, as long as I flatter well. I won't be unemployed. Qin Sun noticed Su Luoluo's nervous look and found it a little funny. He looked at Zhao Xiaohan and asked, Zhao Xiaohan, you are staying well in Shanghai. Why do you want to come all the way to Haicheng to join our company? Isn't this a bit of a waste of talent? Zhao Xiaohan turned around, smiled professionally, and said, Boss Qin, you are joking. Boss Xia's salary for me is not lower than that of Shanghai TV station. And according to online rumors, you are always generous to your employees. I believe that I can get a lot of bonuses with my ability. Besides, although Yuzi Film and Television Company has successively launched 2 big hits, The Richest Man in Shihong City and Fatal Identity, I think the company is still in its infancy. I believe that this company will definitely grow into a world-renowned unicorn company, and it is my honor to grow with it. Qin Sun smiled. Unicorn companies are the name given by the investment community to companies that have been established for a short time, have a valuation of more than $1 billion, and are not listed. Zhao Xiaohan has a good vision. Qin Sun hesitated, asked a very annoying question, and said, So, you are here for the money? Zhao Xiaohan was stunned. Yes, but not entirely. I have heard about Mr. Qin's reputation on the internet before, and it was mixed. Later, you participated in the program to vent for Sister Lu, and I found that you are better than the rumors. I envy Sister Lele. She paused and said, to tell you the truth, TV stations are not any cleaner than the entertainment industry, and relationships between men and women are also messy. At that time, I was entangled by Mr. Sun. Although he didn't use very strong means to save face, I was still troubled. Later, when I saw that Sun Yongxi was embarrassed by your design, I felt a little happy in my heart. And I was very grateful to you. Xia Ning snorted coldly, looking at Qin Sun, seemingly sighing. In the world, as long as there are handsome men and beautiful women, few companies can really be clean. Qin Sun? Why are you looking at me? Zhao Xiaohan smiled and continued. After I saw President Qin venting his anger for Sister Lele, I felt that you were someone worth relying on, she said with a smile. I said I was impressed by your personality charm. Do you believe it? Qin Sun saw that she was sincere and felt comfortable being photographed, and said, but you are Xia Ning's assistant, so being impressed by me is nothing. Zhao Xiaohan smiled and said, it's the same. You and President Xia are a match made in heaven, and you will never be separated in this life. I am nominally her assistant or your assistant. What's the difference? Xia Ning smiled. Qin Sun laughed loudly twice, looking at Su Luoluo said, Su classmate, look at other people's flattery skills, you still need to practice. Su Luoluo said him. Hardly, clenched his fists tightly, showed a determined expression, and cried in his heart. Comparing goods will make you throw them away, and comparing people will make you die. She graduated from a prestigious university. I am just a second-tier university student. I can't compare with her. Zhao Xiaohan looked at the time and reminded, Mr. Xia, Mr. Qin, the trainees have been waiting for a while. Do you want to go over now for the talent test? Xia Ning nodded and stood up, looked at Zhao Xiaohan, and asked meaningfully, how are those trainees today? Chapter 1061. In the eyes of you women, are other women like sluts? Hearing this question, Zhao Xiaohan remembered that she had just said that they came to the company early, and their attitude was particularly correct. When Xia Ning asked again, she caught a hint of something else. She answered, the boys were about the same as usual, and the girls, well, seemed a little excited, but not in a very good mood. Maybe they wanted to leave a good impression on President Qin, so they spent too much time on makeup and dressing up, and didn't get enough sleep. Xia Ning smiled and nodded, very satisfied. Zhao Xiaohan and Su Luoluo are two different people. She has a very smart mind, and can understand many things at a glance. If Su Luoluo, an honest man, or Qin Sun, a straight man, they would definitely not be able to guess what I was asking based on my tone. Qin Sun saw Xia Ning and Zhao Xiaohan flirting with each other, and immediately saw through that they were secretly saying that those trainees were going to seduce him. He said unhappily, in the eyes of you women, are other women like sluts? Where are there so many sluts in the world? Do you think everyone is Qin Fanshu? Zhao Xiaohan was shocked. Wasn't I subtle enough? Xia Ning was also stunned. Has this straight man come to his senses today? He can actually understand the secret language between women? Su Luoluo was confused. What happened? What happened? Why did they suddenly quarrel? They whispered in front of us? It was Zhao Xiaohan's first day at work. Because Qin Sun said this, she was a little nervous. She was worried that Qin Sun would think that she was judging others by her own standards. She mentioned something, trying to hint to Qin Sun that her concerns were justified. Boss Xia. By the way, I forgot to report something just now. Xia Ning sat back in the office chair and said, you tell me. Zhao Xiaohan's tone was still full of professionalism, but her voice was a little louder. I want to apply to build a few more practice rooms. First, according to the company's strategic guidelines, we will soon enter a stage of rapid development, and there will definitely be more and more trainees in the future. Second, although there are only 8 trainees now, there are both men and women, and it is best to separate them. Xia Ning smiled, glanced at Qin Sun, and asked, oh, how do you say that? Zhao Xiaohan explained, I've looked at these trainees these days. They are indeed some good seedlings picked by Sister Lele. They are good-looking, talented, and can dance and sing. However, as far as I know, it's easy for men and women to get into trouble when dancing together every day. Male and female duet performers are more open in some aspects. In order to avoid distractions during performances, Men and women change clothes in the same dressing room, and become numb by looking at the bodies of their opposite-sex partners. Moreover, some hot-blooded Latin and ballet male dancers need to solve physiological problems in a private space before performing. If he can't do it himself, there are even senior female dancers to help. So many duet dancers are lovers, having a close relationship, which can minimize the chance of physiological reactions during performances, making the performance more engaging. We are an entertainment company, and office romances are almost inevitable, but we should also try to reduce the probability of such messy relationships. Xia Ning nodded. Su Luoluo blushed. Qin Sun was also stunned. Listening to this popular science felt like listening to a pornographic movie. Senior female dancers to help? Hands? Mouth? Or he? Even the director couldn't direct it. They stick to women every day. Is the threshold so high? Why not just carry a masturbation cup with you? Qin Sun sighed. Fuck. Are you so open? Xia Ning saw his eyes sparkling and asked. What are you expecting? Qin Sun was startled and felt that something was wrong. I? Xia Ning asked with a half smile. I asked what you are looking forward to. Qin Sun sighed in his heart. Looked at Xia Ning with a pair of eyes that looked at dog shit with deep affection. And recited with a rhythmic tone. I am looking forward to not snow, but winter with you. I am looking forward to not the moon, but meeting you. I am looking forward to fireworks all over the sky. I can always lean on your left shoulder. Xia Ning sounded like a lyric. And gently tapped the table, interrupting him. Okay. That's enough. Really? You just show off your talent? You're so slick in public. Shameless. Qin Sun closed his mouth. Feeling lucky. It was a close call. A close call. Ning didn't ask about my expectations for the trainees. I can handle all the other abuse. Zhao Xiaohan was stunned. It was the first time she heard Qin Sun sing a song on the spot. Others would get anxious when they were anxious. But Qin Sun could actually blurt out a lyric when he was anxious. Songing boasted to her these days that Qin Sun was going to create an invincible album for her, a total of 10 songs, and Qin Sun would only need about 2 hours to create it. She had always thought that songing had too thick a filter for Qin Sun, but today she saw it. Qin Sun's quick wit seemed to be even more terrifying than the rumors on the internet. Wouldn't these trainees go crazy today? These young girls are ignorant of life and death, and they probably can't completely hide their inner feelings in front of President Xia. The determination to give up everything for fame. Will there be any trouble today? The boss is putting pressure on me. A little assistant. On the first day of his return? Practice room. After Qiao Lele and the trainees had a morning meeting as usual, she left the room and walked to the corridor to wait for Qin Sun and the others. She sighed and whispered, They are so pretty, but they just don't listen. Wait for death. In the practice room. 3 men and 5 women were divided into 2 groups, and were discussing in a low voice. The boys were discussing what show to perform next. The girls first looked at each other's clothes and makeup, and found that everyone's dress was full of tricks. There was some open and secret fighting in their conversation. Oh, your Chanel-style short skirt is so beautiful today. Without any wrinkles. Did you buy it yesterday? No. I don't wear it often. And I take good care of it. So there are no wrinkles. Let me pull it up to see. Oh, you are not wearing safety pants? Black translucent lace underwear? You also shaved your bikini hair? Oh, you are so rude. Do you think President Qin will lift other people's skirts like you do? Oh, if I had known that you guys looked so beautiful today, I would not be so honest. And I would just wear a white shirt and casual pants. Oh, sister, you are wearing a pink slim lace camisole under your white shirt. That pink color is all over, as tempting as a peach. You're still talking about me? Aren't you wearing a thong? Aren't you afraid of getting your crotch stuck when you dance today? Girls talk about getting their crotches stuck? Who sprayed pheromone perfume today? It is said that pheromones can affect social behavior and physiological reactions. Have you all used this technology to attract men? Aren't you afraid that the boss lady will tear your malice apart? No. Am I the only one who sprayed it? Aren't you the one who sprayed it? We are performing our talent seriously, and not doing any unnecessary movements. The boss lady won't come up and give me a big slap in the face. Right? Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. Everyone immediately quieted down, and turned to look at the door. A dozen seconds later, encircled by everyone, Qin Sun walked in. Chapter 1062. Even if they had the guts, they wouldn't dare to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Qin Sun and Xiaoning walked into the practice room one after the other. Zhao Xiaohan let Su Luoluo and Xiao Lele walk in front, and followed at the back, walking in with a notebook in hand. A burst of exclamations rang out in the practice room, and the trainees lined up in a hurry and greeted Qin Sun and Xiaoning. "Hello, Mr. Qin." "Hello, Mr. Xia." "Mr. Qin, hello, Mr. Xia." Qin Sun looked at the group of trainees. Seeing that the boys were dressed very properly, all wearing t-shirts and jeans, and they didn't dare to show any chest muscles. Glancing at the girls again, he only felt that the girls were dressed very beautifully. Most of them were in a fresh and pure style. He didn't see the girls' elaborate designs at all. Suddenly, Qin Sun smelled several fresh and elegant, pleasant smells, thought for a while, and exclaimed in his heart, "Pheromone perfume?" Pheromone is a chemical substance that can stimulate the nerve cells of the opposite sex's gonads. Can it attract the opposite sex? Arouse desire, improve one's own charm, make people feel happy, create a sense of trust and closeness? Qin Sun was suspicious. Why do they spray this stuff? What if Ningning misunderstands something? I will be the one in trouble. Suddenly, I don't know who started to flatter. "Mr. Xia, I thought you were so beautiful when I saw your photos online. I didn't expect you to be so unphotogenic in person. The photos online are not even 1/10 of your beauty." A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and no one was willing to fall behind. "Boss Xia, you look so good, your skin is so white that it almost glows. I wish I had your complexion. You have a good figure. Oh my god, how can it be so good? Your fingers are so slender. It turns out that there are really slender hands in the world. Fortunately, you didn't make your debut. If you were willing to make your debut, you would be an international superstar directly." Xia Ning has been praised a lot since she was a child, but most of them were men. Today, facing the compliments of a group of beautiful girls, I was a little stunned for a while. So this is what it feels like to be flattered. It's a bit embarrassing. But these girls only praised me, and didn't mention Qin Sun at all. Doesn't it show that they have something to hide? Su Luoluo heard the flattery one after another, and became anxious. "Stop flattering, stop flattering. Stop flattering. You guys flatter me so much. It will be more difficult for me to flatter Sister Xiaoning in the future. Zhao Xiaohan puts pressure on me. You guys put pressure on me too?" Qin Sun saw that a group of girls were praising Xiaoning, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone is praising Ningning. No one is licking me. What a group of honest girls. Those in the entertainment industry are not unfamiliar with pheromone perfume, and many people use it as daily perfume. I must be worrying too much. Even if they have the courage, they dare not snatch food from the tiger's mouth. She is still a tigress. There is a table at the front of the practice room, 2 chairs, and mineral water, notebooks and neutral pens on the table. There are also some fruit cuts, nuts, biscuits and other snacks. Qin Sun and Xiaoning greeted the trainees briefly and sat down. Su Luoluo, Xiao Lele stood on the left side of the table. Zhao Xiaohan stood on the right side. Zhao Xiaohan waited for a while, but Xiao Lele didn't respond, turned her head to look at her. Xiao Lele noticed Zhao Xiaohan's gaze, and felt a little embarrassed. Why is she looking at me? I just put on a little lipstick for the first time today, and she found out. Zhao Xiaohan saw that Xiao Lele didn't understand her hint, and looked at Su Luoluo again. Su Luoluo was also confused. She reached out, and touched the corner of her mouth. I didn't touch the rice sticky. Zhao Xiaohan sighed in her heart, feeling that Qin Sun really spoiled them, and their business ability was so poor. The boss conducted a talent test on the trainees. How could he let the boss speak the opening remarks himself? Zhao Xiaohan glanced at Qin Sun, and found that he was eating fruit by himself. Suddenly, she understood why the 2 girls had poor business skills. Boss Qin, are you really that hungry? Suddenly, she saw Xiaoning nod slightly at her, and immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, Dear Boss Qin, Boss Xia, Teacher Qiao, dear trainees. Good morning, everyone. The trainees cheered in unison. Zhao Xiaohan continued. Today, in this company full of vitality and dreams, we are gathered together to witness a feast of talent and hard work. She turned sideways to look at Qin Sun and Xiaoning behind the table. First of all, please allow me to express my sincerest thanks and warm welcome to Mr. Qin, Mr. Xia, and Teacher Qiao on behalf of the trainees for taking the time out of their busy schedules to participate in this talent assessment. Zhao Xiaohan led the applause. The trainees applauded crazily, and their palms turned red. Su Luoluo was stunned for a moment, and quickly clapped her hands, her lips trembling slightly, and she was about to cry. It's over. It's over. So she saw me, and wanted me to say the opening remarks? Although I am Mr. Chen's assistant. I am a life assistant. You can't ask such high standards of me. Right? Xiao Lele was a little embarrassed. Teacher Xiao? I am also a teacher? Xia Ning clapped lightly. And she was more and more satisfied with Zhao Xiaohan. This girl is worthy of having worked in a TV station. She has a set of polite words, and is absolutely professional enough. I can be more relaxed in the future. Qin Sun had a cherry tomato in his mouth. He was too embarrassed to chew it when he saw the enthusiastic applause in front of him, and the trainees, who all looked at him. Kong Yang. Is it necessary to be so professional? How much pressure will this put on the trainees? How much pressure will it put on me? A tea party is being made as serious as the National People's Congress? Ning Ning is still afraid that today's talent show will have the atmosphere of a brothel? With Zhao Xiaohan's atmosphere, who would dare to be coquettish? If they dare to be coquettish like this, how coquettish would they be? Zhao Xiaohan looked at Qin Sun, said sincerely without blushing or beating her heart. Your professional vision and valuable advice will light up the growth path of every trainee. She smiled. Her eyes stayed on Qin Sun's face for a second, and turned to face the trainees. Today, every trainee standing here has a passion for art and a pursuit of art. They have gone through countless days and nights of sweat and perseverance, just to shine their own light at this moment. Whether it is melodious singing, dynamic dancing, or affectionate interpretation, creative performances, they will all be our precious memories. Talent assessment is not only a test of past efforts, but also the starting point of future dreams. We expect every trainee to express themselves bravely and show their truest self, no matter what the result is. This will be an indispensable lesson in your acting career and a precious asset on the road to growth. I believe that President Qin and President Xia must be looking forward to everyone relaxing, enjoying the stage, and releasing your passion and talent. Let us cheer for the wonderful performances that are about to unfold with the warmest applause. Zhao Xiaohan led the applause. Warm applause rang out in the room. The trainees were so excited, their eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, and they secretly vowed to seize this opportunity that could change their lives. After a long time, the applause gradually died down. Zhao Xiaohan looked at Qin Sun with a smile, and said, Then, please allow me to represent everyone, sincerely invite our leader, Mr. Qin, to give an inspiring speech to our team, and officially start this feast of talent. Chapter 1063, You want to grab the track of flattery? The room burst into warm applause again. Qin Sun was slightly startled, looked at the excited trainees, and then looked at Zhao Xiaohan with a smile, and quietly swallowed the cherry tomato in his mouth. He stood up, and his eyes swept across the faces of each trainee, and said with a smile, Hello everyone. First of all, thank you for choosing Yuzi Film and Television Company. I speak more directly. I know that everyone is here to become famous, become a beautiful woman, and become an actress, and I recruit you. And I also want to make money from you after you become famous. Make a lot of money. My family is from the countryside, and I know the principle of fattening pigs before killing them. He paused. The trainees stared at Qin Sun nervously, each with an expression of great respect and determination, fearing that Qin Sun would misunderstand that they were disrespectful. Qin Sun sighed in his heart, thinking that they were too nervous, and no one laughed at his jokes. He was about to continue. Suddenly, he heard Zhao Xiaohan laugh a few times. The room was quiet for a moment. Then, the trainees immediately realized the purpose of Qin Sun's pause for that second, and laughed one after another. The boys laughed so loudly that it almost blew the roof off. The girls were shaking with excitement, and their breasts were shaking. Su Luluo was laughing like crying. Wow, a personal assistant, can't even flatter as well as Zhao Xiaohan. Boss Qin's words were obviously not funny. Why did you start laughing? You are so capable that you can be Boss Xiao's right-hand man, and I am just a eunuch-like figure beside Boss Qin. Why did you steal my track? It's over, it's over. I'm really going to be finished. Qin Sun heard the laughter around him, and his vanity was greatly satisfied, and continued. There are rumors online saying that I am the godfather of celebrities. Let me clarify. It is not a rumor. Suddenly, Su Luluo shouted awe, and clapped his hands vigorously. Good. Qin Sun was startled. The trainees were stunned for a moment, and before they could rest for a few seconds, they quickly applauded and cheered. Good. 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 Qin Sun was interrupted by Su Luluo, and he forgot what he was going to say. He looked at the expectant eyes of the crowd and reorganized his thoughts. That's what I said. But I don't have the ability to turn stone into gold. At best, I can be considered a talent scout. If you want to be famous, I need to see your own ability. A blacksmith must be strong himself. Qin Sun pointed at Xiao Lei and said, Xiao Lei. She used to be an extra in a vertical store. She became popular a while ago because of the 9-turn large intestine. And she also made some money. But she is not interested in this. She wants to be an actor. She currently has no representative work. But I have seen her acting skills. I promise that within 3 years, she will become one of the highest paid actresses in China. One of the company's biggest cash cows. As soon as the voice fell, the trainees looked at Xiao Lei and clapped wildly, and began to imagine that they would be made into big stars by Qin Sun in the future. If even a person with ordinary looks like Xiao Lei could be made into a big star, wouldn't this be called the ability to turn stone into gold? Xiao Lei had a tense face, trying to make herself look calmer, but her nose kept getting sore. Qin Sun glanced at everyone again and said, Once you become regular employees, I will sign a contract with you with a penalty of at least 100 million yuan. So let me see your abilities now. Future big stars. Hearing 100 million yuan in penalty, the trainees were startled at first, and felt a little panicked, as if they had entered a black shop. But soon, they reacted. This high penalty for breach of contract means that Qin Sun wants to make them first-line stars, with strong money-making ability, otherwise who would dare to breach the contract? Another round of warm applause broke out in the room. Qin Sun's pie was very big, and they were very full, and they were so excited that they wanted to take off their clothes and run naked for 30,000 miles. Qin Sun sat down. Zhao Xiaohan glanced at everyone with a smile, and said, The talent test will start from now on, from left to right in turn, and the rest of the contestants, who haven't taken their turn, please go to the right side of the room and wait by the wall. As soon as the voice fell, the trainees immediately walked to the right and stood straight against the wall, leaving only a big boy wearing a white t-shirt and jeans with a middle-parted hair. The big boy swallowed his saliva, looked at Qin Sun, and said, Boss Qin, Boss Xia. Hello. I am Kai Haochu, a trainee of Yuzi Film and Television Company. I like singing, dancing, rap, and basketball. The talent I brought today is... Qin Sun frowned. Kai Haochu was shocked when he saw Qin Sun frowning, and asked, What's wrong? Boss Qin. Qin Sun smiled and said, Nothing, I just remembered an old friend. Kai Haochu breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Xiao Lei said, Teacher Xiao, please play music. Xiao Lei walked to the multimedia console in the corner of the room, and after some operation, music came from the speakers in the 4 corners of the room. Kai Haochu started dancing. It was street dance. He danced very hard. Qin Sun and Xia Ning watched with a smile. Xia Ning opened her notebook and wrote a few words of summary from time to time, so as not to forget the content when commenting later. Seeing this, Qin Sun also opened his notebook, picked up a pen and began to draw circles on the notebook. 5 minutes later, the music stopped. Kai Haochu stood in the middle of the room, panting, looking at Qin Sun and Xia Ning nervously, waiting for their comments. Xia Ning glanced at Qin Sun. Qin Sun didn't know street dance, and said, You first. Xia Ning nodded. She turned to look at Xiao Lei first, and said with a smile, First of all, I want to thank Lei. At the beginning, she said that she received more than 2,000 resumes, and she screened them one by one and selected 300 people for interviews. Finally, after layers of screening, 8 amateurs with excellent looks and talents were selected. At that time, I thought this was a bit exaggerated. But now it seems that Xiao Lei, you have really worked hard. Xiao Lei was a little embarrassed by the praise, and said in a low voice, Sister Xia Ning, this is what I should do. Suddenly, she heard Su Luoluo cough heavily, and immediately added, Luoluo and I did this work together. She stayed up late for several nights. She did all kinds of forms, data, statistics, and comparisons. Xia Ning looked at Su Luoluo, seeing her straighten her chest and wait for praise, smiled. Luoluo has always been so good. Su Luoluo pursed her lips, wanting to cry. My honorable job is saved. Right? When Kai Haochu heard Xia Ning's words, he had a strong premonition that he would be praised. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, and his palms were sweaty. Xia Ning glanced at her notebook, looked up at Kai Haochu and said, Kai Haochu, your performance is absolutely wonderful. Your movements are smooth and coherent, and your strength is well controlled. Every break and pop is just right, fully demonstrating your solid foundation in the field of street dance. You have a strong sense of rhythm, and can accurately capture the rhythm of the music, perfectly integrating street dance with music. What's more commendable is that he is not just dancing, but expressing his emotions and personality through street dance. Every move is full of power and appeal, bringing the audience into a world full of vitality and passion. She clapped softly. Wonderful! Wonderful! Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning, a little surprised. Ning Ning knows so many terms? Could she be street dancing? I must watch her performance tonight. Hearing Xia Ning's words, Kai Haochu's fair face became redder and redder because of excitement, and he felt the hostile eyes of the other trainees. Chapter 1064 Fat Reduction? Is it beef fat? Thank you, President Xia. Kai Haochu was excited, bowed 90 degrees to Xia Ning, and said loudly. He stood up and said excitedly, In order to enter the Uzi Film and Television Company, I have been working out to lose fat and keep in the best condition. Now that I can get your recognition, it's all worth it. The other trainees' eyes wandered between Kai Haochu and Xia Ning, feeling jealous and afraid that Kai Haochu would snatch the company's resources. In the art academy, many art students like to comment on celebrities, and their arrogance is even greater than that of the so-called celebrities. Compared with big stars, they firmly believe that they are just one opportunity away. The resources, songs, and movie roles of entertainment companies are limited, but trainees are unlimited. Whoever can get the favor of the company's top management can turn into a dragon when encountering wind and clouds. After Xia Ning finished his evaluation, Kai Haochu looked at Qin Sun and saw him smiling meaningfully at him, and his heart was hanging again. 1,000 compliments from others are not as good as Qin Sun's gentle. Not bad. After all, whether he can become famous or not depends on whether he is willing to write songs, and whether he is given roles. Qin Sun looked up and down at this sunny boy. He is handsome, clean-cut, and a first-class dancer. He is a natural idol. He smiled at Kai Haochu, turned to look at Xia Ning, frowned and pondered, and seemed to be in a dilemma. Kai Haochu saw Qin Sun frowning, and thought he had something unpleasant to say to Xia Ning, and his heart sank. Or, is it not possible? Mr. Qin still likes beautiful women? Blame me for being a man. But life is short. Why not give it a try? What women can do, I can do too. Suddenly, Qin Sun relaxed his brows and asked Xia Ning, Ning Ning, do you think Kai Haochu can be made into the next Bai Hong? Xia Ning was slightly startled. She had done a survey when she founded Uzi Film and Television Company, and knew that the idol market for artists in Country C was very large. According to multiple data and reports, the scale of the idol market for artists in Country C has reached hundreds of billions of RMB, and is still growing. If the company can launch a traffic idol, it can indeed take a lot of money out of the pockets of many young girls. However, Xia Ning did not expect Qin Sun to have such a big appetite. A trainee who has not yet passed the internship period. As soon as he opened his mouth, he compared himself to the top young idol in China. She didn't know what to say for a moment. Kai Haochu's eyes instantly turned red, and he covered his mouth with both hands, but still made a strange cry because of the suppressed cry. Woo-woo. Qin Sun looked at Kai Haochu. His face was dark. He just said that he has been working out to lose fat, to keep in the best shape? Losing fat? Losing beef fat? Crying now? Kai Haochu bent his waist and bowed 90 degrees, feeling that it was not respectful enough, and bent his head down a little more, almost touching the ground, and shouted loudly, Thank you, Mr. Qin. I will definitely not let you down. I will never forget your kindness. Qin Sun was a little helpless. I just mentioned it casually, and you just bowed to me. Thank you, Commander, for the gift. The two boys were so anxious that they wanted to rush up and cripple Kai Haochu immediately, and then perform for Qin Sun, to prove that they were no worse than him. The girls were also nervous, envying Kai Haochu's luck. Why was he the first to perform? Zhao Shaohan stepped forward at the right time, asked Kai Haochu to step down, and let the next trainee come up to perform. The second person was also a boy. His name was Wang Hufeng. He held back his energy and sang and danced. Xia Ning commented very professionally, and Wang Hufeng was very excited. When it was Qin Sun's turn to comment, he didn't dare to randomly raise flags like Bai Hong, lest the trainees get so excited that they couldn't sleep at night, and just smiled and said, "Good, very good." Wang Huffing retreated somewhat disappointed. The third boy was called Enchijing, who also sang and danced, and his dancing was more intense, but his singing was not trembling. Xia Ning's comments were still professional. Qin Sun's comments were neither salty nor bland. "Good, very good. You are also very good." Su Luluo stood quietly aside, thinking in her heart that she had been beaten by Zhao Xiaohan again and again today, and her mood was getting worse and worse, and she had a strong sense of insecurity. The trainees were performing their talents here, and you, Zhao Xiaohan, were here to host and control the scene. Suddenly, Su Luluo saw Enchijing's face showing disappointment after listening to Qin Sun's comments, and his lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Sun looked at Enchijing with a smile, as if waiting for him to ask questions. Su Luluo felt that this trainee was disrespectful to Qin Sun, and as the world's #1 lackey, she immediately seized the opportunity to jump out to protect her master. She did a reading comprehension for Qin Sun and said, "Student, President Qin's comments are really sharp. Although there is only good, very good, you are also very short." She put her hands behind her back and quietly bit her fingers. Although it's only 6 words, there are 3 good words in it, which expresses the strong recognition of an. One of them is also, which means that President Qin thinks Enchijing has the potential to become a super idol like Bai Hong. Su Luluo gave a thumbs up. "Good. Good. Good. Are you dissatisfied with anything?" The room fell silent, and everyone was shocked. Xia Ning looked at Su Luluo. What happened to her today? Zhao Xiaohan put so much pressure on her. She started to talk nonsense? Xiao Lele looked at Su Luluo's back, and wanted to go forward and pull her back but didn't dare. Zhao Xiaohan sighed quietly. "I gave you a chance just now, but you were useless. Now there is no chance. But you forcefully create this lousy opportunity?" Qin Sun looked at Su Luluo's thumbs up with a surprised look on his face. Even if he was thick-skinned, he felt a little hot. Damn! Su Luluo must have eaten a mad dog. Right? I just said a casual polite remark, and you interpreted it like this? Sure enough, just like the reading comprehension of the college entrance examination, the full score answer will definitely misinterpret the original author's meaning. And she was frightened by Su Luluo's words. "Are you dissatisfied with anything else?" And his face turned pale, and he said loudly to Qin Sun, "No! No! Boss Qin, I absolutely don't have any dissatisfaction. I didn't. Qin Sun saw that Enchijing was about to cry. The girls who didn't perform were also a little scared, and several girls quietly held their hands together. He felt that the atmosphere was a little too tense, and sighed in his heart, and said to Enchijing, "Student, I know, you don't have to be nervous. In fact, Su Luluo's interpretation of my words is correct." Enchijing was stunned for a moment, his eyes were red, and he thanked her profusely again, and then he left the stage at Zhao Xiaohan's suggestion. And she was standing by the wall, his back straight, as if he saw an infinitely bright future. Bai Hong. Wait for death. The 5 girls loosened their hands. A girl in Hanfu quietly adjusted her breathing, preparing to go on stage to leave an indelible impression on Qin Sun. Su Luluo pursed her lips proudly, trying not to laugh out loud, and slowly retreated to Qin Sun's side, half closed her eyes, and waited for the next opportunity to do reading comprehension. Humph! Zhao Xiaohan is competing with me in flattery. Just you? You are still young. Hee. I am the worm in President Qin's stomach. Chapter 1065. Nothing to do today. Listen to music in the brothel. Qin Sun glanced at Su Luluo, feeling a little helpless. He sat up a little straighter, prepared to say more when commenting later, so as not to be tampered with by Su Luluo. The meat trumpet. The next trainee came on stage. This was a tall and slender girl. She was wearing a water-green hanfu, made of gauze, but not revealing at all. She walked to the center of the room, standing solemnly, clasped her hands together, put her right hand on the left waist, and bent her knees slightly. Her voice was full of the flavor of the Jiang and Water Town. Mr. Qin. Miss Xia. I am Bianyu. 20 years old. Born in the Kyoto Dance and Music Academy. I have often heard that you two are like a fairy couple. Today I see you, and you are indeed as good as the saying goes. I can't express my admiration for you. Here, I wish you two a deep love, and live together until old age. Today I am honored to dance for you two and Mr. Chiao. It is really my honor. She looked at Qin Sun and Xia Ning with a smile on her face. her eyes moving, and there seemed to be infinite soft light in them. Xia Ning smiled at Bianyu, nodding slightly, but she was watching Qin Sun's expression from the corner of her eyes. Qin Sun smiled gently. Hey, this is a trainee with a histrionic personality, very suitable for this circle. But why does he sound a little teasing? The four girls leaning against the wall smiled at Bianyu, cursing her secretly in their hearts. So much drama. Dramatic? Are you acting like a prostitute in an ancient brothel here? Yesterday you took the lead in saying that you should keep a low profile, and now you are doing this? You are teasing with President Qin in front of President Xia? You don't even know how you will die later. Qin Sun leaned forward and said, Please start your performance. Bianyu noticed Qin Sun leaning forward, and was secretly delighted, knowing that she had aroused his interest. She smiled and looked at Qiao Lele. Mr. Qiao, excuse me. After a while, an ancient music floated out from the speakers. Bianyu slowly raised her hand and began to dance. Her movements were smooth and poetic, and every turn, every wave of her sleeves, showed the agility of her waist. The wide sleeves of the hanfu spread out as she danced, sometimes like a rock spreading its wings, and magnificent. Sometimes it was like the gentle breeze of willow branches, soft and delicate. When the song ended, Bianyu slowly stopped, and quietly stood in the middle of the venue, looking at Qin Sun and Xia Ning. Zhao Xiaohan took the lead in applauding, and the other trainees applauded reluctantly. Qin Sun applauded. He had never seen a woman dancing this kind of ancient-style dance live, and today he saw it for the first time, and found it better than watching it on his phone. When you see a beautiful woman dancing on a short video, you swipe away, but when a beautiful girl dances in front of you, it is hard to look away. The applause gradually died down. Xia Ning wanted to comment first as usual, but he heard Qin Sun beside him speak. Qin Sun said with a smile, Bianyu. What a good name. After saying that, he looked at Su Luoluo, and saw her staring at him with burning eyes. His heart skipped a beat, fearing that she would misinterpret his comments again. He looked at Bianyu, and spoke at a slightly faster pace. You are also good-looking. You are really as beautiful as spring plum blossoms blooming in the snow, and as charming as autumn orchids covered with frost. Your cheeks are warm, the clouds reflect the clear pond, your eyes are sparkling, and the moon shines on the cold river. This was a sentence he copied from Mr. Jin Yang's book when he was in junior high school on Earth, writing love letters for his classmates as a love strategist. I don't know why, but I still remember it now. Xia Ning turned around and looked at Qin Sun silently. The girl said a few lines in ancient style and danced an ancient style dance. And this guy was so pretentious? He even used sentences from Dream of Red Mansions to praise women? He is really promising. Su Luoluo was a little disappointed. Mr. Qin said so well this time. I can't add to it. Bianyu was excited, bowed lightly, and didn't say anything to avoid interrupting Qin Sun's rhythm. Qin Sun continued. You will dance better. He thought for a moment, and then pulled out a sentence he only knew from the goddess of Luo River. It is as if a light cloud covers the moon, and it flutters like snow blown by the wind. Bianyu was surprised to hear Qin Sun compare her to the goddess of Luo River, and her mouth opened slightly, and she bowed again. She knew that Qin Sun had finished his evaluation, and then she smiled and said, Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Qin. I will continue to work hard. After a pause, she continued, No wonder Mr. Qin can write so many beautiful words and sentences. It turns out that your literary accumulation is so deep. You don't look like a civil engineering student at all. Qin Sun was amused and laughed a few times. Bianyu covered her mouth and smiled. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun with a smile, feeling that she seemed a little redundant now. A false beauty trap, showing her chest, waist and legs. A real beauty trap. You don't look like a civil engineering student at all? I want to see if you can act like a pig after being served by 5 girls in turn today. Xia Ning turned to look at Bianyu, with a smile on her face. Bianyu felt great pressure, and her smile froze slightly, realizing that she had talked too much just now. It was a bit too hasty. Just when she was getting nervous, she heard Xia Ning speak, with a smile in her voice. Qin Sun said a lot, and said it very well. I agree with him very much. Classmate Bianyu, you have a beautiful name, you are beautiful. And you dance beautifully. You may debut under the name Bian Sanmei in the future. Bianyu couldn't suppress her excitement when she heard it. She bowed with her knees slightly bent, and said, Thank you, President Xia, for the name. I will definitely try my best not to bring discredit to the company. In her words, she had already assumed that she could pass the internship period, become a contracted artist of the company. and successfully walk onto the Avenue of Stars. The four girls by the wall saw that BNU was praised by Chin Sun and Xiaoning, and they felt jealous and held back their energy. Bien Sanmei? Why not call her Bien Sanmei? Bien Sani? Or Bien Sanai? Zhao Xiaohan hosted the show and asked BNU to leave the stage and asked the next girl to come up. A girl wearing a white tank top and a JK skirt came up. She walked to the center of the room, covered her chest with her right hand, bowed and greeted. Mr. Chin. Mr. Xia. My name is Kulan. Chin Sun was startled. What's your name? Kulan thought she had said something wrong and said nervously. My name is Kulan. Chin Sun, is your last name Adagawa? Kulan was puzzled. My last name is Ku. With only the character Lan. Chin Sun saw her nervous expression and smiled. It's okay. When I heard this name, I thought of an old friend. Xiaoning didn't look at Chin Sun, but looked at Kulan with a smile, and silently remembered the name in her heart. Adagawa Kulan? J Countryman? Chin Sun didn't have the opportunity to make friends with a J Country female cosplayer at the comic exhibition. Right. We have always been together. Unless, he met her in the women's restroom. Now he is teasing the girl in short skirt by using her name. It seems that Adagawa Kellen has left a deep impression on Chin Sun. Kellen sorted out her emotions, continued to introduce herself, said with a bit of funny crying voice. My family is very poor. My mother told me from childhood that children from poor families should take care of themselves early. I came to this stage for my dream. Xiaoning was amused. Chin Sun had a dark face. Reciting my famous saying again? Playing awkwardly? Does she think she is very humorous? This person is eliminated. Out. Kellen said. The program I'm going to perform is Subject 3. The music starts. Swords rise up to show grudges in the rivers and lakes. Blowing sleeves to cover the bright moon. The west wind blows leaves and flowers wither. It's hard to sleep with swords as the pillow. Kellen is wearing a tank top and a short skirt, exposing her chest, waist and legs. The skirt flutters with her dancing, as if she's going to be exposed in the next second, but it's always just a little short. Very tempting. Chin Sun's eyes lit up. Don't rush to eliminate her. This girl has some strength. She's just the right amount of flirty. She'll definitely make a lot of money. Xiaoning stared at Chin Sun from the corner of her eyes, and sneered in her heart. This guy seems to have felt the happiness of the rich a little bit. Interesting. Chapter 1066. No one helps you to reach your goal. You walk on the snow from the mountaintop. In the training room, Chin Sun smiled at the dancing Kulan. The music was playing. I have walked through so many years alone, I am used to seeing the sword light illuminate the night. Kulan's movements were slightly larger, and the hem of her JK skirt was fluttering, and it seemed that her translucent white lace panties were about to be exposed. She followed the rhythm of the music, and calmly pressed down her hand, pressing down the hem of her skirt. She still didn't show. Chin Sun's eyes lit up. Talent, talent who can touch the edge. Messier attacked 3 ways before, but others attacked 3 ways. Xiaoning smiled, stared at Chin Sun with the corner of her eyes, and saw that he was watching seriously, and felt a little bad. It was disgusting to see other women flirting in front of their boyfriends, but I have to admit that Kulan is really good. This action of the skirt fluttering and then being pressed down by the hand is obviously carefully designed. Definitely a killer. After the dance, applause broke out in the practice room. Chin Sun followed the applause, and when the applause died down, he looked at Kulan, who was panting slightly, and smiled. Kellen, are you an adult? You dance this kind of dance? Kellen's voice was slightly coquettish. Boss Chin, Teacher Chiao has checked my ID card. Chin Sun said. You can see that the dance is old, but it's useless. Kellen was a little nervous. Boss Chin, am I not dancing well? Chin Sun shook his head and said with a smile. No, this dance is very open. It's open to the south gate of heaven. What I mean by useless is that, with your dance skills, you can definitely challenge more difficult dances, which can better show your full strength. Kellen, I am very optimistic about you. Kellen bowed to thank him, even forgetting to put his hand on his chest. Thank you, Mr. Chin. I will try my best. Thank you, Mr. Chin. When she stood up, her eyes were red and she choked up. Mr. Chin, I said my family was in a difficult situation when I introduced myself just now. Actually, it's not that difficult. But compared to those newcomers, who can make a name for themselves in the entertainment industry now, my family is really poor. And I learned dance slower than others. So I had to be more serious and hardworking than others. I even had to be hospitalized twice because of bone fractures due to overpractice. Her voice was filled with tears. But even so, I still have a hard time in the entertainment industry where new people keep emerging. I haven't even entered the door. A while ago, I had already thought about quitting the industry. I regretted learning dance. If I had taken the cultural course route, I would probably have passed the civil service exam now. After listening to your words today, I see hope again. Thank you for your encouragement. As she spoke, 2 lines of tears flowed from her eyes. Chin-sun saw her crying tenderly, stood up, and encouraged her loudly. No one can help you achieve your ambition. You have to walk on the snow and reach the top of the mountain. Girl, no one can go back to the past, but anyone can start over. If you don't have talent, then please keep repeating it. You have to believe that all things that go against your wishes are the preparations for future surprises. Run towards your goal. As soon as the voice fell, applause broke out in the room. Su Luoluo shouted loudly. Good. Well said. Positive energy. Full of positive energy. Chin-sun was stunned. Damn. This invincible flatterer still took advantage of the opportunity. Xiao-ning looked up at Chin-sun, seemingly with a satisfied smile on his face, seemingly proud of his impromptu speech just now, feeling unhappy. He said a lot today. Does he like to comfort girls? A man's natural skill? Kellen had tears in her eyes, sniffled, choked up, and couldn't speak. Suddenly, she saw Xiao-ning's eyes fall on her chest, looked down, found that her breasts were half exposed, hurriedly covered her chest with her hands, feeling a little uneasy. Is it so stressful to be looked at by President Xiao? Is it because of her strong aura as a rich lady, or am I guilty? Xiao-ning clapped her hands gently, said in a gentle tone. Chin-sun just said that he liked you very much, and I... She paused for 3 seconds, and said with a smile. Of course I like you too. Kalan covered her chest, and bowed to express her gratitude. Thank you, President Xiao. When she stood up and looked at Xiao-ning, waited for her to continue to say a few words, but saw Xiao-ning lean back slightly. Zhao Xiaohan stepped forward to ask her to leave the stage, and invited the next contestant. Kalan quietly withdrew, feeling uneasy. President Xiao was unwilling to comment on me more. Could he bear a grudge against me? But I really didn't touch the edge. If I really touched it, would President Qin still be able to control it? It's very tangled for us to play tricks in front of President Xiao now. I was worried that Mr. Qin, a decent man, would take risks in vain. And I was also worried that Mr. Qin, a pervert, would not seize the opportunity. Xiao-ning looked at Chin-sun quietly, and found that he was looking at the next trainee with his hands folded on the table, with an expectant look on his face. He seemed to be completely integrated into this atmosphere of women. The next trainee was called Ji Yongyang, and she was very petite. She sang a song called Later, and she missed 2 notes because of nervousness. But her vocal skills were also very good. After Chin-sun and Xiao-ning finished their comments, the next contestant came on stage. The girl wore a tight gray belly-bearing t-shirt on her upper body, and soft gray casual pants on her lower body. As she walked, the fabric on her pants sometimes clung to her thighs, and sometimes bounced open. The curve of her thighs was sometimes visible, and sometimes invisible. The trainee introduced herself. Mr. Qin. Mr. Xia. Teacher Qiao. My name is Hua Fusher. Hua means a cluster of flowers. Fu means rising straight up. Sher means poetry and song. Chin-sun was surprised and asked, Is this your real name or stage name? Hua Fusher was delighted. But her face was calm. And she answered, Boss Qin, I've been called this name since I was born. Chin-sun exclaimed, What a good name. After saying that, he thought this name was really great, turned to look at Xiao-ning for approval. Right, Ning-ning? Xiao-ning was in a mixed mood, smiled. It's indeed a good name. Chin-sun turned to look at Hua Fusher. Please start your performance. Hua Fusher was startled, thinking that she hadn't even finished her carefully prepared self-introduction. But she didn't dare to disobey Chin-sun's wishes, walked to the side to take off her shoes, walked to the center of the room, and looked at Xiao Lele with a smile. The music started. Hua Fusher started to dance. She danced modern dance, sometimes slow, sometimes fast, but it was beautiful no matter how fast or slow it was. She was very strong, and she danced for 6 or 7 minutes. Gradually, the music came to an end. Suddenly, Hua Fusher stood upside down with her hands on the ground. Her legs were tightly clamped and stretched straight, and her toes were facing the sky. After 3 seconds, she spread her legs. Her slightly loose casual pants slipped down and fell on the middle of her thighs, revealing a pair of straight and slender white jade pillars. Her right leg was straight, and her left leg was hooked, and it stayed in the air for several seconds. Those legs were dazzlingly white. The music gradually stopped. Everyone in the room looked at those legs. Those thighs were like solidified fat covered by the first snow, emitting a soft and pure luster. Chapter 1067 Positive Energy, Girl, Positive Energy. Qin Sun stared at Hua Fushi, and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Xia Ning stared at Qin Sun, and raised his middle finger to him from under the table. The music stopped. Hua Fushi fell down, and stood up straight. Qin Sun led the applause. Good, good, good. Beautiful, beautiful. You dance like an acrobat. I didn't expect that. There would be a master today. Your waist is as flexible as a water snake, amazing. He turned to look at Xia Ning and asked, Is that so? Xia Ning. Yes. She sighed in her heart. Forget it, forget it. This guy has been dazzled by beauty, and has lost his mind. He must be given a good beating tonight. Xia Ning smiled and commented on Hua Fushi. Hua Fushi thanked him profusely, and left the stage. The last trainee came on stage. This girl's name is Ming Ji. Qin Sun saw this girl with a full chest, round buttocks, and a little plump, and sighed in his heart. Damn it! A woman with this figure feels like she will carry someone around the room at any time. She was obviously a girl in her early 20s. But her every move exuded a sense of wife. Qin Sun looked at Ming Ji, and saw that she was wearing a white shirt. But the pink vest inside could be vaguely seen. She was wearing a pair of black high-waisted shorts. Ming Ji also brought dance. She danced to the music, because her figure was slightly plump, showing a different style from the previous girls. Qin Sun watched her dance seriously. Ming Ji danced gracefully. After dancing for a while, she turned her back to Qin Sun, and suddenly turned to face him and stretched her arms. Suddenly, the button on her shirt flew off. A button flew straight to Qin Sun's face. Qin Sun's expression was stern, and he suddenly raised his right hand with 2 fingers, and firmly grasped the button. He subconsciously held it in his hand and rubbed it. It felt a little rough. Not a plastic button, but a plastic button covered with a layer of cloth. Qin Sun looked at Ming Ji and saw that she was stunned in place, with her shirt open, revealing a small pink lace vest inside. The pair of breasts were full of flesh, trembling with her panting. Qin Sun coughed lightly and said, Girl, positive energy. Positive energy. Ming Ji seemed to be slow to realize it, covering her chest with both hands and screaming aw. Sorry, sorry. I didn't mean it. Qin Sun saw her nervous expression and smiled. Of course I know you didn't mean it. You broke free from your shirt during the dance, and the buttons flew off, and they even hit me accurately in the face. Who would practice this kind of hidden weapon kung fu when they have nothing better to do? Ming Ji smiled awkwardly. Xia Ning snorted in his heart when he saw her expression. Qin Sun. This silly boy got it right. There are such boring women in the world, practicing such weird hidden weapon skills. I guessed that they would offend me, but I didn't expect it to be so offensive. What's most annoying is that Qin Sun is enjoying it. Qin Sun rubbed the button in his hand and flicked it with 2 fingers. Give it back to you. The button drew a parabola and fell accurately into the pocket of Ming Ji's low-waisted pants. Ming Ji exclaimed, Boss Qin is really good. Xia Ning looked at Ming Ji with a smile, and mocked in his heart. How can you be better than him? Qin Sun began to evaluate Ming Ji, and said, Ming Ji, although you didn't dance to the end, I also watched most of it, and I can see that you have a solid foundation. And what's more precious is that you have a unique charm, which makes people feel vigorous. Many men will like women like you. In the current market where female stars are blindly seeking to be thin, you have a promising future. Ming Ji covered her chest with both hands and bowed to express her gratitude. Thank you for Mr. Qin's affirmation. I will definitely work hard. When she stood up, Xia Ning smiled and gave a few comments, which also made Ming Ji happy. All the trainees finished their performances. Zhao Xiaohan stepped forward and said with a smile, Now all the trainees have finished their performances. Please line up in the middle of the room. After everyone lined up, she continued, Thank you for your wonderful performances just now. After your scores come out today, I will send them to the trainee WeChat group. She turned to look at Xia Ning and asked, Boss Xia, do you have anything else to say? Xia Ning smiled and shook her head. Zhao Xiaohan looked at Qin Sun. Boss Qin? Qin Sun glanced at Xia Ning. Although she had a smile on her face, she seemed a little listless today. She had performed so hard for so long, how could she not give a summary speech now? You are still the woman who will be in charge of a big company in the future. How can you be afraid of such a small scene? Chin-sun stood up, scanned his eyes at everyone, and said with a smile, "You gave me a surprise today. I never thought that a small company like UZ Film and Television Company could recruit so many talents." He walked out of the table, stretched his muscles, and said, "I won't say much nonsense. I like to draw cakes. And I like to feed people cakes even more. I declare that the first trainee who passes the internship period and becomes a formal company artist can get the right to sing my next song." The 8 trainees exclaimed, their eyes burst into a burning gaze, like a nuclear explosion, staring at Chin-sun without blinking. In their eyes at this moment, Chin-sun was like a god. Another new song? Boss Chin is a hit maker. Xia Ning looked at Chin-sun's back, somewhat dissatisfied. Is he so happy today that he wants to perform a song on the spot to seduce others? As expected, boys always like to show off in front of women. If he dares to let them sing what I just said to me in the office. I'm not looking forward to the snow, but the winter with you. I will definitely beat him up in public today. Zhao Xiaohan opened her mouth slightly. No way. He just said some lyrics about expectation in the office. And now he's doing it again? Mr. Chin once said that he would not sing a song a second time. Is it a new song again? His talent will never run dry? Chin-sun walked in front of everyone and said, "It's July now, which happens to be summer, so I will sing a song about summer, and hope that some of you will be hired as a regular before summer is over. When the time comes, I will use my official Douyin account to release your singing videos, and if nothing goes wrong, this song will become one of the last songs of the September school season." When the trainees heard one of the most popular songs in September, they exclaimed again and were excited. As an industry insider, I know that tens of thousands of songs are created every day, but only a few of them can become popular. Being able to become a hit song, even if it is only one of them, is very impressive. This is a goal that many musicians cannot achieve in their entire lives. Some people's hair stood up. Some people were breathing rapidly. Some people's bodies trembled uncontrollably. Some people bit their lips tightly. Everyone looked at Chin-sun expectantly, waiting for him to start singing. Chapter 1068 Ning Ning. Smell it. Are my fingers fragrant? Chin-sun sang softly. Take a bite of the hot love ice cream. Walking in the summer night with your hand, stars accidentally sneak into your eyes, fireflies flying in the night walk and stop. He has good singing skills and sings beautifully. The 5 girls clapped their hands and beat the rhythm, swaying their bodies left and right, like a bunch of flowers swaying in the spring breeze. Seeing this, the 3 boys were unwilling to lag behind, and did not care that the flattering action was a bit sissy. And they also swayed. What's wrong with being a sissy? As long as I can be popular, I can be a sissy for the rest of my life. Xia Ning listened to Chin-sun's song and snorted in her heart. She was very dissatisfied with Chin-sun today. The filter she had for Chin-sun's husband was shattered. She only regarded him as a scumbag who stayed in a brothel. She said with contempt in her heart, "This song, which is as weak and powerless as you, will become one of the most popular songs in September. I'm dreaming." Suddenly, Xia Ning saw Chin-sun dancing, and the movements were a little sissy. Chin-sun sang with a smile on his face, and his hands gently imitated the popular welcome dance of a senior in his previous life, and his hands swayed gently. The sea breeze chases the tide, I catch up with you. Take a bite of the hot love ice cream. Hold your hand and walk in the summer night. Stars accidentally sneak into your eyes. His expression revealed the calmness of an older generation of artists, and his movements were soft and smooth. His movements were all the softness of a little girl, but he was not shy at all, not shy at all. Xia Ning was stunned. The 8 trainees' shaking bodies paused slightly, disrupting the rhythm. Not so neat. Like a field of wild flowers blown by the wind. Zhao Xiaohan was amazed. Does President Qin have no idle baggage at all? No wonder he can succeed. Su Luolu's eyes were bright, and he organized his words in his mind, preparing to flatter him to the fullest, to justify his reputation as the world's #1 lackey. Chin-sun finished singing, and smiled. I'll give you a song called Hot Love Ice Cream. I hope you like it. The trainees clapped their hands vigorously. Their palms turned red, and they were a little painful, but they still refused to stop. I like it. I like it too. I love it. It sounds good. It sounds great. This song will definitely be a hit. Boss Chin, I want it, I want it. What should I do? I'm obsessed with this song. After more than a minute, they gradually stopped. The trainees were playing like crazy, but they didn't actually appreciate how good this song was. They just thought it was simple, pleasant to the ears, and didn't hear the potential to be a big hit. But since Chin Sun said it can be popular, it must be popular. The star godfather never fails. Chin Sun listened to the boys and girls flattering him crazily. Although the words were a bit exaggerated, it was still within his acceptable range. He deserves it. Chin Sun smiled and nodded lightly, like an old cadre. Xia Ning glanced at him quietly and snorted in his heart. This guy finally fell under the flattery of beautiful women. Suddenly, Su Luoluo stepped forward a few steps, looking excited, and shouted loudly. The song Hot Love Ice Cream is simply a shining pearl in the music world. It has built an intoxicating romantic universe with its incomparable sweet melody and dreamy lyrics. This is not just a pile of notes, but a sweet storm that hits the heart directly. It is like a breeze in summer, a touch of warm sunshine in winter, making every soul that listens to it tremble. Its melody, like silky and delicate ice cream, slowly melts on the tip of the tongue. The room fell silent. Xia Ning was startled. Qiao Lei opened his mouth wide. Zhao Xiaohan was confused. The trainees were stunned for a moment, but soon came to their senses, and looked at Su Luoluo with determination, as if listening to the voice of God. She is Mr. Chin's assistant, and must be able to grasp Mr. Chin's taste the best. Now we must learn the flattery voice that Mr. Chin likes. Go back and study hard, practice well, and use it well in the future. Chin Sun stared at Su Luoluo in amazement, and got goosebumps all over his body. Brilliant pearl? Romantic universe? Sweet storm? Soul trembling? So exaggerated? This? I can't afford it. Is this mushroom head crazy today? The trainees are flattering, and you are reciting poems and making excuses? Su Luoluo talked for a long time, and it took her 2 minutes to stop. She looked at Chin Sun with burning eyes, waiting for praise. Chin Sun hesitated and spoke slowly. Thank you for liking me. Su Luoluo glanced at Zhao Xiaohan proudly, seeing her stunned expression, thinking that she was stunned by him, said loudly. Boss Chin, you're welcome. It's my duty. It's my duty. Chin Sun. Ah, listening to Su Luoluo flattering me is as embarrassing as being talked about by someone in public about Qiuqiu from junior high school. Zhao Xiaohan couldn't stand it anymore, and shouted loudly. Thank you, Mr. Chin, for your passionate singing. I hope that one of the trainees here can stand out and become a hit on the internet before the summer is over. She took out her phone and looked at Chin Sun and Xia Ning. Mr. Chin, the first talent test of Yuzi Film and Television Company has ended successfully. Let's take a photo now. Chin Sun nodded, and took Xia Ning's hand and walked towards the trainees. They consciously gave up the center position. Zhao Xiaohan smiled and looked at Qiao Lei and Su Luoluo. The two of them hesitated for a moment, and walked over to stand beside Chin Sun and Xia Ning. Zhao Xiaohan held up her phone. 3, 2, 1. Good. Beautiful. After the photo was taken, she immediately sent it to the others using WeChat. Chin Sun and his group left, and the trainees stayed in the practice room and watched them leave. Chin Sun turned a corner in the corridor, and suddenly heard a cheer from the practice room. He turned his head and looked at Xia Ning, smiling. Ning Ning, how did I perform today? Look, one song gave them enough energy, and they will have a sweet dream tonight. Xia Ning smiled. Chin Sun laughed happily, and subconsciously reached out to rub his nose. He smelled a fresh and elegant scent, and his whole body felt clear. He stretched his hand to Xia Ning's nose. Ning Ning, smell it. Do my fingers smell good? Hearing this, Zhao Xiaohan was startled. Oh, I forgot to tell the trainees a few words. As she said this, she winked at Su Luoluo and Qiao Lei. Qiao Lei understood, but Su Luoluo looked puzzled. Zhao Xiaohan grabbed Su Luoluo's hand and dragged her away. Chin Sun and Xia Ning were the only ones left in the corridor. Chin Sun saw Zhao Xiaohan in a hurry to leave, and saw Xia Ning with a blank expression, and realized something was wrong. Ning Ning Ning, what's wrong with you? Are you unhappy? Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun's fingers, and asked with a smile. Are your fingers fragrant? Chin Sun put down his hands, and put them behind his back. Xia Ning, I asked you if they are fragrant? Chin Sun, fragrant. Xia Ning gently put her hands on Qin Sun's shoulders and said with a smile, "Of course they are fragrant. This is the fragrance left on the button that flew out of Meng Ji's chest. This is the smell of her breasts." Qin Sun was startled and said hurriedly, "Hey, you should be more precise in your wording. This is on the button of the shirt, not on the chest." Xia Ning was startled. "Shouldn't the shirt be close to the chest?" Qin Sun explained. She was also wearing a pink lace camisole. Xia Ning half squinted her eyes. "Pink? Lace? Camisole? Vest?" She raised her right hand and hooked Qin Sun's chin. "Qin Sun, you remember it clearly. Chapter 1069, they seduced me. In front of my wife? Qin Sun, what happened to you today?" Xia Ning asked back. "What happened to me?" Qin Sun nodded and said nothing. Xia Ning put down his hand, sneered, and was silent for a moment, imitating Qin Sun's tone at the opening ceremony of Fatal ID. "You smell of her perfume. It's my nose that has committed a sin. The love you want is too perfect. I will never learn it." She turned to leave, and suddenly felt her hand tightly grasped by Qin Sun, and turned back. Qin Sun asked, "What happened to you today?" Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, not knowing whether he was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid, and shook Qin Sun's hand away. "People are trainees performing their talents, and you are singing and dancing here? You still ask me what's wrong?" She turned and left, and soon disappeared from Qin Sun's sight. Qin Sun stood there blankly for a while, replaying the scene in the practice room in his mind. Is it because those girls flatter me? It shouldn't be. There are so many women flattering me online every day, and there are also many women who lick my photos, and I haven't seen her get angry. Qin Sun took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Zhao Xiaohan. "Assistant Zhao, come out for a moment." Very quickly, Zhao Xiaohan, Qiao Lele, and Su Luoluo came over. Qin Sun asked Zhao Xiaohan directly, "You ran so fast just now, probably because you predicted that Xia Ning would be angry when she arrived. What happened to her today?" Su Luoluo saw that Qin Sun's eyes directly skipped over her assistant and asked the new assistant, who had been in the job for less than half a month. She was anxious and spoke first. "Sister Xia Ning was angry today because... She couldn't say it, and suddenly saw Qin Sun's finger, and her eyes lit up. "Maybe you didn't wash your hands after going to the toilet today. And Sister Xia Ning didn't like the smell. She... When she said this, she saw Qin Sun's eyes widened, and she knew she had said something wrong. She gradually lost her voice and lowered her head. "It's over. It's over. How could I say such a stupid thing? Then all the flattery I just racked my brains to flatter was in vain. Living with a king is like living with a tiger." Zhao Xiaohan saw Su Luoluo lowering her head, and quietly took a step to block her, so that she would not be too embarrassed by Qin Sun's gaze. "Boss Qin, Sister Xia Ning is completely right to be unhappy today. Just now, those female trainees danced in front of you one by one, and you were very happy to see them. But in fact, we girls are not that happy to see them, because those dances are to please men. They dance for you." Sister Xia Ning saw it, and must be very worried. As a result, you even sang and danced for a while yourself, which may have caused Sister Xia Ning to misunderstand. Qin Sun thought about it, and felt that he had grasped some clues, but he was still not sure. Nowadays, the dancing of anchors in short videos is much bigger than theirs. They danced like this, and Xia Ning couldn't stand it? Zhao Xiaohan heard that Qin Sun's tone was blaming Xia Ning, and she didn't dare to express her opinion casually, and a bitter smile appeared on her face. Qiao Lele didn't say anything either. As a gold medal assistant, how could Su Luoluo let the boss's words fall to the ground? She poked her head out from behind Zhao Xiaohan's shoulder, and said weakly, "Boss Qin, is there a possibility that the dance scale of the short video you watched is so big?" Qin Sun was shocked. Su Luoluo realized that she had said the wrong thing again, covered her mouth with both hands, retracted her head behind Zhao Xiaohan's thin body, and trembled. Qin Sun looked at Qiao Lele and asked hesitantly, "Assistant Zhao said that this group of trainees are seducing me. Is it true?" Qiao Lele thought about it, and answered truthfully, "Master Qin, I have been leading these trainees since they entered the company. Their clothes today are almost the same as usual, but I think they seem to be more coquettish today. I don't know if it's my illusion, or if they have some feminine tricks that I can't see through." Qin Sun lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then raised his head and couldn't help but say something. "You are all women. Can't you three tell if others are playing tricks? You are really useless. Zhao Xiaohan. An unexpected disaster. Xiao Lele. Blame me. Su Luoluo had a bitter face, and was about to cry. Boss Qin said that you three are really useless. Is it just to warn me? It's over, it's over. It's really over. I'm going home to take the civil service exam. Qin Sun took out his mobile phone and opened WeChat, and sent the group photo of trainees that Zhao Xiaohan took just now to Anka. Encore. Help me see if these women have any hidden tricks. He turned sideways and adjusted the position of the phone so that Zhao Xiaohan and the other two could see it, and said, We are all women, and I will show you what a master is. Zhao Xiaohan, Xiao Lele, and Su Luoluo stared at the phone screen. After a while, Encore replied, Hey, it's fine if Gigi doesn't like me, but you also regard me as your love strategist? I'm not a god. How can I see so many things from a photo? However, I can be sure of one thing. Sister Xiaoning is angry. You are finished. Qin Sun saw her sending a bunch of sarcastic words and replied, Happy. Stop joking. There are 3 women around me. They also want to see your level. Not for a while. Encore replied with a message. The girl in ancient clothes looks elegant and plain, but in fact, she is wearing full makeup. Her collarbone is carefully painted. She has the best makeup skills. She spent at least more than an hour. Qin Sun was surprised. Can you paint the collarbone? Zhao Xiaohan replied. Yes, use shadow and highlight techniques to visually create the outline of the collarbone. However, I thought Bianyu only wore light makeup. I didn't expect her to be the most delicate. Encore sent another message. The girl in the gray belly-bearing t-shirt and gray casual pants either has no underwear or wears a thong. P.S. The thong strap will dig into the buttocks, which is stinky. Qin Sun? Hua Fushar dances in a thong and stands upside down. Isn't she afraid of getting her crotch stuck? Zhao Xiaohan looks at WeChat on her phone and admires and coo a little, sighing. You are really an expert. How did you figure that out? Su Luoluo feels that he has been robbed of the limelight and says angrily, I guessed it, and could sent a few more messages. There is nothing much to say about the girl wearing a JK short skirt. A few years ago, JK short skirts were still erotic clothing in China, but now they are everywhere on the streets. What kind of person is she? Mr. Qin should be able to smell it. Qin Sun touched his nose. Of course, people who dance the edge dance have to wear such a short skirt. It's nothing, it's normal, hee. The other 3 dared not speak, and could send another message. That plump girl, did you tear her shirt? Qin Sun replied immediately. How can you? A girl. Talk so dirty? It was accidentally broken while dancing. Soon Enko replied. Impossible, I have a shirt of this brand. It is of very good quality. Even if her breasts were 2 sizes bigger, the buttons would not break unless she redesigned the buttons. Oh, it seems that the buttons on her clothes have really been changed to buttons wrapped in fabric. Could it be that the pheromone perfume she was wearing last year just happened to break and hit Mr. Qin's face? Zhao Xiaohan was stunned. A master. Indeed a master. Xiao Lele was also amazed. We are all women. How can she see so much? Alas, she is a college student. I can't compare with her. Su Luoluo has a stronger sense of crisis. It's over. Sister Enku is so powerful. Will she replace my position as the world's #1 lackey one day? Qin Sun's face sank, put away his phone, and said, Ningning is my fiancée. My future wife. They seduce me. And in front of my wife? Pan Jilian knows to do it behind people's backs. He turned and walked towards the practice room. I must teach them the rules today. Fuck. Chapter 1070. Stand up straight. Look straight at me. Boss Qin, stay. Qin Sun walked towards the training room aggressively, and suddenly heard Zhao Xiaohan shout behind him. He turned around, and saw Zhao Xiaohan's face was a little anxious. Zhao Xiaohan stepped forward and said, Boss Qin, you have a noble status in the company, and it is not appropriate for you to criticize these girls. Leave these dirty work to me. In the company, you need to maintain your divinity. Qin Sun was a little happy, but after taking a look at this overly thin girl, he asked uncertainly, Swearing, can you do it? Zhao Xiaohan smiled slightly. Not bad. Qin Sun, can you swear? Zhao Xiaohan. For the dignity of Mr. Qin, I can say it. Behind her, Su Luoluo had a weird expression and repeated it silently. For the dignity of Mr. Qin, I can say it. Qin Sun looked at Zhao Xiaohan and nodded. Then swear a little, and give them a good beating. Zhao Xiaohan nodded, walked 2 steps to the training room, turned around and asked. Boss Qin, are you going to fire them? Hearing this, Xiao Lei looked at Qin Sun nervously, fearing that he would fire them all in a fit of rage. Although these girls were a little presumptuous just now, testing Qin Sun's bottom line. It was understandable. For some girls who are good-looking but have no solid background. Except for going down the 3rd road to get promoted. What other shortcuts are there? However, these 5 girls were carefully selected from more than 3,000 job seekers. And they can be said to be 1 in 1,000. They are either interns or just graduated. They are all young girls, who have not been poisoned too deeply by the entertainment industry. Given Xiao Lei's vision. Even if they leave Yuzi Film and Television Company and join other companies. 1 or 2 of them may be able to enter the entertainment industry. Qin Sun pondered for a moment and said, there is no need to fire them. Just give them a severe beating. They are indeed some good seedlings. But you must hit them hard. Xiao Lei breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Xiaohan got the order and replied. Got it. Mr. Qin. I will know how to handle it. She turned and walked towards the practice room. Xiao Lei hurriedly followed. Master Qin, I am the one who led these people. I will go and take a look. Su Luoluo glanced at Qin Sun quietly, did not dare to say anything, and followed him at a trot. Qin Sun looked at the backs of the 3 people, sighed, turned and walked towards the general manager's office. Women, what a trouble. The training room. 3 boys and 5 girls were divided into 2 groups, sitting on the ground in the front and back corners of the training room, discussing enthusiastically. The boys sat in the back, and their vocabulary was relatively scarce. You were very handsome just now. You are also very handsome. You too? But who can be more handsome than Mr. Qin? He is only 1 year older than us, but he seems to have reached a level that we can never reach in our lifetime. Mr. Xia is really good looking. Are you going to die? Don't tell anyone, I'll treat you to a foot wash today. We are all going to be famous soon. It's not suitable for us to go to that kind of place. Right? Have you never been to a regular foot wash shop? Let's not talk about this. Don't you think those girls were a little too bold just now? It's okay, not too much. Not too much, I'm worried about being implicated by them. Mr. Xia is a rich lady. How can she be on the same level with them? The girls were chattering, especially enthusiastic. I feel that President Qin and President Xia are both easy to get along with. Yeah, not mean at all. Hey sister, you popped a button on President Qin's face. How can he be mean to you? You have big breasts. I'm wearing a vest under my shirt, not underwear, so it's okay. Right? President Qin seems to like Bien Yu's dance the most. You've said so many words. In the future, when I film a costume drama with a heroine, you'll become the immortal of the world. Hee. What you said, I saw President Qin's eyes light up when he saw Sister Hua doing a handstand. Next time, wear a skirt and do a handstand. Ha. Hee. The women were both happy and shy, and gently pushed and shoved each other. Suddenly, Ji Yangyang sighed and smiled bitterly. You guys are fine. You all received compliments from President Qin. If I had known, I would have danced. You guys are wearing hanfu. JK short skirts, buttons flying off, and handstands showing your thighs. It's really too much drama. Aren't you afraid of offending President Xia? This sour remark immediately attracted attacks. Why do you say that? Who shouldn't try their best for today's test? I'm dressed the same as usual today. Are you lazy and can't get out of bed? So you're playing tricks on us? Why would President Xia care about these? Yes, she's so beautiful. Would she care what we wear? Everyone was chatting enthusiastically. Suddenly, the door opened. Everyone immediately quieted down, turning their heads to look at the door. Zhao Xiaohan walked in first, followed by Xiao Lei and Su Luoluo, and the 3 of them all looked unhappy. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they felt something was wrong. Zhao Xiaohan threw the folder in her hand on the judge's table, with great force, smashing several fruit plates and snack plates. Fruits, melon seeds, candies were scattered all over the floor. The pupils of the trainees dilated, and they dared not breathe. What happened? What happened? Wasn't President Qin fine when he left just now? Why did he come back and give her a cold shoulder now? Xiao Lei looked at Zhao Xiaohan's thin back, and was also startled. She didn't expect her temper to be so bad. Go all out right away. Su Luolua was stunned. Boss Chin asked her to be more aggressive. Is she really that aggressive? She is really good at flattering. The flatterer. Disgusting, disgusting flatterer. Xiao Xiaohan walked behind the judge's table, scanned the girls, who were sitting on the ground in a daze, and said coldly, Ji Yangyang, you go to the back and stand with the 3 boys. As soon as the words fell, Ji Yangyang was delighted, and immediately stood up, and walked away quickly under the complicated gazes of the other 4 girls, and walked to the corner of the practice room. She stood in a row with 3 boys, standing straight, feeling lucky. Let you be naughty. Let you be naughty. Without any information. Just relying on some gossip on the internet. You dare to flirt in front of President Xia. Wait for death. Zhao Xiaohan glanced at the 4 trainees, who were still sitting on the ground stupidly, and said softly, Teacher Qiao and Assistant Su are both your leaders. You are still sitting on the ground when they come in? Don't you have any rules? As soon as the voice fell, the 4 girls got up in a hurry, quickly stood up and ran to the center of the room to line up, lowered their heads slightly, but raised their eyelids to peek at Zhao Xiaohan. They looked innocent, very cute, all trying to be cute. Zhao Xiaohan saw the 4 people's identical expressions, and sneered. You are pretending to be pitiful in front of a woman like me. You are really flirting with a blind man. Stand up straight. Look straight at me. Chapter 1071 Sister Lele. Did she really work as a cow to plow the fields? Zhao Xiaohan's voice is usually soft, but now her aura is on fire, and it is also a bit cold and fierce, which gives people great pressure. The 4 girls showed panic in their eyes, and immediately straightened their backs, and looked at Zhao Xiaohan timidly. In their eyes, Zhao Xiaohan is like a demon. This is Mr. Xiao's assistant, who can't be offended. Zhao Xiaohan glanced at the 4 frightened girls, and said, Boss Qin and Boss Xia admire your professional skills. I came to see you now. Not because of Boss Qin's instructions, nor because of Boss Xia's instructions, but because I came here on my own. She put her hands on the table, looked at the 4 girls with a serious face, and asked, Do you know why I came back? The 4 girls shook their heads frantically. No. I don't know. I don't know. What's wrong? Please let Assistant Zhao know. Zhao Xiaohan sneered and said, Boss Qin was free of distractions. She was concentrating on your talent show, and didn't notice your little tricks at all. Boss Xia was magnanimous, and didn't take your little tricks seriously. She just regarded you as jumping clowns. Just now after leaving, I asked Boss Xia to let me teach you a lesson. But she said forget it. There's no point in arguing with a bunch of kids. Hearing this, the 4 girls breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Xia, it's good that you don't care. At worst, I'll be more careful next time. Zhao Xiaohan caught their snickering, sneered, and said, Mr. Xia is magnanimous, but I am different. I am narrow-minded. She didn't let me come to you, so I came to you behind her back. The 4 girls were nervous, clenched their fists, and some of them had cold sweat on their backs. Su Luoluo felt an unprecedented sense of crisis when she heard Zhao Xiaohan defend Xia Ning in a few words, and put all the blame on herself. A flatterer. This is a real flatterer. She is so scheming. Zhao Xiaohan stared at them, and said in a deep voice, Boss Qin and Boss Xia just went through a life and death test in Country J. Their love is known to all, and no one can destroy it. I didn't expect that you would be so horny and naughty here after just returning to China. You want to die. The 4 girls were silent. Seeing that they didn't say anything, Zhao Xiaohan didn't want to attack them. So she repeated what Qin Sun had just said. You seduce Boss Qin in front of his fiancée? Pan Jinlian knows how to do it behind people's backs. Hearing the name Pan Jinlian, the 4 girls' faces turned ugly. Many girls can be coquettish and wild, but they hate being called coquettish and wild. And they even think it is shameful to be on the same level as Pan Jinlian. Now Zhao Xiaohan said that they are not even as good as Pan Jinlian, which makes them very uncomfortable. The 4 girls have not suffered much since they were young, and grew up with the praise of licking dogs. They have never heard such harsh words, and they are a little dissatisfied. Bian Yu hesitated for a moment, and said weakly, We didn't. Zhao Xiaohan looked at Bian Yu, thinking that she just put on makeup for a long time, and she just praised the relationship between Qin Sun and Xia Ning. It was not easy to attack her for the time being, but Qin Sun said he wanted to give them a good beating, so he must seize the opportunity to give them a good beating. After such hesitation, The other three girls suddenly gained courage and argued. Yes. We didn't. I was dressed normally today. And there was no bad guidance. Who seduced someone? It's unfair. Assistant Zhao. I am wronged. You misunderstood? Zhao Xiaohan saw them coming to her door and roared. Shut up. The four girls immediately shut their mouths, tightly pursed them, and showed a wronged expression. Hua Fushi and Meng Ji already had tears in their eyes. Zhao Xiaohan stared at Meng Ji and said, You guys are still trying to make excuses? Meng Ji. Why did you modify your shirt? Why did you change the fabric buttons? Don't you know? You sprayed pheromone perfume on the fabric buttons and deliberately bounced it onto Mr. Qin's face. Are you fishing here? You used hormone perfume to get closer to Mr. Qin. Do you think Mr. Qin is a wild boar? Meng Ji blushed and hesitated, but didn't dare to say anything. Zhao Xiaohan glanced at Bianyu and saw that she looked nervous. Her eyes moved to the right and landed on Kellen's short skirt. Kellen, your skirt is already short enough. Your butt is so tight that you can expose yourself with just a few moves. Why don't you wear safety pants? If President Xiao wasn't here today, and you were dancing only for President Qin, would you deliberately expose yourself? Kellen blushed, pursed her lips tightly, and tears welled up in her eyes. Zhao Xiaohan looked at Hua Fushi. Hua Fushi was nervous and forced a smile. Sister Zhao, I'm wearing nothing that's exposed. And I didn't dance any dance that would expose myself. She was very confident. Compared to Kellen, she didn't show as much legs as Kellen when she stood still, even when she stood upside down. She wore a round-neck t-shirt on her upper body, but only a little bit of her belly was exposed. In the entertainment industry full of debauchery, how can this be called exposure? Zhao Xiaohan snorted coldly and said, Hua Fushi, doesn't it feel uncomfortable to dance in a thong? Hua Fushi was shocked and didn't dare to speak. She was indeed wearing a thong. After putting it on in the morning, she looked left and right at the camera and danced twice. Seeing her buttocks trembling in the mirror, she was very proud. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xiaohan could see through her pants. Could it be that I was wearing seamless pants? Hua Fushi looked at Zhao Xiaohan with some dissatisfaction in her eyes. Is it illegal to wear thongs? Zhao Xiaohan saw that she was not convinced, and said, The thong strap is squeezed into the crack of the buttocks. Isn't it smelly? Hua Fushi's face turned red when she heard it. Saying that a girl is smelly, whether it is bad breath, bad armpits, bad feet, or bad hair, is an evaluation that can drive them crazy. Girls all smell good, how can they smell bad? Hua Fushi tried to hold it in, but she couldn't hold it in any longer. She said, I take a shower every day, I even put shower gel on, there, so it won't smell bad. Zhao Xiaohan was startled, and said loudly, You dare to talk back? As she said that, she raised her foot and kicked the table hard with a bang, trying to kick it over. But she was thin and weak. This was a heavy solid wood table, and the table didn't move at all, but her legs were numb. Zhao Xiaohan was a little embarrassed. I wanted to scare them, but it turned out to be a joke. Seeing this, Su Luoluo sneered. Finally, it's my turn to show off. How can I let you pretend to be all the stunners? She rushed forward, lifted the table with both hands and lifted it hard. The table leg staggered, shook a few times, and then stopped steadily. Su Luoluo. She and Zhao Xiaohan looked at each other, and both of them were a little embarrassed. Zhao Xiaohan looked at the four stunned girls, and felt even more embarrassed. The tense atmosphere just now was suddenly awkward. The task assigned by President Qin seemed not to be completed well. I didn't expect that on the first day of doing the task assigned by President Qin. I encountered a career setback. Xiao Lei sighed, walked forward slowly, grabbed a table leg with one hand, and said hey yo, and flipped the table directly into the air. Bang! There was a loud noise. The table feet were buckled on the floor. Xiao Lei retreated silently, hiding her merits and fame. Su Luoluo looked at Xiao Lei in shock. Sister Lei. Did she really work as a cow to plow the land? The four girls were stunned and trembling. The entertainment industry does require sacrifice of the body. But isn't it all unspoken rules? Is this company going to be beaten? It doesn't follow the rules. Chapter 1072 Execute first and report later? I will report to the heaven. Zhao Xiaohan looked at the overturned table, stunned, decided to be more polite to Xiao Lei in the future, and never irritate her. I am afraid that I am not as heavy as a coin. If I irritate her, it will be too ugly to be overturned to the ground. The four girls covered their mouths in fear, looking at Xiao Lei with horror, tears falling from the corners of their eyes. Zhao Xiaohan stepped on the table, slowly swept his eyes across the tearful faces of the 4 girls, said, "Remember, there are 2 things in the company that you cannot covet. First, President Xia. Second, President Qin. Put away your determination to become famous. As long as your business is good, President Qin will not let the pearl be covered in dust. President Qin is much more upright than you think." She raised her voice several degrees. "Rising stars present, do you understand?" The 4 girls nodded like pecking rice, with a crying tone. "I understand. I understand. I know. We will never dare to do it again." Zhao Xiaohan nodded, said in a low voice, "Now the 4 of you go home and wait for news. Those who receive the test scores before 8 o'clock tonight will go to work as usual tomorrow. Those who don't receive the scores also come to the company to settle their wages with the finance department. There are dreams in life in the future, and we will all be well. I wish you a bright future." As soon as the voice fell, the 4 girls were stunned for a moment, then they could no longer hold back, lost their expression control, and their tears flowed out, crying and shouting, "Sister Zhao, give me a chance, give me a chance. It's not a crime punishable by death, Sister Zhao. Can you spare us? We really won't dare to do it again, really won't dare to do it again." Several people cried together, some took a few steps towards Zhao Xiaohan, wanting to pounce on her and beg for mercy, but after 2 steps, she gave them a look and drove them away. Several people cried even harder. "Woo-woo. I just told my parents yesterday. I joined Yuzi Film and Television Company, and today I have to. Woo-woo. I can't leave. I posted on WeChat moments. I'm showing off. If I leave like this, what will my classmates and teachers think of me? Sister Zhao, I haven't graduated yet. I'm still immature. Can't you give me a chance?" Xiao Lei glanced at Zhao Xiaohan and admired her in her heart. As an assistant, she is much better than Luoluo. The fox is really good at taking advantage of the tiger's power. Look how scared he is. How about I be more fierce in the future? Su Luoluo saw the girls crying and felt sorry for them. She wanted to tell them several times that they were just trying to scare them. This Zhao Xiaohan is really evil. How can you be an assistant like this? These trainees will be colleagues in the future. How can you have such a relationship with colleagues? You really don't know how to behave. You are much worse than me. Humph. You acted first, and then asked for permission. I will definitely report you to the heaven. At the back of the training room, the 3 boys saw them crying so sadly, and they felt a little relieved. Fortunately, we kept a low profile, and did not dare to show off our abs or act cool, so as not to let Mr. Qin misunderstand us. This is too scary. I just saw Mr. Qin's creative ability, and was looking forward to the future avenue of stars. But now I am driven out of the company. If I am really eliminated, I may miss the only chance in my life. Ji Yangyang was in a complicated mood, happy and entangled. I was happy that I was clean today and did things cleanly. What bothered me was that I would become a thorn in their eyes and a thorn in their flesh. Oh, never mind. There is no friendship in this circle. If you want to exclude me, just exclude me. As long as President Qin and Xia Ning like me, it's fine. The 4 girls kept crying and begging for mercy. Zhao Xiaohan was annoyed and said coldly, "Get out." They immediately quieted down, sobbing, and curled up into a ball, looking pitiful, weak and helpless. Zhao Xiaohan said coldly, "If you don't leave the company within 10 minutes, your assessment score will be reduced by another 10 points. The 4 girls didn't dare to stay any longer, and rushed out of the practice room one after another. They shed tears all along the way. Before 8 o'clock tonight, they might not be able to eat a single bite of food. If they are eliminated, they may hang themselves at the door of the company under the dark night." Zhao Xiaohan left. Xiao Lei stepped forward, looked at the few remaining trainees at the back of the room, thought for a moment, stepped forward a few steps, and encouraged. "Don't panic. President Qin is very satisfied with you. Whether it is the Oak Marketing Company downstairs or the Pomelo Film and Television Company, President Qin's company, the working atmosphere is actually very good. Everyone should behave better in the future. It's no big deal." "Come on," the trainee said hurriedly. "I will. Teacher Qiao, I will work hard. Come on. I will do my best." Xiao Lei hesitated for a moment, and thought that Zhao Xiaohan dared to let her trainee go. She also plucked up the courage, and said with dignity, "You are not in the mood to practice today. You all go back and rest now. Seeing that they were hesitant to speak, it seemed that they did not want to leave, and wanted to stay to show their loyalty. She hurriedly said loudly, "Go back." These two simple and straightforward words were very effective, and everyone immediately said goodbye to her and left. Xiao Lei sighed secretly. Cool. The ox farming boy finally turned over and became the master. From the training room to the general manager's office, you need to go through a long corridor and walk to the other side of this floor of the office building. The journey is not short. Qin Sun walked slowly towards the general manager's office and did not hear the crying in the training room. When he arrived at the door, he knocked on the door, but did not hear Xia Ning's response, and knocked again, but still no one responded. He sighed and leaned against the wall to play with his phone. He took another look at the message that Anka had just sent, and was very impressed. You can tell that someone is wearing a thong just by looking at the picture? What a talent! Qin Sun clicked on the trainee photo he sent to Anka, slid his fingers to zoom in, and stared at Hua Fusher's pants carefully. All he could see was that the pants were made of soft and thin fabric. No matter how wide he opened his eyes, he couldn't see what kind of underwear was underneath. Qin Sun sent a message to Anka. How did you tell from the photo that someone was wearing a thong? After waiting for more than 10 seconds, Anka didn't reply. Qin Sun zoomed in on the picture again and looked at it intently, trying to see something with his hawk-like eyes. Suddenly, he heard the door creak open. Xia Ning's voice sounded coldly. Does it look good? Qin Sun immediately loosened his fingers and turned to look at Xia Ning. Listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. Xia Ning, you tell me. Qin Sun was startled and explained. I just wanted to see if I could tell from the picture whether Hua Fusher was wearing a thong. Xia Ning, you might as well not explain. Your explanation is even dirtier than I thought, she said in a mocking tone. You were too embarrassed to look at it in person just now. But now you enlarge the picture and stare at the triangle area of someone's thigh? What a pervert. She turned and walked into the office and closed the door. Chapter 1073, Is my personal style of cursing so strong? Qin Sun followed him, turned the door in one go, quickly walked in, closed the door and locked it. Xia Ning heard the click of the door being locked, turned his head to look at Qin Sun, was a little wary, looked back every few steps, and sat down on the office chair. Qin Sun heard a buzzing sound on Weixin, picked it up, and saw that it was a reply from Anka. I guessed. Qin Sun saw that it was. Guessed, felt that the answer was a bit perfunctory, sent the message. How did you guess it? Anka replied. This? You shouldn't ask. Qin Sun saw the embarrassment in her tone, and sensed a clue. Should it be that we are birds of a feather? A few seconds later, he received Anka's explanation. As a real slut, the thongs they wear can't be seen by others. But it can give you a psychological hint, a kind of psychological construction, thereby letting yourself exude a subtle sluttiness from the inside out. I can tell at a glance that this little girl is vigorous. Qin Sun nodded. As expected, birds of a feather flocked together. Suddenly, Qin Sun heard Xia Ning cough lightly, raised his head, and saw that her face looked unhappy, but it was no longer the sour and unhappy look before. It was a kind of dissatisfaction of being ignored. Qin Sun held up the phone over. Ning Ning, you see? I'm just curious. Not lustful. I've always been a gentleman. Xia Ning took the phone, read the conversation between him and Anka from beginning to end, shook his head gently, and said with a sigh, Anka. She. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. After a moment of hesitation, she said, Anka. She slacked off at work. She is now the CEO of my company due to tea, and she slacked off at work. Suddenly, Xia Ning felt something was wrong with her body. She looked down, and found Qin Sun had his hand on her. His face darkened and he said, Take your hand away. Qin Sun took his hand away from the back of Xia Ning's hand, and scratched his head in embarrassment. Xia Ning closed her eyes, looking like she had lost all hope in life. And the voice came out from between her teeth. And the pig's trotter on my butt? Take it off too. As soon as the words fell, she felt Qin Sun grabbing her butt hard. If her butt was filled with silicone, it would be crushed. Qin Sun said sarcastically. Yo, you're still angry. You're so angry. Vinegar bun. He squeezed into the office chair. Xia Ning was forced to stand up. He sat down, then pressed Xia Ning, who was trying to escape, on his thigh. Xia Ning struggled. Qin Sun hugged her tighter. Qin Sun said, I have already asked someone to teach them a lesson. Xia Ning sat on Qin Sun's lap, and after a moment of silence, said in a low voice, I know, I just watched the surveillance in the training room. Zhao Xiaohan cursed very fiercely, and they were all crying. She turned her head, looked into Qin Sun's eyes, not confident enough, and seemed to want to explain something, said, I wasn't angry at first. Qin Sun? Xiaoning felt guilty being watched. I'm not very angry. She just saw Zhao Xiaohan's almost humiliating abuse of the 4 girls in the surveillance, which could even be called workplace bullying, and guessed that it was Qin Sun who ordered it. Her anger subsided immediately, and she felt that she was making a big deal out of nothing. Qin Sun saw Xiaoning's guilty expression, and he immediately became excited, and stretched out his hands to tickle her all over. Little jealous bun. Little jealous bun. Little jealous bun. Xiaoning was tickled so hard that she just wanted to laugh, and her tone was begging for mercy. Let go! Let go! Let me go! Let go! It's so itchy. After a while, she didn't feel itchy anymore, because Qin Sun's hands were not honest. He began to attack from top to bottom at the same time. One hand reached into her shirt and went straight to her chest, and the other hand squeezed into her pants and went to her buttocks. Xiaoning's face flushed, and she struggled even more violently. It's working time now. Qin Sun didn't care. Boss Xia, you don't want to be discovered by your subordinates. Do you? Xiaoning felt her underwear buttons being unbuttoned, raised her elbow, and hit Qin Sun's chest hard, but it didn't work at all. She changed the subject. If you have the time, hurry up and write the album that Songing has been favored for half her life. She just sent a message saying that she will come to arrest you in the afternoon. Qin Sun's hands did not stop. There are only 10 songs in an album. It only takes half an hour. Why are you in such a hurry? Xiaoning said while protesting. Hamiu Company also sent an email, saying that the workload is too heavy, and they want to apply for additional staff. Why don't you go and take a look? Qin Sun was still busy. A bunch of rubbish. Is the workload too heavy for just this bug? I'll fly to Beijing to teach them a lesson in the next 2 days. Aren't you in a hurry now? Xiaoning said loudly. Zhao Xiaohan and the others will be here soon. Qin Sun, I'll be here soon. Xiaoning was startled. You? Soon? Qin Sun realized that he had said the wrong thing, and that he had humiliated himself. He snorted coldly, and began to knead it up and down. Suddenly, dong dong dong, a gentle knock on the door sounded. Qin Sun immediately took his hand out. Xiaoning hurriedly put on her clothes, picked up the mirror on the table to fix her hair. After her face returned to normal, she patted Qin Sun. Qin Sun got up to open the door, and found that there was no one outside. Damn! Is this Zhao Xiaohan so smart? He didn't hear come in at the first time, but guessed that the office door was locked, and a century-long battle was going on inside? Qin Sun was about to close the door, and saw Su Luoluo and Xiao Lele coming over. Su Luoluo followed Qin Sun into the office, looked around, and saw that Zhao Xiaohan was not there. So he immediately closed the door and locked it. Xiaoning heard the sound of the door being locked, and said with a guilty conscience, Luoluo, there is nothing shameful in our office. Why did you lock it? Su Luoluo smiled awkwardly, unlocked the door, and said to Qin Sun in a low voice, Boss Qin, I want to file a complaint. Qin Sun sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and asked, Who do you want to file a complaint against? Su Luoluo walked forward, sat on the sofa, and said, Zhao Xiaohan. Qin Sun, what's wrong with her? Su Luoluo looked around with a vigilant look like a thief, said in a deep voice, Boss Qin, didn't you just tell Zhao Xiaohan to curse a little more dirty? But she didn't say a single dirty word, which is totally different from your usual cursing style. Qin Sun asked curiously, What's my style? Su Luoluo was silent for a moment, recalling Qin Sun's highlight cursing moments, organized the language and said seriously, It's those powerful words such as, Fuck your mother. Fuck your uncle. Eat shit. Believe it or not, I can punch you to make you shit. I'll dig up your ancestral grave. She spoke for a minute in one breath, and she was almost out of breath. Wait, etc., etc., etc. She didn't say a word. Qin Sun frowned when he heard it. Damn. You are the Monkey King, he asked. Is my personal style of cursing so strong? Su Luoluo nodded vigorously. Yeah. She flattered him again. My narration can't show even 1/10,000th of President Qin's style. Qin Sun. How presumptuous. Qin Sun looked at Su Luoluo's expectant eyes, knowing that he wanted to curse Xiao Xiaohan himself, smiled, and asked back. Did you curse at the trainees again? Su Luoluo was stunned, and his face immediately turned as red as an apple. That's not it either. Chapter 1074. Is it sweet to fall in love? He felt that way. I shouldn't have. When Su Luoluo heard Qin Sun's question, she immediately lost her confidence. When she thought that she even wanted to comfort the 4 crying trainees, she lowered her head in shame. I didn't scold them either, Qin Sun said. What the hell are you talking about? This was an ordinary joke. But now Su Luoluo felt it was particularly harsh, and felt that she had really fallen out of favor. She raised her head and said aggrievedly, That? Zhao Xiaohan. She let those 4 trainees go without your consent. Trainees who receive their talent assessment scores before 8 o'clock tonight can only come back tomorrow. She acted first and reported later. She was arbitrary. She wanted to rebel. While speaking, she didn't notice that she used honorifics to address Qin Sun again. Qin Sun laughed when he heard Su Luoluo portray Zhao Xiaohan as a powerful traitor. I didn't expect her to be so smart. After this move, those trainees should be completely honest and won't dare to look at me anymore. He looked at Xia Ning and said, You should have less worries with such an assistant. You can make her a permanent employee and give her a raise. Xia Ning nodded. Just wait for 2 more days. She will be a permanent employee. When Su Luoluo heard this, her face fell. She felt like the sky was falling. It's over. It's over. I worked hard to flatter her for more than a month before she was made a permanent employee. She can be made a permanent employee in 1 day? Am I going to be marginalized soon? Su Luoluo lowered her head sadly. I'm dirty. I've learned to complain. I betrayed my conscience and still can't stay in the company. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Xia Ning called out, Come in. The door opened. Zhao Xiaohan limped in with a folder in her hand and greeted everyone. Boss Xia. Boss Qin. Teacher Qiao. Assistant Qiao. Her smile was gentle and friendly. And she was completely different from the female devil in the training room just now. Others nodded. Su Luoluo moved her mouth slightly and ignored her. Xia Ning saw that she was limping and asked, What's wrong with your leg? Qin Sun was also curious. Did you fight with those trainees? Zhao Xiaohan smiled helplessly and did not speak. Xiao Lele made a sizzle sound, took a breath of cold air in pain, and stretched out his hands and swung them wildly. Ouch! Ouch! My hands hurt a little. A little? Qin Sun asked curiously. Su, what's wrong with you? Su Luoluo spread his hands in front of Qin Sun with his palms facing up, and told him what happened just now with a beaming face. Zhao Xiaohan kicked the table, but it did not move at all. She grabbed the table with both hands and flipped it over. The table shook several times. Finally, Xiao Lele flipped the table over with one hand. Qin Sun knew why Zhao Xiaohan's legs were limping. It should be local tissue damage caused by the shock. He glanced at Su Luoluo's white palm and didn't see any scars. He just thought it was funny. It's hard for you. Su Luoluo was overjoyed. Just as she was about to say something flattering like go through fire and water. Mr. Qin. She heard Qin Sun continue. Your hand is fine. Just now, you shouted as if your stomach was 7 layers open. Your bones were 10 fingers apart. And you were about to give birth. It's really hard for you. Su Luoluo was stunned. Her lips sank, her eyes were slightly red, but she tried hard not to cry. Qin Sun saw that something was wrong with her and asked, What's wrong with you? Su Luoluo whispered, I'm fine. Xiao Lele looked reluctant. Zhao Xiaohan felt embarrassed and decided to treat Su Luoluo to dinner tonight to clear up some misunderstandings. Xia Ning saw it and just found it funny. Zhao Xiaohan is my assistant. Why would she worry about taking her job? Qin Sun looked at Su Luoluo and nodded. It's good that you're fine. Su Luoluo. Is it really sweet for Sister Xia Ning to be in love with Mr. Qin? Mr. Qin is so insensitive, it shouldn't be. Zhao Xiaohan walked to Xia Ning's desk, put the folder on the desk, and said, Boss Xia, these are the talent score sheets I just printed out. Maybe you can use them. She didn't mention to Xia Ning that she had sent the trainees home without permission. If Xia Ning mentioned it after learning about it, then she would explain the reason and apologize for it, and promise not to do it again next time. If Xia Ning didn't mention it, it meant that she agreed with what she did, but she could only pretend that she didn't know about it. Otherwise, it would make her, the general manager, look petty. Xia Ning picked up the folder and opened it. This is a relatively professional scoring sheet, including scores for stage performance, content creativity, technical level, personal image, and overall effect, she said with a smile. Very good. Before we get off work this morning, we will give you the scores. Xiao Xiaohan, okay. Mr. Xia. Qin Sun walked forward, picked up the score sheet, and felt it was too long-winded. What could have been done by writing a score? Now it is divided into so many items. There are also comments at the end. Isn't this just blindly increasing the workload for the sake of professionalism? This is inconsistent with his work philosophy. Qin Sun picked up the folder and walked to Xiao Lei and handed it to her, saying, Lei, you will be the leader of these trainees before the company's next movie is on the agenda. You will be in charge of their daily training, responsible for their assessment. Xiao Lei took the folder and was a little nervous. Do I have to write all the scores of the 3 judges? Master Qin, I can sweep the floor, mop the floor, cook, plow the land, and do some physical work. Let me write. And I have to pretend to be 3 judges and write a total of 15 score sheets for 5 people. I feel so dizzy just thinking about it. Qin Sun laughed. After returning from Country J, he found that Xiao Lei was a little bit arrogant. Perhaps it was because she wanted to create a sense of majesty when she led the trainees. Now she was anxious, and finally revealed her former simplicity. Really? Why is such a big-bellied girl pretending? Qin Sun asked. Lei, how much do you make a month? Xiao Lei was a little nervous, and felt that something big was going to happen. A basic salary of 8,000 yuan a month. Qin Sun asked again. Then how much is your performance? Xiao Lei shook her head. Without performance? I can only get paid if I film. Some time ago, someone asked me to promote braised large intestines. But Master Qin, you had an accident in Country J, so I turned it down. Qin Sun said with a smile. Okay. You will be responsible for training the trainees before filming, and then continue to recruit people according to your high standards. I will give you a base salary of 53,000 yuan a month. For every idol with more than 3 million fans, I will reward you with an additional 300,000 yuan. Xiao Lei was stunned. 53,000 yuan? 300,000 yuan? These 2 numbers jumped wildly in her mind, constantly destroying and reshaping her view of money. Xiao Lei opened her mouth, and her throat tightened. Master Qin, I don't think this is not. Chapter 1075 Extremely Pure Land? He can speak J language? Xiao Lei spoke with difficulty, intermittently, almost one word at a time, wanting to reject Qin Sun's sky-high salary. She seemed optimistic, but in fact, she was inferior in her bones, and never felt that she deserved such a high salary. Besides, Qin Sun had taken her to live broadcast and sold goods before, and had already given her hundreds of thousands of gifts and rewards. People can't be so shameless. Xiao Lei didn't finish her words. Su Luoluo jumped up from the sofa, covered Xiao Lei's mouth, nodded vigorously, said, Sister Lei, isn't this enough? Don't be too greedy. She covered Xiao Lei's mouth tightly, looked at Qin Sun, and said loudly, Okay, it's settled. Boss Qin, I thank you on behalf of Sister Lei. As she said that, she hugged Xiao Lei tightly and dragged her out of the office, saying, Boss Qin. She was so moved that she was about to cry. I dragged her to the bathroom to comfort her. Soon, the 2 of them went out of the door and kicked it shut. Xiao Xiaohan was stunned. Although she is not very old, she has only worked for 2 years. But she has been working at a big TV station for 2 years, so she has seen a lot of big scenes. However, she has never seen such a scene. What kind of corporate culture is this? The salary is raised from 8,000 to 53,000 right away? And there are decimals and integers? Xiao Lei seems to want to refuse this sky-high salary. As a veteran of the company, she is worth this price. Why refuse? That Su Luoluo, as the assistant of President Qin, actually kidnapped Su Xiao Lei in public to make her accept this salary? Oh, my head hurts. Is the working atmosphere of this company so pleasant and relaxed? Even a little bit crazy? Am I too serious? Suddenly, Xiao Xiaohan noticed that Qin Sun's eyes fell on her face, and immediately realized that she was redundant, and smiled. Boss Xia. Boss Qin. I'm going to work. Call me anytime if you need anything. Xia Ning nodded. Okay. I'll call you. Qin Sun glanced at Xia Ning quietly, thinking, Am not stingy. Practice room. Xiao Lei and Su Luoluo hugged each other and cried bitterly. Luoluo. Hey! Do you know? I know. I haven't told you yet. Then tell me. Xiao Lei reached out to wipe away her tears. Choking. Do you know why Master Qin pays me 50,000 yuan and 3,000 yuan? Su Luoluo cried and shook her head. Xiao Lei said. Because I met Master Qin at the ski resort. I was working part-time for 35 yuan an hour. Master Qin asked me to cook for her, and gave me 53 yuan an hour. Today he gave me another 53,000 yuan a month. He increased my salary by 10,000 times. Su Luoluo. Sister Lei, it's 1,000 times. Xiao Lei? You are a college student. I can't compare with you in math. But these are not important. I want to cry now. Su Luoluo sobbed. Me too. The two hugged each other and cried bitterly again. General Manager's office. Qin Sun tried to force himself on her several times but failed. He sat on the sofa playing games in a sullen manner. The atmosphere in the room was dull. Xia Ning worked seriously for a while. When he was free, he looked at Qin Sun quietly. He found that he was playing games with a cold face, and knew that he was still sulking. Xia Ning wanted to take the initiative to break the ice. Hey Qin Sun! Qin Sun raised his eyes. What's the matter? Xia Ning, why are you so aggressive? Qin Sun sneered. The rice has been cooked and even boiled into porridge. You call me Qin Sun? Shouldn't lovers have some nicknames? For example, dear husband, sir, lover, little sweetheart, little pretty boy, little cutie, little sheep, baby, big baby, fool, idiot. Xia Ning was stunned when she heard that he had such a rich vocabulary of nicknames, and said with a smile, You must have liked reading romance novels in junior high school. Qin Sun snorted coldly. It's just some pornographic writing. Xia Ning's smile froze, he shook his head helplessly, and said with a sigh, Little brother, I called you a fool. Qin Sun thought of the words Xia Ning said with tears in the woods of Country J, when he threw a bag of broom mushrooms at his feet. Fool, remember to eat on time in the future. The resentment in his heart dissipated immediately. A smile appeared on his face, and he threw his phone on the sofa. He stood up and walked toward Xia Ning, and kissed her without saying a word. Hot kiss. Deep kiss. In the phone, his game teammates were frantically pressing question marks, and they were never able to activate the beastly teammates of 14/1/0. Before hanging up, he was a big daddy. After hanging up, he was a head dog. So in the future, when you meet teammates who hang up, please make sure to complain. Because he was probably not killed by a car, but was just hanging out with his girlfriend. Killing and heartbreaking, he should be beheaded. I don't know how long it took. Xia Ning finally pushed Qin Sun away, his mouth was numb, and hurriedly said, It's okay. It's okay, brother. If you really have nothing to do, you can try to work, contact the person in charge of Hamiyu Company, and see if you should send out the recruitment advertisement today. Or, quickly start writing Song Ying's album. You gave her such high expectations, don't let her down. Qin Sun grabbed Xia Ning's chest hard, satisfiedly returned to the sofa, picked up his phone and looked. My teammates lost. So, incompetent. We have a big advantage in kills and economy. How can we lose? Sucks. In the game room, he had been sprayed with 5 or 6 pages of asterisks. Qin Sun looked again and found 4 friend requests, and decisively and ruthlessly rejected them. You still want to add friends and scold me? What kind of quality? He lost interest in playing with his phone, and felt a little bored, so he decided to write Song Ying's album first. To avoid her crying and making a fuss when she arrived in the afternoon. 18 or 19 years old is the age to like leaps of faith. Qin Sun stood up and walked behind Xia Ning to borrow the computer, but noticed that Xia Ning quietly covered her chest, and couldn't help frowning. Who are you looking down on? Qin Sun thought about it, and decided to write it by hand. He took out a stack of A4 paper from the drawer beside his desk, and took a gel pen, and went to the sofa and lay down. Qin Sun searched the vast playlist in his mind, and was a little confused about which songs to choose. People find it difficult to make choices most of the time, not because there are no choices, but because there are too many choices. Suddenly, he had an idea. Why not let Song Ying work illegally, and promote Original God, and put a few two-dimensional songs into the album first? Let her become a god in the second dimension, and endorse Original God in the future. Thinking of this, Qin Sun picked up the pen and wrote, writing simple musical notation. The tip of the pen rustled. Suddenly, Chin-sun heard Xiaoning ask. Why do you want to write by hand? Wouldn't it be faster to use a computer? Chin-sun didn't even raise his head, and continued to write, and was persuaded. I am a star. And this is my first album manuscript. I guess it will be auctioned for a lot of money in the future. Several million. He was sincere. In the entertainment industry, there are always fanatical fans who pay for their idols. Autograph photos, jackets, belts, original underwear, chest hair, etc. can all be sold for a price. This handwritten album sheet is a rare item. After a while, Chin-sun finished writing one sheet and put it aside. Xiaoning walked over gently, picked it up, and found that the lyrics and music were all written. And it was actually a Japanese song. Gakukaku Pure Land, he can speak Japanese? Chapter 1076 Little brother, when you work hard, you are really invincible. Little brother, you can speak country J? Xiaoning looked down at Chin-sun, who was still writing furiously on the sofa, and asked. Hearing this, Chin-sun slowed down his writing, looked up at Xiaoning, and then lowered his head to continue writing, speaking casually. I know a little bit. Xiaoning was very confused. Then when we were in country J, why didn't you show it at all? Chin-sun didn't look up, feeling a little uneasy. Apart from some high-frequency words from short films such as Yamete, Baga, Damiai, and Iku, he doesn't know any other Japanese language. However, with the ability of a singing god, he can write Japanese songs on earth and understand these Japanese lyrics. This is very mysterious. Chin-sun said nonsense seriously. In order to understand some Japanese movies, I taught myself some Japanese language. But I learned it wrong. I only learned written language and didn't learn spoken language at all. I can understand some of it, but I can't understand it. And I can't speak it. Xiaoning was silent for a moment, and believed it a little bit. Before Chin-sun had a girlfriend, he was sexually repressed all day long. Like someone who would learn Japanese in order to understand a few porn movies. Compared to English, Japanese is much easier for Chinese people, because Japanese characters are derived from Chinese characters. In addition, Chin-sun has a strong learning ability, so it is not too surprising that he can write some Japanese characters. Xiaoning picked up the music score and continued to read. The moon is rising. The lantern is red. The festival is held. The butterfly is lured out. Seeing. After reading the lyrics, Xiaoning glanced at Chin-sun, who was still working hard, and shook his head. The lyrics written by this guy are getting more and more unrestrained. What does it mean to tempt night butterflies to fly out and look at you vaguely? What does it mean that if you want to have fun, you are welcome to the paradise? What does it mean to seize this night and offer your love more passionately? What does it mean to sing happily, follow your heart, and not worry about the messy hair and breathing? Xiaoning said. Aren't you afraid of corrupting children by writing such lyrics? Chin-sun said without raising his head. This kind of lyrics is a matter of opinion. If you insist on thinking about it in a dirty way, then I can't help it. If Su Luluo sees these lyrics, she can only see that the content is about the pursuit of happiness, freedom and happiness. Depicts an ideal world without pain and full of fun. Xiaoning choked when he heard this, and said coldly, Are you saying I'm dirty? Chin-sun looked up at Xiaoning, and said with a smile, Tell me about the movies you watched in the beginning? Xiaoning. Chin-sun. Who else is the adult movie website that charges membership? Xiaoning. I'm respecting intellectual property rights. Chin-sun said oh, and lowered his head to continue writing the song. Seeing that he didn't argue with him, Xiaoning felt like he was punching cotton and got a short breath. He picked up the sheet music and read it again, and said coldly, I think the melody of this song is average. Chin-sun said TSK and raised his head and said with a smile, I don't want your opinion. I want my opinion. I won't allow you to insult the divine song of the second dimension. Even if you think this song is not good now, wait until I finish composing the music for it, and then dance a sexy dance. It can kill people indiscriminately. Do you believe it? Xiaoning hesitated, looked at the score again, and said in a low voice, I don't believe it. She turned and walked towards the desk, suddenly turned back, and said coldly, I only watched a porn movie in my second year of high school. After that, she turned and sat behind the desk, hiding behind the computer screen, and hummed the song repeatedly in her heart while looking at the score. It's interesting to hum it a few more times. But it's only interesting. Right? Can it kill people? Is it the music that's invincible? Or is it the dance that's invincible? Xia Ning thought about it for a long time, but to no avail. He gently put the music score on the table and poked his head out from behind the computer screen to peek at Qin Sun. I saw Qin Sun lying on the sofa. His posture was very lazy, but his expression was very serious. His eyes were bright, and he was completely immersed in his own artistic world. A man who works hard is a bit handsome. Suddenly, Xia Ning saw Qin Sun put down his pen and paper for no apparent reason, turned his head to look at him, and there was a smug smile on his face. That said, "I caught you." Their eyes met. Awkward. This guy is fishing here? Despicable. Xia Ning glared at Qin Sun and retracted his head behind the computer desk, opened his email, and started to deal with company affairs. So annoying. I don't know how long it took. Xia Ning heard footsteps, looked up at Qin Sun with a cold face, and saw that he was holding a stack of A4 paper in his hand, and said in surprise, "You've finished writing?" Qin Sun said calmly. "What else?" Xia Ning took the A4 paper from him, flipped through it quickly, and found that 9 sheets of paper were filled with music scores and lyrics. She looked at Qin Sun and sighed. "You really do everything quickly." Qin Sun frowned. "Are you scolding me? You should be more precise in your words in the future. Some things, I'm still not quick. I just want to be patient and work hard, and have a long-term relationship." Xia Ning? He is so dirty. It's confirmed. Although he said the lyrics of the song Pure Land of Bliss in a high-sounding manner, he must have had dirty thoughts in his mind when he wrote it down. Xia Ning ignored him and began to look through the sheet music one by one. The first 2 sheets were also Japanese songs. One was Blue Bird and the other was Love Cycle. The rest were all Chinese songs. "Love you when you memorial traveler, maybe if the moon didn't come," the girl said to me. Although Xia Ning is not a professional musician, his music appreciation ability has always been very high. He found that these songs were pleasant to the ears when he hummed the songs while looking at the sheet music. Each song has the potential to become a big hit. Xia Ning raised his head, and when he looked at Qin Sun again, his eyes changed. He smiled and said, "Little brother, when you work hard, you are really invincible. You are invincible." Qin Sun frowned. "Look, you scold me again?" Xia Ning was confused, not knowing how he could hear the scolding, and explained, "I am sincere. You are really invincible." Qin Sun sighed helplessly, then laughed and said, "That's a must. Do you think I was joking when I told your father in J country that I would have an entertainment company in my left hand and a game company in my right hand, and make it bigger and stronger to create glory again? In at most half a year, I will get land and build a building in Shanghai, and put up the signboard of Suning Group." Xia Ning's eyes were evasive, and he felt a little embarrassed. "You?" She wanted to say "you are so handsome," but she was a little embarrassed, so she just smiled and said, "Keep it up." Qin Sun was full of accomplishment. With his hands behind his back, "Strike while the iron is hot. Let's go to Beijing this afternoon to see what those losers in Hamiya Company are doing. You dare to say that the workload is too heavy, and you are shouting to recruit people after just a few days?" Xia Ning rarely saw Qin Sun's diligence in his busy schedule, although she felt that it was too hasty to fly to Beijing immediately. She didn't want to extinguish his fighting spirit. She smiled. "Okay." 5 minutes later, Zhao Xiaohan received Xia Ning's call and walked into the office. Qin Sun handed a stack of sheet music to Zhao Xiaohan. Chapter 1077. I've heard of eating, drinking and sleeping with someone before, but this is the first time I've heard of crying with someone. Qin Sun shook the stack of A4 paper and said solemnly, "Assistant Zhao, this is the music score of Song Ying's favorite album for half her life. The confidentiality level is top secret. Each song in it is worth millions, or even tens of millions. No one except Song Ying can take a look at it. Give it to Song Ying in the afternoon. Remind Song Ying not to show off. Keep it absolutely confidential." Zhao Xiaohan met Qin Sun and Xia Ning in the company for the first time today. She received a task of this level, and was not afraid that she would defect with the music score. She was excited and bowed to Qin Sun. "Thank you for your trust, Mr. Qin." Mission accomplished. Zhao Xiaohan took the stack of A4 papers with both hands, and felt that it weighed 1,000 pounds. But the moment her hands touched the sheet music, she felt a little surprised. Why didn't they put such top-secret things in a folder or a file bag? At least they should be stapled together, right? Why are they just randomly put together like the documents copied by college students? And you can feel that there are definitely some wrinkled papers inside when you pick them up. Is this really top secret? Or is it just a set of words that Mr. Qin uses to win people's hearts? Qin Sun said to Zhao Xiaohan. Go and ask Su Luoluo to come over. Zhao Xiaohan replied. Okay. And left the office. The practice room. Xiao Lei had stopped crying. And she had calmed down. She found a bucket, a broom, and a rag, and started cleaning the practice room. In fact, there would be a cleaning lady to clean up after get off work every day. But she got a raise today, and became a low-educated white-collar worker. She was excited and full of energy. She had to vent. Su Luoluo was clumsily helping. She had never done housework since she was a child. Nor did she have to wash dishes or clothes in college. After she became an assistant, she earned a good salary and had never done much housework. So her cleaning skills were average. After a while, Su Luoluo overturned the mop bucket with a mop belt, and the dirty water flowed all over the floor, making Xiao Lei even busier. She stood aside, watching Xiao Lei skillfully clean the dirty water on the floor with a rag. And suddenly she cried and squatted on the ground. Xiao Lei was startled, put down the rag, walked up to her, held her shoulders, and asked, Lolo, what happened to you? Isn't it just a bucket of water that was spilled? Not that serious. Not that serious. Su Luoluo leaned her head on Xiao Lei's shoulder and said with sobs, Sister Lei, don't be sad after I leave. And be well. Xiao Lei was shocked. Where are you going? Su Luoluo explained with a crying voice. Sister Lei, you are now a trainee mentor, and you will act in the future. You can sweep, mop, and clean the floor, and you can also cook 9-turn large intestine. You are so amazing, and you have so many jobs to do. But she cried twice. But I don't know anything. Xiao Lei was a little embarrassed by the praise, and consoled him. But you are Mr. Qin's assistant. You can do it. But I can't. Su Luoluo said with sobs. Life assistant. I just go to class with Mr. Qin. Eat. Take taxes for him. And buy daily necessities. Who can't do these things? She cried, and her shoulders trembled. And continued. My core competitiveness is to provide emotional value to Mr. Qin. Huge emotional value. But now, woo-woo, Zhao Xiaohan is better than me. More shameless than me. Xiao Lei thought of Su Luoluo flattering Qin Sun on the ground without any reason today, and reminded him, actually, the emotional value you provide doesn't have to be that huge. Su Luoluo didn't answer, buried her head in her knees, and cried for a while, suddenly raised her head, with a strong light in her eyes, and said with a fist, Instead of being fired, I'd rather resign myself. She stood up and said loudly, I'm going to tell Mr. Qin that I quit. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Zhao Xiaohan appear at the door, looking at her in astonishment. Su Luoluo's face turned red, pursed her lips, turned her back to wipe her tears. When Xiao Lei saw Zhao Xiaohan appear, she hurriedly stood up and said in a hurry, Assistant Zhao, Luoluo was talking nonsense just now. Please don't spread it. Zhao Xiaohan showed a regretful expression on her face. What did you say? Did anyone say anything just now? She looked at Su Luoluo and said softly, Assistant Su, Mr. Qin is looking for you. Su Luoluo pursed her lips, wiped away her tears, turned around with red eyes, and saw Zhao Xiaohan holding a stack of A4 paper in her hand. She glanced at it, and found the words Original God written on the title page. The dog-scratched handwriting was obviously from Qin Sun. Su Luoluo was very sad, feeling abandoned, and wanted to cry again. That is the thing in your hand given to you by President Qin? Zhao Xiaohan was shocked, remembering that Qin Sun said it was top secret, and no one except Song Ying could see it. She put the stack of papers behind her, with an awkward smile. Sorry, President Qin said it was top secret, and I can't reveal any information. Su Luoluo was stunned. Okay. It's top secret. President Qin's personal assistant. Can't know it but you, the newly hired assistant. Hold it in your hands. President Qin really saw that Zhao Xiaohan was a better assistant. And he didn't even ask me to handle things for him. Now he asked me to go over there, which must be asking me to get out. Humph. Get out if you want to. Su Luoluo strode out of the practice room, walking out with a tragic and majestic feeling of the wind whistling and the cold water of Ishui. Zhao Xiaohan looked at her back as she walked away, and suddenly saw Xiao Lei staring at her. He was a little embarrassed, and asked knowingly, What's wrong with her? Xiao Lei sighed. Tell me how many people you have hurt invisibly. Zhao Xiaohan. Why do I feel like I'm the third party? Su Luoluo walked through the corridor with the wind, and walked angrily to the door of the general manager's office, and stood there at the door with red eyes again. She waited for several minutes before knocking on the door gently. Come in. Hearing Xia Ning's voice, Su Luoluo carefully turned the doorknob, pursed her lips, and walked in slowly. Qin Sun was lying on the sofa playing games, and Xia Ning was working behind the computer desk. Xia Ning looked up and saw that Su Luoluo had cried. She quickly got up and walked over, holding her shoulders, and asked, Luoluo, why, are you crying? Su Luoluo's nose was sore, and she wanted to cry again. She bit the tip of her tongue to calm herself down and said, Sister Lele just got a raise, and said she is now the pride of the whole village. She was so touched. She hugged me and cried for a while, and I just accompanied her. Xia Ning? What a good sister. I've heard of eating, drinking, and sleeping together, but this is the first time I've heard of crying together. Qin Sun was lying on the sofa, in the middle of a fierce team battle, and didn't even look up at Su Luoluo, and said, Book a flight to Shanghai in the afternoon. Su Luoluo pouted. Look! She didn't even say her name. Not to mention Su Shuer. There was not even a hello. Ha, men! They just get bored with the old and love the new. Su Luoluo sniffed and said in a low voice, Okay, I'll book 2 tickets to Shanghai right away. Qin Sun realized something was wrong, put down his phone, and called his teammates again. He sat up, looked at Su Luoluo, and asked, Su Shuer you? Su Luoluo was a little nervous, looking expectant, hoping that Qin Sun would see through his little idea of not wanting to leave. Qin Sun frowned. Are you sick?